Welcome everybody!
My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi,
former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judit Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Hello everybody, good morning or maybe afternoon already. Here in India we are at the 44th Chess Olympiad in Chennai, India. Namaste, welcome everybody. We have had the kick-off yesterday already with round one. Everything started more or less smoothly, we can say. Of course, there were some surprises and we're going to be talking about those as well. But now I want to introduce my partner who is going to be also helping me out, and we are going to go together through the games. Mihail Marin, Grandmaster from Romania, and he's a great author and the Grandmaster who is going to be telling us all the inside and outs what we're going to have for today.
For the time being, hello to everybody and namaste.
Namaste. Okay, so what has happened yesterday in this very special place? It is a huge area of the Olympiad. We have 2 playing halls. So just right behind us is the main playing hall where all the big teams are playing, but of course the other playing hall is even bigger. We are having a lot of participants, nearly 2,000 participants in an Olympiad, so we can say that we have a great treat from everybody because there's so many games are going on. We only talk more or less mainly about the main teams because we cover the top 10 matches with the open section and also in the women's section. So yesterday we had some interesting things. Of course, in round one, we can say that there are huge differences between the players on board one against the opponent team. But we had some surprises. For example, Aranyan had some problems, right?
Well, yes, he got a normal position, I think, but then he provoked the opponent to allow an exchange sacrifice, which might have been sound. But suddenly he did something wrong, he got into trouble, and I assume that when he offered the draw, he was as good as lost. But even the games who ended in a logical result, for instance, we remember the game of Shirov. I mean, Shirov, he had to play in his style to sacrifice to get this beautiful win. It was not that he just won by moving the pieces.
Well, we had quite a few interesting games already in round one, but we are round two, so some of the players are already warmed up. But today we have some special players entering to the playing hall and playing for the first time as Fabiano Caruana from the US, board number 1. We are going to see him also playing today, so we're going to see his game. But also the world champion who arrived later than his team, the Norwegians, but he's already getting into round 2. So I have the feeling that he's going to play a lot of games because he loves chess and he loves to play. And I think he came here to collect a medal for his country. But let's see the game, because it started already, just a few moves already on the board. So let's see Magnus Carson playing against Georg Mayer, who surprisingly, he's not playing for Germany anymore.
Yes, he's playing for Uruguay. I think he's half Uruguayan by birth. I believe his mother. So not a full surprise that he changed the country, but okay.
Yes, so this is what we have. He started with e4, it's French, and he went knight c3, d takes e4, knight e4, knight d7. I think Magnus maybe specifically played e4 against him because he knew exactly that this is the opening he's playing.
Yes, I know that Mayer is known for his long analysis in the French opening. And I believe that this is what he usually plays, d takes e4, or it's one of his main things.
Yeah, okay, so there is not much developed right here yet, so maybe we can take a look the matchups of today. So let's see who is playing with India on board one. The home country, of course, they get the first board, even though that when we see the matchup, we are going to see it also on the screen. So we have Moldova playing against India. We see a huge rating difference still in round two. What do you expect from the Indian team today?
Well, I wouldn't call this difference huge already. I mean, yesterday we could talk about a lot of points, but now it's about 200-300, something between 200-300 points. I mean, okay, maybe one class of difference, but of course, India should win. Maybe they will win 4-0, I don't know. But this will be a match. I mean, okay, all these, most of the second round matches, they will offer some fight. And maybe more surprises than yesterday.
India actually seeded for second behind USA on the ranking by rating. So we see board two. There we're going to see USA playing. When we see the next slide, we are going to see the second board, United States playing against Paraguay. Fabiano, number one player, he played in the candidates not long time ago, so probably it was a pretty upsetting event for him. But look at the lineup of USA. I mean, they are by far, they are nearly, well, not 100, but 70 rating points, more than 70 rating points. They are ahead in the average rating ahead of India. So they have Wesley So, who is an incredible player.
Yes, very talented. His pieces are just flowing to the right trajectories.
And also we have there Dominguez, who is for a few years already playing for USA from Cuba, and we have Shackland from the USA. And we see that Aronyan's game yesterday, maybe it was too much to handle. It was definitely not a good start, and probably Fabiano was also ready to warm up in already round two. Let's see the next.
But by the way, I think that there almost couldn't have been a stronger opponent for the States in the second round. You saw that there was a 26 plus player and an almost 26. So they have very reasonable opponents.
Of course, already in round two, you see already pretty strong grandmaster playing on board 1, 2, and in some teams, of course, 3 and 4. We have Norway playing on board 3 against Uruguay. Of course, Magnus doesn't mind actually to play against lower-rated players. He's a world champion who is just ready to play.
But he's playing for 12 years against lower-rated players.
That's always the case, or most of the case for a world champion. But he was the world champion who actually was open to play in open events, right?
Yes.
I remember with Kasparov, Karpov, with the older champions who were just playing in a round-robin tournament and only rarely played in the Olympiad, but that's another story. That's the biggest event of chess. That's the hugest celebration every 2 years we have. And of course, for when they played for the Soviet Union, later on for Russia, they wanted to get the medal. That's clear. But here we see on board 2 Tari, who is a talented Norwegian, Hammer, who was the coach and partner, helping partner of Magnus Carlsen. He said that Chennai gives nice memories, and he hopes to continue from the World Championship match they had when the first time Magnus Carlsen became a world champion. And then we have Christians and Johann Sebastian. So I'm very curious whether Norway will be able to get a medal here.
Well, they are a very strong team. Now, I was a bit surprised seeing them on the third position in the initial ranking. But okay, they have very strong players, and of course, Carlsen's rating helps a lot. I mean, with the average. But okay, they are a very strong team. I mean,
and also they have a great team spirit, I think, because what I heard that Magnus is going to some training sessions together with the other players. So this gives a very good team spirit. Let's see the next.
Yes, to have such a man in the team is very important, because if you remember, Russia won the gold medal for the last time when Kasparov played in Bled, was it? Yes. After that, they didn't even always get the medals, but the last golden medal they got with Kasparov. So such a man pulling the team, a very strong team, of course, but pulling them behind him is very important.
So we have Belgium against Spain. Alexei Shirov made a great start yesterday. We were also covering that game. It was very entertainment. One of the most spectacular game, I think, what I've seen from the games, but definitely it was entertaining. We have Vallejo Pons Francisco, and, well, they have a very strong team, Spain.
Yes, number 4, yes. Iturizaga now moved on the Spanish list, but okay, also Anton Guijarro is, David Anton is also...
So they are also a team who really want to get a medal, right? So let's see the board matchup number 5. Poland plays against Colombia. Wojtaszek plays today his first game. He is a very, very strong player, was a second of Anand. And I think we can say that the Polish team, when I was competing in Olympiads, we were always considering them that they are not in the really going for the gold, but they were always there giving trouble for the very strong teams, and you were never sure whether you can really win the match.
They are part of the system somehow, no? Is this? I think it started some 30 years ago. And new and newer players came out. Wojtaszek is not the first generation. Actually, from the first generation, I only saw here Marta Sochko. I played with her when she was Bobrovska, yet not married. But that was in '94. And then that was the first wave of very strong men and women. And Wojtaszek is maybe the second or third generation already. So they are coming. They keep the... you understand there is a system.
Yes,
mechanism.
that's very clear that they are taking it seriously. They care and support their talent. So let's see the next matchup. It's already board 6. We see Philippines against Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan team is incredibly strong, even though Rajabov is missing from the team. They always have this incredible team spirit. They are loud, laughing. They are my neighbors here also. But they have this great joy of life, and they want to win so desperately. They have this fighting spirit in them.
And team spirit. I think they are very united.
Yes, yes.
Mamedjanov is not playing today, but their lineup is still impressive.
Absolutely. They should be winning also in round 2, but of course we can always find surprises later on, possibly. But on 4 boards, let's say it's a must-win, right?
Yes, yes. By the way, Philippines also had good players throughout the history, and now their captain is Eugenio Torre, who is the recordsman. He played in 23 Olympiads. Which means he played over the Olympiads over a span of at least 44 years.
He's not the most youngest participant of the Olympiad, let's put it that way. Okay, so for now, I think let's go for the game, because we have already moves, move 10, 11 in Magnus's game. So let's go back to the board, and then we'll get back to look at some more matchups to see who are playing in which team. This is the playing hall, you see. You see that... it is very pleasant to play there, I must say. There are a lot of space, which is extremely nice for the players.
And the chairs are so good. But I'm happy that we have the same chairs here in our studio.
Yeah. So what we have on the board, I had the similar positions many times, because I was an e4 player. It was, if we go back a little bit, it was 4, knight d7, c3, knight f6, bishop d3. It is very clear that Magnus is not aiming for something extremely special, and we can say that this is his style also. This is also actually, this opening is like that you're just trying to get something very little, and we see Magnus at the board, and seems to be very calm and happy, very balanced.
He kind of won one tempo, no, because he invited black to take on e4, and then the bishop went back further to c2.
Yes,
where it has some different mobility. Yeah, okay.
It's great that you point out this, because after knight f6, most of the time white cannot make bishop c2 in one move, and this is a little nuance in this position. But we have to understand that in these positions, these structures, the nuance is what counts, and this is the magic of Magnus, that the very small details eventually it will be there. So bishop c5, castle. Interesting that black took bishop d4, c takes d4, and now we see an isolated pawn on d4, right? So white has the double bishop, which is great. But now the question is what black is up to. Is he want to go bishop d7 and bishop c6 as soon as possible, or he wants to castle?
But then bishop g5 may be a little bit irritating.
Well, after castle, bishop g5 is the most natural, I agree. And
I'm not sure now if bishop takes f6, g takes f6, if that is, I mean, if the queen moves away. Well.
But this pin can be unpleasant, right? So
Yes.
it's not so easy to get out of there, and queen d3 seems to be a strong threat.
Well, actually, yes. Yeah, so probably he should not allow bishop g5 or not hurry to castle. Maybe
Magnus also meets some people. Of course, it's the first day he's in the playing hall. Probably many people will bump into him, and then he's also happy to say hello and old friends. But let's see. So after c takes d5...
It's not a typical Isolani, no?
No, because usually there is a knight on f3 as well, right?
c3, and you rarely see two bishops against knight and bishop.
And it's a question whether how good is that. Can black play h6, for example, to
maybe
prevent
something like
bishop
a4, rook a3, no? Maybe he wants to...
Wow.
I mean, rook e1, rook e3 is not always playable because knight d5. But maybe, I mean, I know it looks a bit exaggerated, but okay, unless you refute it...
So we can say so far, I think, that in this position, the big challenge is for black, can he make a secure castling in the next few moves? Or he has trouble with that?
No, suddenly I feel worried for black.
Well, seeing
yes, no,
Mayer also he feels that he has to be careful right now. And he has a moment of, actually, it's a momentum in this game, I think. And it's so typical that every game has some few moments which is a critical moment of a game, right? And first of all, this is one of the signs how good you are, how much you're realizing this moment, that now you have to make a decision which decides which direction the game will be going. And we have a move.
Well, I can also look it from the other perspective, that we can understand how strong Carson is, because you have against Carson you have a momentum almost move by move, and it is not easy. I mean, quite frequently in a game.
You can feel the pressure the whole
and
game.
That's not easy. You cannot distinguish which are the critical moments because each moment is quite challenging.
I don't like b6 move, to be honest. I feel somehow that everything is getting loose here for black. I don't like this move.
No, I think that now we have the time for a4 and rook a3.
But is it the move before black is castling? What about playing queen f3, for example? Some immediate action.
Just concrete play, no?
And if,
because if rook b8, then queen g3.
Yes, okay, so this is clear that we have a double attack, right?
Yeah, okay.
On g7 and on b8.
But maybe queen d5. Knight d5 I don't like because it weakens the... somehow I don't know. Now queen g3 anyway.
Let's see queen d5
queen
looks
d5,
the most logical
yes.
reply, right? And then also queen g3, let's say, and then, but also, yeah, castle or bishop b7. Because this can be very powerful for black, right? White cannot take on g7 to rook g8.
Yes. And d4 is kind of...
The next few moves, I think, will really give us the idea where it is leading.
But you
because
don't like a4 now? Because
the thing
a4 keeps d4 defended.
Okay, but first of all, bishop a4 is not going to be possible, which is not a bad idea after bishop b7.
Yeah, that I also had this worry. But okay, let's say rook a3. No, I understood that when I play a4, there is no more.
Okay, I just go queen d5.
So rook g3.
Rook g3, and maybe I will just castle.
Okay, but now there are things with bishop h6, no? Bishop b3 is also coming sometimes.
Bishop h6, I was thinking to play knight h5. You want to go rook g5. Yeah, maybe it's...
Queen c6, d5, no?
Queen c6, d5.
And I don't think it's nice.
Queen h5 maybe also there was not...
Queen h5 is possible. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, okay, maybe this is interesting. Maybe black should be playing g6 simply.
Yeah, it's true. But okay, let's say bishop b3, no? This was...
But what do we want? Queen c6 or queen f5, queen e4?
Queen e4,
Queen
rook
f5,
e1.
I think, maybe.
Uh-huh.
You want to go rook g5,
Rook,
yeah?
or rook
Start
e1, or rook
chasing.
e1, or rook e1 and rook e5.
But then knight e4,
Knight e4, rook
rook
f3, no?
f3. Some d5 is in there
D5.
all the time.
Somehow I feel that all the white pieces are playing.
But I'm not sure after d5 it's so
Yeah, maybe.
killing. Maybe I can just take.
Take, and nothing happens. So maybe we can... No, here probably black is absolutely fine. But maybe if we... Yeah, but in principle, I like the setup with rook e1 and rook g3 because it's the maximum white can get. I mean, he doesn't need to spend time to move the bishop from c1 to develop the queen just to connect the rooks. The rook gets on the optimal square on g3, and the other one is...
Okay, so
like,
let's go back where you say after b6. Let me check after b6. So your suggestion is that you want to go a4, rook a3, rook g6.
I understand that is
Very
maybe
original.
very primitive, but this is how I see. I mean, with two bishops, you don't need to develop. I mean, you just have to develop the rook on a1. You don't need long, because the bishop on c1 is already active.
I think there can be also another option after b6 to play, for example, rook e1 and rook e5. Because the thing is that bishop b7 is not possible really, because I think white can go here unless black wants to go king
Yes,
f8
but
or king e7.
Yeah, but I don't see how this improves black's position. I mean,
But is it so bad? I mean, once the black queen gets to d5,
Yeah, maybe.
he moves his rook to d8, artificial castling. Anyway, Kramnik
maybe.
says no castling is the most interesting chess, so why
and
not?
bishop a4, I'm not sure if the bishop stands so well there.
Yeah.
I mean, but yeah, this is why I want, all my
Okay,
pieces.
so we'll see how Magnus will decide on this position. I think it's very exciting because if black can develop simply with the bishop to b7, queen d5, castle short, black can easily be better.
No, of course, there are endgames now, which can be very pleasant for black.
Okay, so let's see board 2 on this
So Makovey, no, this is the Norway
this
match.
match. Tari is playing on board
Tari
2,
against
right?
Hoffman, yes.
Tari is playing with the black pieces. And right now, well, it's very early in the opening, right? So this position, 4e3, bishop e7.
Oh, I used to play this. Karpov played it sometimes.
Okay.
It's a very lazy system, but it can lead to very consistent play.
Yeah, actually, Tari is a player who improved on his rating lately. He had the opportunity to play several times in the biggest tournament in Norway, the Norway Chess, and also he played in other events. I know he takes chess very seriously. And, well, of course, it must be a special feeling playing next to Magnus, who is the leader of the team.
But it's also clear that the personality of Magnus and his success is also produced some change in Norwegian chess life. I mean, maybe it's not so massive yet, but okay, they are number 3 at the Olympiad. It's not little.
Oh, it's absolutely, it is incredible. 15 years ago, if they say Norway, well, okay, great country.
Agdestein,
Yes,
but he was
of
also a
course.
football player and not playing
and he
already.
was in the top 10 in the world.
Yeah, he
in
was
these
at some
times.
point. Yeah, he was at some point.
Yes.
But okay, Agdestein, and you would have problems indicating a school.
Let's take a look, Fabiano, what he's doing. But maybe before that, we are going to have a special guest. And before that, there is going to be just a small break for technical reasons, and then we have our guest.
Welcome, everybody.
My name is Jan Pomnishi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special chessable course.
Master your chess with Judit Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Hi, we are back to the 44th Chess Olympiad Round 2, and we have our special guest, FIDE Director General Emil Sutovsky. Welcome.
Hi, Judit.
So the first question I would ask you that how much you're satisfied with the organization and the Olympiad that is taking place in India?
Well, I think it's for players and participants of delegations to judge, but overall we are pretty excited about what's going on. The cooperation with AICF has been, we started it 4 months ago, and the task was very difficult and at times even seemed impossible, but turned out that many things which seemed to be impossible are possible. FIDE worked hand in hand with Indian organizers, and we sent inspections every few weeks because we had people who had experience in staging such a big events. And for India it is actually first such a big event and immediately huge success as far as I can tell.
So maybe you can tell what are the biggest challenges in an Olympiad generally to organize, especially when you have only 4 months. But what is the biggest challenge for the International Federation themselves, and how do they support the organization?
Well, basically the challenges are partly infrastructural, partly financial. Let's say if you have so many players, participants, and so on, so you need many hotels. Like here, we have 18 hotels. So you need to organize all sort of logistical questions related to that. You have to have great venue. But you also have to support many countries who would otherwise not be able to travel that far. And for these purposes, this time we allocated a record amount. I think it was, at the end, it's something like 1.8 million euro of travel subsidy for all the countries, for nearly all the countries. And many little questions that become important, for example, Wi-Fi. The stable and very well-functioning Wi-Fi in hotel, because nowadays all the players prepare through internet and in clouds, so this is a big obstacle. Food. Indian food is specific in a way, but we have been managing to navigate through a lot of. We hired special people who would try and align it also to tasters of non-Asian people who would be eating it, and I think it's great. It's a mix of traditional Indian and Tamil Nadu food, which actually is a different culture, and also some food which is used to people from all over the world.
Yeah, I'm sure there were a lot of challenges, but at the end, it's running round 2 already. But apart from the event itself, what is happening in the 2 halls, and now everybody's quiet and ticking and playing. We both know because you're a grandmaster yourself, so we were participating ourselves. But there are other events apart from the games running. How important it is for FIDE and also for the Indian Chess Federation, and generally the feeling that the Olympiad is not only happening on the chessboard, but outside a little bit widening.
I think it's a key thing, especially now at times where people find themselves divided in many due to many reasons, and we have now the situation when the Olympiad, when we have almost 190 nations coming, and you have all sorts of cultures, dresses, meeting people who you would not have a chance to meet, and chess unites people. Actually, the chess level is not so critical in the Olympiads. There would be just a couple of dozens of teams who came here for a sportive result. But for all others, it can be a lifetime experience. It can be something that would really come into their life as, one time of event. And for us, it's very important that chess especially thanks to the support of both Tamil Nadu state and Indian state, we have a chance to take chess as large as a sport, as a subculture, which goes to education, which goes to all sorts of social program, which empower people. We have various programs dedicated to that, and in the FIDE pavilion here, you could see examples for that, for Queen's Pavilion for women in chess, which we also allocate a lot of both resources, but also attention, emphasizing the importance of it. And I think it is great. But once again, it would not be possible if otherwise the Olympiad would not be such a smooth thing in organizing. I have to praise really both the Indian Chess Federation and government of the country. And, it's only third Olympiad organized in Asia. And all these Olympiads were exceptional. In Dubai 86, then Manila 92, and now. And largely chess life is concentrated in Europe. For natural reasons, more traditions, more stronger players and so on. But we see it shifting, we see it changing in later years. And I think it's a correct way, because it should be not focused entirely on one continent, even if it's a leading continent. And we're happy that Asia hosts the Olympiads this time. And we also think that the other continents would be very welcome to take either such a big event of Olympiad or other big events like World Championship match or World Cup or World Rapid and Blitz.
Well, of course, it's a huge event, and I'm always very happy to see the side events as well. But something I have to ask, I can't ignore, because we see incredible teams like USA. I mean, they are really amazing, and we see the world champion playing as well. But there are two very important countries not taking part, Russia and China. How do you have, what is your say on that? How much does it affect the Olympiad, and what are the reasons?
As a chess player and fan, I would love to see these teams here. These are chess nations, leading chess nations, obviously. The reasons for their non-participation are very different, as we know. For China, they have their state regulation is very, very strict. And as far as I know, in no sport competitions they allow their teams to travel as a team. Single players like team travel to candidates is possible, but as a team is impossible. The delegation of 15 people, and unfortunately, despite all our attempts, it didn't work. For Russia, the reason is completely different. The war stopped the possibility of having proper sport contest, because there have been ongoing discussions with IOC, and there are different angles on how you look on that. You look at it from the angle from the Ukrainians, and from their angles they're absolutely right, and there is no doubt about it. You look from the angle from the countries where Ukrainians had to flee, and once again they're right. You look at from the side of Russians who say, okay, we're just chess players, we want to play chess, we are great at chess, we played it whole life, we even made a statement against the war, why we are not allowed. And indeed, FIDE are allowing to participate individual players who are competing, like Jan Nepomniachtchi, in all the official events. But for the team competition, as a country, as a representative of the country, we have to stick here with IOC recommendations, and I see no other way. And when it was discussed on the FIDE presidential board, it was a unanimous decision.
Well, still, the Olympiad is extremely interesting, and I want you to see also what's going on Magnus's game. We are going to see there, and because I hope you have a little time also to look at what's going on the chessboard, not only as an official of FIDE.
Unfortunately, in recent times, I didn't have much time really.
So what do you think about Magnus's position here? His last move was Queen D3. We were discussing it, after B6, how to continue. And Mihail was suggesting also A4 with the idea of Rook A3, Rook G3, very energetic. But Magnus played Queen D3. What do you think he has in mind?
First of all, it's funny because that's a move where Magnus just started to think for the first time. Because prior to that, he blitzed out his moves. So only after B6 he took his time and took 10 minutes, which is a lot. It's curious because this system is employed almost, entire time by Georg Mayer. As long as I remember him, and I played this very line against him in 2007 or something like that. He played it with blacks then exclusively also there. So he keeps playing it for 15 years at least, and I would say almost exclusively. So Magnus could have prepared, and indeed but after p6, it was new to him, and queen d3. Okay, so he tries to counter castle with bishop g5, obviously.
Yeah, basically it's a prophylactical move, right? Because after castle bishop g5, there's a huge problem for black. He can practically resign or something similar to that. So castle would be a decisive mistake.
So what to do? Two moves, queen d5 or bishop b7,
yeah,
right?
Queen d5. Well, bishop b7 seems to be the most natural, right?
It allows bishop a4 check, but then you can maybe not to worry. Yes, yeah, just go Karpov way with queen e7.
Well, I don't know if b3, bishop a3, or bishop d2 can be kind of unpleasant.
Bishop d2 probably, queen d6, knight d5.
Maybe knight d5 then.
It's a bit shaky, you know. I mean, this king on e7, it's a nice move to play, but the position is not nice to play afterwards. So
you feel like cool, right?
Yeah.
But after that, you may have to have a handshake very shortly, right?
So queen d5, I would say, is the most natural move, but then you have to analyze the following line: queen d5. Now, two logical options. One is rook e1 or bishop b3, immediately chasing, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's always very tempting to go bishop b3 and somehow to push d5 as soon as possible.
Queen e4?
Queen e4, yeah. Queen g3, I guess.
And then maybe bishop b7.
Well, I guess the question is how fast white can be, right? Well, okay, some bishop g5 or something. Once the rook comes to e1, then things are good.
Yeah, it's dangerous, but maybe it works. I mean, still black has playable position because it's queen. My queen can go to g6 maybe, but maybe knight h5 right now. Bishop a4 check. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of tricky, right? So after queen d5,
bishop b3,
and if not bishop b3, but let's say we go rook e1, and only after bishop b7, queen g3.
Yeah, something like that is
and
also.
Later to push, right?
Well, very dangerous position for black. Let's say if he doesn't collapse within 5 moves.
Yes, I completely agree. Yeah, so we can make our predictions, right, later.
Yeah, but the likelihood of him collapsing here is pretty high.
Yeah, well, we'll keep this game, but I want to ask you my next question about, well, if you're already looking Magnus's game, what is your take on Magnus's decision not defending his title?
Well, of course... here, both as a person in charge in FIDE and as a chess player, I regret a lot. I was sorry to hear his decision. It didn't come as a surprise to me because in Madrid, when we had a meeting with FIDE President Arkady Dvorkovich, Magnus himself and me, it was evident that the chances that he will be playing are not very high. He put it candidly, and we had a very good, candid conversation. We agreed to try exchanging ideas and see if anything is possible to, let's say, to have him in. But there was any sort of concrete, proposal on the table which was coming from his side. And at the end of the day, I think he just. He emotionally was not motivated for that, and as he says, for quite some time.
When was the moment for FIDE, if you can reveal it, that you started to consider that he's serious? The reason I'm asking this, because I know the chess players themselves. I've seen the interviews, remarks, I was talking to them, that simply they did not believe it at all, even during the candidates tournament, that it is really an option, that being number 2 in the candidates, it can really give something, not only the prize money, which is not bad, but absolutely it's something much more.
Yeah, I was surprised actually to hear players' opinion. I remember nearly everyone. I mean, I remember Fabi. I remember Fabi had a birthday, by the way. He's turning 30 today. I remember Hikaru. Kasparov himself was saying no way. I mean, he was going to play anyways and so on. We took it very seriously. I had the chance also to, to communicate with Magnus' team throughout preparation for the Dubai World Championship match and during the match and so on. And basically, the guy always means it. I mean, it's very strange that people do not realize. He can maybe say some things which would be like trolling or something, but he would not do it usually on these matters. It's true that previously he also mentions that he may not play or he doesn't like, but he was very already during Dubai. I could feel that after the match when he expressed this first. It felt that this is a very serious probability of this happening. The problem is how you tackle it, how you untangle it. I mean, you have a dominant world champion who's saying he's tired of it. So what is the reaction of the chess world supposed to be? We are in a way a unique sport, because if Brazil would say that they want to play, I don't know, four periods of 25 minutes, nobody would change it in football, even if when Pelé was playing, you know. I mean, it's not. If Federer 10 years ago, when he almost didn't have Nadal or Djokovic just coming, would say that he wants to play only 3 sets in Grand Slam, never 5 sets, we wouldn't do it. Or Nadal would say afterwards only 5 sets in all the competitions of ATP Tour. Nobody would consider it, because okay, you're great, but if you misbehave, you are fined. Like you know what happens with top tennis players. In chess, it's different. In chess king, traditionally he is a king, and the whole audience is backing the king. You know, he's a great guy. He's dominant. He proved himself to be one of the greatest ever. I mean, let's say frankly, there's only question Isaac Kasparov or Carson, because all the rest are even Fischer, with due respect. You cannot compare all the results. And but then how you tackle it? Basically, the entire whole chess world, the format, all the competitions, because it's not only about the World Championship matches. You cannot have classical qualification candidates with 7 hours and then to replace it with rapid play. I mean, it's all requires reshaping, reformatting, and we had to tackle it very, very responsibly. Now, of course, if there was some concrete proposal coming from Magnus' side, like, guys, let's do this, and this. Like even Fischer, before he quit, he actually demanded, this 9-9, the champion remains, still 10 wins. The proposals were in a way weird, but at least they were concrete. Here there was no concrete proposal, and with all, that's typical Shakespearean, more in a sorrow than in anger. Because we are not angry with that, we are very sorry with that. But what to do? I mean,
are you planning to consider it and make serious considerations into changing the World Championship title match?
Not for the next match, likely. But we are ready. Next week we are reviewing it during the FIDE Congress, all the ideas which we may have. It can be modified in one way or another. Actually, even prior to that, we sent a proposal in May. Back in May, we sent a proposal to players to introduce sort of a tennis system. Many have erroneously attributed this idea to Magnus proposing to FIDE. Actually, it was the opposite. FIDE proposed it, but not only to Magnus. We sent it to all the candidates and top 10 players as a proposal, which in a way alternates it a bit, remaining still classical, but let's say, changing the dynamics of the match. But we didn't get much of a support, not too much of a negative opinion, and let's say some were positive. Vichy was positive about it, NVL is positive, Nepo said that he likes parts of the ideas, and so on. So we are constantly reviewing it. Actually, one claim which comes from time to time, that FIDE is changing the rule, and it's not always the same, and a lot of... it's because we constantly review the situation. For us, for FIDE, it would be the simplest: have one time control, one format, all over the place, go and play. Actually, but we try to, to adapt and to go with the zeitgeist, because many things are changing. We cannot every time to adapt it for Twitch audience. I mean, we have to adapt to younger audience, yes, but we cannot also, we have to preserve this balance to see what are the options. Let's say world teams this year is to be staged in November in Israel, and the format would be their so-called neoclassics. They would play 2 games with 45 minutes plus 30 seconds or something like that, 2 games per day. It is interesting. It's not entirely new. It was tried in Zurich tournaments 7-8 years ago, but for the official events it's new. And It's something that preserves a classical flavor, but at the same time is more dynamic. We are constantly trying new things, but not necessarily that we will stick to them. I mean, there are some ideas we will need to check. And what's important, we always check also with the top players. It's not like FIDE decided, approved, and go and play. Once again, we always seeking this feedback.
Well, I'm very much looking forward to see changes because I believe that chess is also something needs a refreshment for the sake of the audience and for the players. And I hope that we will see in the cycle still, Magnus. I don't give up on that. Before I let you go, I would like you to give a prediction on the position. We have Bishop A4, Magnus plays, so there is Magnus really wants to see the king, not castling in this game, it seems.
Right.
What is your prediction? Is he going to win? If yes, then tell me number of moves.
Wow.
Provocation.
Yeah, it is sort of. Well, let's try to analyze it a bit because one is a top player ever, and another is a strong grandmaster, and you want me to throw the number, and then just to go here, then to lose the shreds of my reputation as a chess player.
You can say also what is the evaluation.
It's okay, but it depends. I mean, first of all, the question: can I play knight d7? Let's say if I can play knight d7 on castle, it would be okay, but probably not. I
think
play queen g3,
queen
right?
g3, and after castle, bishop d7. No, maybe not.
Maybe to start with bishop h6.
Yeah, bishop h6 first.
Yeah.
And after this, bishop g5.
g5, queen d4.
Takes bishop f6.
Yeah, there will be something. It reminds me of
sure
one of your wins in your first Olympiad. You remember you had this game with bishop on f6?
Yes, thanks for reminding me.
Yeah. Was it Saloniki 88?
88, yes.
Right?
Yes, first Olympiad
Yeah.
I was playing.
Yeah. So knight d7 probably would not be a good move, and king e7 or king f8?
It looks shaky, yeah.
He did play? Or, okay.
No, bishop a4 and it's black to move.
Okay.
But we know Meyer is a big time trouble player, so probably this game will be not an exception.
Yeah. King f8 then, right?
Well, king f8 or king e7, right?
At least after king f8 I can escape to g8 and hopefully to play bishop e4
well,
and h6.
your rook will be extremely beautiful.
Bishop e4, h6, somehow maybe I survive. I don't like black's position, but once again, my prediction could be only, once again, that till move 20, we would know for sure the result. Not exactly like that. We would know for sure if the game lasts 25 moves or more.
Okay. Which color would you be taking?
White, of course.
White, of course. Okay, so thanks very much for being here and sparing the time when you're so busy. So I wish that you can also enjoy a little bit of the chess part of the Olympiad. And before we move on to the other games, let's see the highlights from yesterday. We heard some interesting thoughts by the FIDE Director General Emil Satovsky on future chess and also some other things. I do hope there will be some changes. It will be so interesting. But I have my partner back, Mihail, who is going to be assisting me and telling us some good stuff, what's going on in the on the chessboards, because that's the action we're looking for. So what do you think, just to start out with the Magnus's game, and then I would like to go on for the US game. Just a very quick assessment on the position.
Well, of course, after bishop a4, the position looks unpleasant for black. No, there are players who are used to suffer for a long time. I mean, the structure is better.
He played king f8. Just a quick judgment, please.
Look, I would...
You like it with black or you don't like it
I would
with black?
play with white, but I know that black's position can have resources. So
Okay.
it may be worse now, but it can get better
So
later.
probably within a few moves, we'll see how it unfolds.
Maybe Emil put it in a very good way.
Okay, so let's go to Fabiano, because that was our next step. To go, let's see Fabiano what he's up to.
On his birthday.
On his birthday, so we definitely want to wish him happy birthday. And of course, it's very dangerous to play on your birthday, to tell you the truth. I had some not very nice presents I received from my opponent, but sometimes I also had nice birthdays.
But it sometimes happens that two players meet who have the birthday in the same day.
Yeah, I never played with
It
someone.
happened to me.
Wow.
I was playing in Saragossa. I knew that on my birthday I win. So I played black against Silvio Danailov. Now he's known as politician and Topalov second, but at that time he was not a bad player. He was a strong player. I said, okay, how good that I play against a good player on my birthday, because I will win. I go to the playing hall, I sit down, the arbiters congratulate me. Then Danailov comes, they congratulate him as well, and they said, oh my God, it's his birthday too. And I said, okay, I lost my advantage. But apparently he's the guy who loses on his birthday, because and it was very symbolic, I won with opposite colored bishops. So it was suggestive for the fact that we had different relation with the birthdays.
Well, that's funny. Let's see Fabiano's game, and we see him also concentrating. It's his first game, and we see Donaldson, the captain, just behind him. He's a very big expert, being the captain. I think I've seen him first time maybe in '88, being the...
There was the romantic story, no?
Yes.
At that time.
Yeah, there was a funny story later on, we might say it. But now I want to focus on the game.
Okay.
This is not fire on the board.
No, this is...
It's not exactly.
Sahara on the board, yes.
So, does white have anything here? It was, let's go back for the beginning, okay? Just quickly to see the opening. It was 3 bishop c5. Axel Bachmann is playing with the black pieces, leading Uruguay team. Castle, knight d4, the bird system, takes bishop d4. Interesting that is it so easy to make a practically equal position against Fabiano with black? Interesting, how come d takes e5 is taken in this position? Isn't it giving away any
classical
possible...
point of view, of course, it's a huge concession.
Very strange decision, isn't it?
I mean, f5 was not such a big threat, because, okay, if you play f5, then you will get an isolated pawn on e5, no?
f5?
No, I mean, it was not a threat. I mean...
No. No. I guess black just wants to castle, develop...
Yeah, I mean,
right?
maybe knight a3, no, or...
Yeah, knight a3 or bishop e3 could
Bishop
be...
e3, I was thinking that maybe he wants to play f5, so I'm not sure. No, not now, but just in brief. No, not now. But probably it's not serious.
Bishop e3, knight d2, I mean,
Well,
I would...
developing is always... No, f4 is probably premature, no? f4 with white. But bishop
Well,
e3
instead
or
of
knight
bishop
a3.
e3, I think, yes, because the bishop there is...
I said knight a3 because I don't want to commit my bishop yet.
Yeah, this is very surprising for me that Fabiano went to the end game, already such an early phase of the game. Bishop e3, bishop b6, and actually we even have the exchange of bishops. So what can we say in this position? Black is going to be playing b5 most likely.
No, the only thing is that now white can play bishop b3 to prevent bishop e6. I mean, prevent.
Yeah, it's a good question whether is it really preventing, but probably black doesn't want to have a double pawn.
Yeah, but let's say knight g6, planning knight f4 and king e7. I mean, no, yeah, or even b5, okay, at some point. No, there are things to do with black, but yeah, we can start with b5. Maybe then f4, no? f4 can be...
I'm not
But
sure
doesn't
how
look-
much
yes,
f4
yes.
gives white something.
No
I mean,
development.
I just go f6.
Or bishop,
I
E6,
go
or bishop e6 now.
also,
or
but I
bishop
think
E6 now,
f6
yeah.
is just fine. Knight g6
King
and knight
e7,
e5.
yes, fantastic play.
Yeah,
yes.
so I think white has to be extremely careful playing f4 kind of moves.
I mean, the knight on e7 is not really that badly placed. It can go to g6. You would take on e5 if there
I'm not
was...
even sure that I would take white.
No, I would take black, of course. No, because it's also... I mean, there are some positions which are, if you play them with black, you feel that, okay, you equalized and you are playing for something.
You have the
If you have
initiative.
the mirrored position, I mean,
Yes,
exactly the same, but you know that you are white, you don't feel so comfortable.
yes.
But with black, I mean, you are on the good trend. So, no, I don't
Actually,
think.
I wouldn't even be surprised at some point, maybe it's crazy, but even black can go g5, h5, just to gain space.
Yeah, he could do that. I mean, he doesn't have the bad bishop. I mean, that's
No, I mean, I want to go knight g6, but
Yeah,
I
king
can
e7.
even play g5, h5 and start even leaving the bishop behind
Yeah.
on c8.
No, bishops are well developed on the initial squares, as I said in the game of Magnus. We need to develop it to connect the rooks, but the rook on a8 has an open file, so it's not such an emergency.
Okay, so I think we can have this position. Knight d2 was played because development is important. Knight
so-
c4 is a threat. So,
So
now
b5 probably.
b5 or bishop e6. Probably both are.
He didn't play bishop e3.
No,
okay,
he didn't play.
okay.
So after bishop e6, I guess bishop b3 may be the plan.
And then we take. If we take AB, and there can be some slight problems. No?
Maybe some very concrete things happen.
yes.
But what do you think about? And I cannot castle long. That was
Knight c4, knight c4.
and
That's
there is an attack on both directions. So this is kind of a tricky idea.
Yes.
Bishop e6, bishop b3, and let's say, what about playing king d7?
But one of the rooks to d1, let's say f.
Though maybe anyway knight c4, and then the black has to be capturing it. Which
Yeah,
is
but,
maybe not necessarily something black wants to have, but it doesn't seem to have a big deal at all.
No, but in these positions, the
I
knight
can
can
go
be
with
easily stronger than the bishop in the long run. So
So after king d7, I thought if rook d1,
Rook d1.
then black can just simply take on b3.
And now now
and
the
after
rooks are
that, going
connected.
king c7, and life is nice for black.
Yes, okay.
Right?
Yes.
There is nothing.
No more threat, yeah.
Nothing. So this game, I will be very surprised if Fabiano, the birthday boy, can create something real threat to black. Let's move on to board 2 and see Wesley, what he is up to. Wesley, so he's playing with the black color, of course, on board 2. And his position is kind of promising to me. I think he wants to go g5 eventually. It's not only
Yes.
against bishop g5 kind of move, but I think g5 is right there, in there. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, every time white plays h3, even in the Italian game too, actually I recorded a DVD repertoire against the Italian game. And then I just want to go h6, g5, even without h3.
Yeah.
So it depends on how advanced white is on the queen side. Because if white doesn't do anything there, then h6 and g5 work. I mean, they don't offer an advantage, but just good play. With the pawn on h3, of course, it's even more promising. And it's an attack that, it's coming and we are not sure how to
Well, of course,
to react.
for white is still good that he did not castle, right? This is very
Yes.
important because in that case, g5 would be really decisive sometimes. There was this famous game between Aronian and
Yes, rook
Kramnik.
g8, the rook g8.
Rook g8, g5 in the candidates tournament 2016. I was live commentating that game. That was incredible. What kind of storm it
you
was.
you see rook g8, you know what's coming. You saw the guy with
Yeah, the
with the
hammer.
axe, and you cannot do anything.
Exactly.
That's the good thing.
Exactly.
Yeah, but okay, how to get castle long now? Because bishop c3 maybe no, and
So
Queen d2.
bishop e6, I think, if I see it correctly. So I believe that also long castle is in the
no, black's
idea.
position is fantastic. I would say something was
Well, we'll see. I think Delgado Ramirez Norris has some challenging position against Wesley, so because Wesley wants to do something very active and very happy to play.
But it's very harmonious for black. I don't know. I look at the
Exactly.
position and I get this confidence that everything.
I would
stands in
like
the
to
right.
play it with the
Yes.
black side. So let's see who is board number 3 in this match.
Dominguez against Kobas.
Let's see board number 3. Dominguez is playing with the white pieces.
Was it the Kalashnikov? Yes, Kalashnikov.
4e5, yes. So it's well, these positions always considered to be a little bit better for white, but it's only because of the space advantage, right?
Yeah, I can then okay, the pawn on d6, the square on d5, but in principle it's space. No, the good thing is that you can play it against a very strong player and you will not lose quickly. I mean, as I said yesterday,
Yes.
what game was that? Black played the King's Indian, the bayonet attack. They said like, at least Black makes 10 moves without making a
Yes.
mistake.
Yeah.
So,
But this position right here, knight c5 is a provocation, or because b4 in these positions is
We
not
can
something
submit
that you don't
C4.
want to do. Of
No.
course, the question is whether the c4 pawn can be vulnerable, but black went back and
but it makes part of White's plan.
exactly. So if
Yeah.
white is in time with everything, I would think that black just lost 2 tempis. Though I don't know how much is it still theory, or is there any game on this?
No, as a d4 player, I would say that this is, maybe not a big advantage, but sometimes that, you would like to, this space advantage and...
Yeah, the question is whether black wants to go f5 already, because usually that's a counter
but
chance,
this
right?
weakens a bit, no?
It weakens, of course.
Take
it
and bishop
weakens.
d3, let's say.
Takes, bishop d3, and then black can try to push e4 and then play knight e5 somehow. Because black, I think he should be active, but I'm not sure this is not giving up too much squares.
Well, there is a question, what is the knight doing on c2 in this concrete
Well, this is
position?
a big challenge that how
Usually, I would put the bishop on b2, which has some
Okay, but that
limitations.
you're dreaming.
No,
because-
after the opening. No, after the opening. I mean, in the opening.
Yeah, okay, but then it's not b4, you want to go b3.
No,
That's different.
bishop b2,
Yeah.
yes. And then I'm ready, because after f5 I can react with f4, also with the bishop on b2.
Yeah.
And the knight has clear path to e3, d5.
Yeah, but that's the other way of playing, right?
I mean, okay,
So
it's a matter
bishop
of
on
time.
e3, bishop on
Yes.
e3 just stands very naturally. So there are different systems, how different
Yeah, but
setups.
the knight on c2, okay, it's
Well,
not a bad piece, it defends d4,
you
let's
can't
say,
have
but
everything.
I want to have
And this
everything.
is why black probably forced it, that there is a knight on c2, which is not in the perfect location on
Yes,
the
yes.
board, and it's not so easy to find, and replace it to, let's say, to c3, because there it
No.
will be pretty good.
Well, knight a3, b1, but of course you also have to move
Well,
the
you
rook.
will not have time for this. Your position is not that good.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
I don't know how good is it, but well, for now it's pretty promising for white, I think. It looks a little more comfortable. Knight f6 is possible, maybe trying to counterattack over e4.
But f3, no?
Well, f5 is the move,
No,
right?
f5,
F5, let's look at it one more before we move to the next. Takes. Also maybe rook f5, but anyway,
no,
bishop.
rook f5, then bishop g4, I think.
Oh, bishop g4. sorry.
Maybe f3 now, not bishop d3, but f3.
But in that case, I can take on c2 and I go bishop g5, for example. I'm fighting for the d4 pawn.
Well,
That's
still
fair.
bishop f2, let's say.
Bishop f2 and maybe some b5.
Yeah, some dynamics, no?
Though if white can go bishop d3,
Bishop d3,
then
it
it's
looks a
very,
bit,
very difficult for black.
And if knight d4, then I think I can take and I have the better structure. Then f4,
Yeah.
take and f4.
Yeah, f4 is very important to keep take this square
Yeah,
away.
and I block the pawn,
And
queen
then bishop
d3,
d3 or bishop
d3.
g4.
Yeah. e3 is defended by the knight. Somehow black doesn't have that much play.
So black has a good challenge here. Again, we see a position, I think, where in the next few moves it will decide how stable is white advantage.
Yes,
Board 4, we have Shackland today, I
yes,
think. He won a wonderful game yesterday. Very
the end game.
instructive bishop endgame, very nice. He's playing with the black color against Zacharias Ruben. And what we have, it's another Sicilian. It was a 3 bishop b5.
Oh, from here it came.
It was this kind of opening, which does not look very dangerous for black, I must say.
No, it looks like some sort of knight off, no?
Castle. Well, it's a pretty balanced game, right?
Yeah, the bishop is 3, e5, knight f3 system. You can get here. Bishop g5, later then knight d2. It's similar to this.
Well, black can try later on to play d5. I think it can be easily played in this position because there is so much support in this
Yes.
position. And from white side, the bishop could be on b3. That would be a better
Well, the
place.
plan for white would be to play bishop c4,
Yeah.
to transfer the d2 knight to e3 somehow.
But I think after bishop c4, isn't it possible
Maybe
to
d5
play
is already working, yes.
d5? Though, I don't know, maybe even knight h5 and bishop g5 can
The
be...
queen stands a bit weird on e3, no? It will cost him a tempo at least. But okay, white has some stability on light squares.
Well, okay, I like maybe bishop c4, try to stop, and then queen d3, and then somehow
rook
regroup
e1,
it.
knight f1, knight e3.
Yeah, or rook d1, knight.
Or rook d1, yes.
Yeah, rook d1, knight f1. Of course, if white can
No, then
regroup
he's winning.
everything,
Then he's winning.
then that's another story, yeah. Okay, so let's go to see the Indian team. Board 1.
So it's Skitko against Hare Krishna.
Let's see, board 1, what we have here.
You had asked me yesterday who is my favorite Indian player, and
Yes.
now he's playing.
Yeah, he's playing.
Except for Anand, who is okay.
Yeah, well, Anand has a huge fan
yes,
club all
yes.
over. But I think there will be many other Indian players who are going to be having a huge fan club, like Pragnananda and Gukesh and also a lot of others. So f3. That was the last move of white in this position.
Well, of course, the move looks a bit ugly, but okay, it prevents knight e4. It restricts black's minor pieces. And with two bishops, such moves do not imply having weaknesses. Okay, maybe white can think of g4.
Wow, you become so aggressive. Interesting. My commentator partners somehow become aggressive next to me.
No, but
this is not time to play g4.
No, but I mean, if you play f3, then you must think of g4 too, no? I mean...
Well, first what you said, that was completely acceptable for me, that you want to control the e4 square. This is absolutely fine. But when you come up with g4,
but maybe first bishop e3, bishop f2.
I thought about that.
And then g4
yeah,
is already
g3.
Yes, it's already you understand.
No,
very
actually,
consistent.
g4 can also be positional, taking away,
yes.
right? So if, let's say, black would play, what is his next move? That's a good question,
good
because this
question.
is, I think, one of the biggest questions for black, what kind of plan he can come up with.
Mm-hmm.
Because he played rook b8, controlling the b file. Great. What about queen c8, for example? But after queen c8, bishop g5 is annoying.
Yeah, and there is no knight e4,
So what if we go f3, not queen c8, but h6? Then you're going to go g4.
No, then
just
g4.
Positionally,
This is
just
just
positionally against knight h5, right?
as Korchinov would say after when we analyzed, just analyze. He suggested someone, he didn't want to take any responsibility. Just analyze.
It seems interesting for white.
No, after h6, of course, g4 is even more promising.
What about queen e7? Queen e7,
So there is no bishop e3, nothing.
let's say f3. Actually, he went queen e7 into move. But, well, of course, white goes bishop f4, then already suddenly black is ready to make use of his rook on the b file, right? And immediately go on the second.
Yes, and you're not so sure if you want to play e3, because you'll never know with the second rank.
e3, I wouldn't suggest that move, I think.
No, this is what I meant.
Right?
Yes.
Maybe, e4.
I'm not sure it's that bad, but, then...
What about e4?
And if he takes...
So it's even worse, yeah? Because now g4 you can come.
Yeah, I can somehow lose my initial idea, no?
Okay, so after queen e7...
No, but there is bishop f1, for instance, after rook b2. Now, if we have to play exotic moves, why not continue?
Well, bishop probably goes to f5 or goes c8. It can also go to a6 at some
But
point.
c4 is now c4 may rook b4, no? c4 rook b4, that's not a good idea. Okay, sorry for that. But maybe rook b1, rook. Okay, I don't know what about rook takes e2, but it may be not.
Well, rook c2, queen d3, and it's
No,
trap.
rook takes e2.
Ah,
Rook takes
sorry.
e2, I wanted. But I'm not sure. Okay, there could be something, no?
Well, probably rook comes back and rook f2, but we can get some beautiful moves.
Yes, thank you.
Well, okay, I still can make a draw at least.
Bishop f1 is probably not
Oh,
enough.
it's a nice draw.
But yes,
Unexpected draw.
yes.
And we shouldn't forget that nobody can offer a draw before move 30. But there is a possibility always to make a repetition of moves. This would be a beautiful one. But rook e2 takes. Well, actually queen e2, queen f2. This is the move, and then rook e1.
Yeah, probably.
White is better.
Yes, but if he
White is
exchanges rooks simply, if he doesn't take on e2, rook b1, then again, I think white.
So in this position,
Bishop
interesting
f4.
what you're
Here,
saying,
bishop
to
f1.
go bishop f1, yeah.
I mean, I have the structure, I have the control.
Maybe black should be going somehow more aggressive, playing
Okay.
knight h5, but for the moment this is hanging, so
Yeah,
bishop
that's- okay.
c8 is a logical way.
So,
So
rook b1.
time is an important factor in chess for sure. Here white has a beautiful position.
Now I go rook b2, I defend everything, no?
Well, I'm
And
even
then-
thinking to go rook b8,
Yeah, but
right?
no, I mean if bishop a6. If
Bishop a6,
yeah.
there's no threat, because actually
Oh.
after taking this rook e1,
Yeah, but just in case. I mean, I can play g4, of course, but just in case I have rook b2.
but
no,
it's basically white who is pressing, right?
Yeah, black
Unless black can go some knight d7, attack this pawn,
And win a pawn.
and also sometimes to have in mind knight f8, knight e6.
Okay, so probably you have to take on c7 then.
Well, if you take on c7, knight c5, you have
Yeah,
to
it's
go
already.
back. It's
less
not
clear.
so simple
no,
at all.
not so
It's
clear,
not so
yes.
simple at all. So let's go back, queen e7. Okay, let's go to the next game.
So it's Makovey Arjun. Makovey against Arjun.
The next game.
Makovey with a C.
With Erigaisi, yes. Yeah. Well, interesting opening. It was
A more harmonious position for white than.
Berlin, but it's, of course, a sideline for d3 it was. But let's see what is this right now.
But you remember the game of So, where we said that obviously we would play with black.
Yeah, this is not
I mean, white is harmonious too here. I mean,
Here it's not clear at all which side would be taking.
this is a game, yes.
Long castle was just played. Well, of course, for long castle, it's not always that black wants to attack. It just simply wants to go there, and after that to go rook h8.
It's a nice centralization, yes. Castling long means bringing a rook to a central square without loss of time, but
Interesting that both players are looking around, thinking, hesitating. Well, this is how chess players are. Many times they're just looking around. They're looking, but they don't see anything because actually they're ticking their head and they're calculating some options and opportunities in the game.
yeah,
So-
with some players this works, that the lesser they look on the board, the deeper they are concentrated
Exactly.
into the game.
Yeah, of course, Ivanchuk was the representative of the most times that
Yes.
he was barely watching the board itself. He was always looking out from the board.
And people thought in the beginning that he was just ostentative, but no, this was him.
Well, we learned it when I played with him. I learned it how strong moves he's
Yes,
capable
yes,
of doing after watching all over
Yes.
away from the chessboard. So how white would be continuing? Knight c4 is looks like sensible move. Rook d1.
What about c4? c4 is a bit weakening, no?
Well, c4 is practically forcing black to take,
Yeah,
I believe.
that was my idea, but okay,
But
it
then
weakens,
that can be
weakens a bit.
weakens the white.
Knight takes d4, I assume,
Knight
no?
takes d4.
No, my hope was that I control rather well the central squares.
And you want to
And,
get rid of the bishop.
Maybe I can even take it if you allow me, yes.
Well, I cannot go away because
Yeah,
I don't
yes,
want
yes.
to allow
Yes,
knight
yes,
f5
yes, knight
kind
f5.
of activity.
But in general, that bishop doesn't have that much place, so I'm not sure I would hurry to. The next move would be rook a1 probably, or similar.
Yes, c4 is something to consider definitely.
I mean, I know
Because
that.
it's immediately with a very strong.
Yeah, c5 is a threat. d5 can be some side threat.
Do you think something like this can be a move?
No, c5 was. Well, you read my thoughts. Maybe this is the answer. This was what I was thinking of.
But is this a bishop or a pawn?
But you know, I mean, you played the King's Indian.
Okay,
you remember?
you have a power there, and you stop control that diagonal.
You play the King's Indian, and sometimes you played in the Mar del Plata attack. You play d takes c5 to bring your bishop to d6. You had such games.
Yes,
And,
yes, but that's a different story.
But this is
isn't
more
it?
compact. This is more compact for black here.
And okay, black has his king on the king's side, in the queen's side, right? So now let's say black goes bishop g4.
No, this is absolutely fine for black. I think. No, this is fantastic.
Maybe, I don't know. At first I didn't think that it's so great. But when I think about it, what kind of plan white should have,
Yeah,
that's already
that's
a
the
bigger
question.
challenge.
No, okay, maybe queen e3, knight e1, knight e3, prepare b4 somehow.
Yeah,
no?
but black can go...
I know.
Well, not g6 yet.
I know there are moves for
Because
black.
I would even consider somehow g6, but probably then h3 takes... I mean, maybe
or
it
knight
is
e1,
possible.
or knight e1. Knight e1 I would prefer, maybe.
G6, knight e1, but after knight e1 I can continue to play
f3.
f3, bishop h5. I mean, it's a
Knight
very
d3,
unusual
knight
position.
d3. No, the position is fantastic to analyze.
I have no idea who is better.
Well, of course, black can start a very brutal attack. Yes, f4, g5.
F4, G5.
Maybe the queen on f2. I don't know. I have to prepare b4. So maybe I go b4 now, just like this. I don't have time to lose.
No, but then it's true that queen on F2
On
will be
F2 maybe,
better,
no?
and then you want to go B4.
Before cb, knight b3. That would
But
be
why
mine.
don't you take on A7?
I can also take on a7. Okay.
Because
Yeah.
I thought that's why you want to have your queen on F2.
No, I wanted the square on c5, knight b3, and I'm a boring player. But of course, queen a7.
Knight B3 and go here. Yeah, B6.
b6, okay, and then you have to invent something with combine a3 with c5. Maybe rook c1. This
Well,
one, yes. Well, black.
Well, this
I
game,
know.
we can't call it boring, as we did with
I know.
Fabi's game a bit,
I know.
right?
It's not a dry game.
No.
No, but actually, this exchange variation, okay, came from the Berlin, but it's the exchange variation structure. They can be very complex sometimes. No, but
But
after
we have
c4.
rook a d1. Very solid. No c4.
No, of course,
No.
rook a d1. I mean,
Is
if
illogical.
and c4. But okay, in the structure earlier, the rook was well placed on a1.
Yes.
I mean, if we want to go there,
Yes.
so it's always a question if. But in principle, we cannot criticize rook a d1. It completes
No,
the
it's a
development.
very logical move, staying
Yes.
in the center, also preparing, I think sometimes knight c4 is always in there. And also sometimes white might be thinking to
Yes.
exchange on e5.
But that is always, it gives some space to black. I mean, the knight may land on d4 or f4 or, I mean, if you don't win that pawn on e5, then the exchange may help black a bit.
Can black go g5? Go very aggressive, does it make any sense?
I think it's typical, no? I think it's a typical. Maybe this is why I wanted c4, because g5, and if you take on e5, nothing happens, no? F takes e5.
Well, takes on e5, I would, it's a good question whether knight e5 or just simply f takes
I
e5.
think I would keep the knight, and if knight c4 now, then what? That's the
And then
question.
what? Maybe I can take. What about this? Takes,
Take and
takes, and
g4.
g4. Just go make the store.
So
Because it's
knight-
important that knight cannot
Yes,
go to
yes,
h4.
it has to go the long
Knight
way.
e1 and
Or
then...
d2, I don't know.
I don't know. I would think that you want to have it on d3.
On this three, okay, on this
But
three
it's
is also
also logical to want
To
to go
f5,
move the
yeah.
queen and then to go knight c4, knight e3, knight f5.
It's time consuming in both cases,
that's,
no?
that's your journey.
Yes, yes. No, that remains. But let's take your knight e1, okay?
Okay, still I go h5, you come back or something, right?
Mhm.
And then knight c4 can be...
But is it such? No, only if the knight reaches f5. But
Well, knight on c4 also stands pretty nice.
yeah, but I want to.
And the question is whether what kind of danger can be caused by
knight
black.
f8, knight g6, maybe.
Yeah, knight f8,
knight c4, knight g6.
knight c4, knight g6. It's again not going to be boring game.
No.
But I think it's about time for us to have a little pictures before we move. Let's see from FIDE social media what we have, and after that we go to the women's section. And so we've seen many of the games, right?
Yes.
From the open section, but now I would like to see what's going on the main boards on the women's section.
So let's switch there.
But before that. And we are seeing some of the social media pictures, some of the youngest participants of the Olympiad. You can always write messages also and upload your thoughts. And these are some pictures of the Olympiad scenes. We have Tambi. You can see Tambi everywhere. And so many people are sending pictures also wherever they see, and quite a lot all over Chennai and surrounding.
He's quite fit, no? Look at his arms.
It's a very nice artwork on the
Yes.
wall, I think, of the building. Sometimes
This
we
Angola,
have
Angola.
very nice uniforms. There is going to be also some special award for that. I think many of the countries took this very seriously. And well, this is us already,
Oh.
having round one. And different social medias are there. And well, you can always send us information, your thoughts, what is the best game on hashtag Best Chess Olympiad 2022. Look at this beautiful chessboard. After the game, these are the artworks which you see at the Olympiad in the restaurants. Yeah, you can see chess, chess, chess everywhere, and also on the chessboard in the playing hall. This was one of the most spectacular games yesterday because it took more than 100 moves
Yes.
for Tanya Sachev. It was a draw more or less up to move 90 or roughly, but then things have turned around. This was before round one, being ready on the empty playing hall, which is air-conditioned, and for the players it's quite comfortable, we must say. And now we are back to the playing hall, and let's see, start with the...
Coneru Zuriel.
Coneru is playing again today. She played yesterday as well. Let's see her game today. She's playing with the white pieces against Zuriel Marisa from Argentina.
Argentina, yes.
Well, let's see what is this position. Yeah, now we have the board also, so we can see it all together, the same board. How do you like white's position?
Well, in principle, black had some important queenside achievements, but now has no counterplay at all. I mean, okay, she has some moves, rook a7, knight f8, rook e7, but it's not clear how black can become really active. Well, there is knight g4, knight e3. In such positions, okay, if white manages to consolidate the control, with h3, I don't know, bishop d2, rook a1, it can be very one-sided. And still this space advantage on the queen side can restrict white's possibilities. So for the time being, the question is whether white can stabilize her space advantage.
So the big question is right now for Koneru that how is she going to be stabilizing? Because for now she cannot play b3 because, of course, some tactical issues there.
And actually, positional piece sacrifices on d5 are also part of the deal.
Well, I guess you mean to play knight b6
yes,
and knight
rook
d5
a7, knight b6, and just take, yes.
Yeah. So let's see, yes?
For instance, something like knight f d5, d5 and c4.
But it's white to move now, so let's
I know, yes. h3, let's say, no?
Let's say h3, I just want to show some moves. Let's say, I don't know if knight b6 immediately.
Or rook a6, yes, it's not clear.
Or rook a7, I thought maybe knight b6, so immediately try to have some idea.
Yes.
It would be a threat.
Yes.
Because let's say if I just make a stupid move here, I just want to show what I mean, to go c4, and after bishop c4 takes bishop a6.
Yeah, and suddenly
Right, so there's
white's space advantage is completely dissolved.
Yeah, so white is, I don't know why, I have a little feeling like, does white have a little back in development? It shouldn't be.
It's maybe it's a strong, no, and again the knight on e2, we had this Spanish game against So. Again, the knight on e2 somehow...
Yeah, okay, but it happened to be there because, how did it get there? Because from out of the opening already she placed it.
Was
so
it
actually
a
knight
it was
e2
a
from g2.
Volga gambit, or what was it?
Yes, it was b5, and she didn't accepted the pawn sacrifice.
Okay, that's...
It was a closed system, so white takes over the center, bishop d3, g6, knight e2, and only the knight came from b1 all the way to f3. So this could be a good quiz. Which knight went to f3 and which one went to e2? So a4, because she did not want to allow the push on the queen side. And then black go straight forward with e6, breaking up the center, ed, and then rook e8, which is practically the most natural move because
there are many squares at stake there.
Yeah, especially e3 and e4, right? That's the focus.
And e2 is hanging also, as you showed earlier.
But I have a feeling that maybe white has to be very fast because now black is thinking to play knight g4 and knight e3, while also has the idea of knight b6, knight d5. So white has to be careful very much because if she is going to be able to play h3, b3, bishop b2, coming with the rook to a
no,
b1,
then it will be very one-sided. Yes,
then
of
it's
course.
a one-way ticket, right?
G4, knight g3,
Yes.
it's
G4,
just
it
crushing.
comes with you anytime.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
this is the dream stuff, right?
No, actually, it's important in a chess game to have a dream. Sometimes you cannot have. There are such positions where you don't have a dream.
Which is more than a plan, right?
Yes. I mean, the opponent leaves you for 5 minutes and you just set up your pieces the way.
Actually, I think it's a great way of learning.
Yes.
For club players to see a position and then make 8 moves. What do you do?
Yes.
Isn't it?
Yes.
I mean, here we say h3, g4, b3, bishop b2, knight e1. You just build up.
So I think it's better to have a worse position with a possible dream than a good position with no dream at all.
Well, so the question is, what is this position? Is it a good position or not good position? What happens if I go rook b1, let's say? Because I want to go b3 very quickly, though I'm not sure the b2 square is the square for the bishop, because then the e3 is given away.
Yes, of course.
So what about bishop d2 after all? So I changed my mind. I don't want to put it on b2.
So let's say knight b6.
Knight b6, but now I can play b3. Because the problem is, that after knight b6, if I just go rook e1, again I believe that you can just take it. And c4 again. Because, again, I still have bishop a6 and the e2 is falling off, right? So there are some very concrete problems can be for white. So let's say, again, bishop d2, knight b6. So if you go b3, so now I'm protected.
Maybe I can just take twice on d5 now. No?
Oh, you just want. It's not your pieces, so you're happy to sacrifice them.
Of course.
But I'm not sure it's going to be
Maybe
so
this
useful.
is maybe this is stable for.
Because
But
rook
okay.
e1, or also I can try to play bishop c4 and try to put pressure over
Aha.
the f7
No, this is a
pawn.
bit molesting.
So knight e3.
No, I could take on a1 of course first, but
Knight e3 takes rook d1, right? And this
no,
looks
but,
better for
but
white.
I could take on a1 maybe to get some
To
material.
give away your bishop?
Yeah, because I mean,
When?
okay, now but to take
Now,
on,
right? Now
yes,
you want
yes,
to take
yes.
on a1,
I
takes,
know, I
knight
know,
d5.
I know.
It looks worse for black.
I know, yes. So maybe knight g4 after all. Maybe the sacrifice doesn't work
Knight
now.
b6, b3, knight g4. Yeah, this is a question,
But okay, maybe we shouldn't do that. I mean, if she didn't prevent knight g4, because what is the knight doing on b6 now? I mean, okay, we play knight e3, we take the bishop's pair.
yeah, but you have to go somewhere with your rook in order to be able to bring your
Yeah, but
knight, rook
maybe
anyway.
if I do this with the knight on d7, my knight could jump to f6.
Yeah, but
but-
I think there is a good chance there are too many knights in this case for black, because after
Yeah.
knight g4,
Yes.
I go rook e1.
So knight e3, let's say, no?
Okay,
Or knight f6.
Actually, by the way, after knight g4, maybe rook e1 is a better option. So after knight e3, I don't take it. I just go queen
No,
c1.
okay. But let's say I go with the other knight to f6.
And after knight f6, I can go knight g3, for example, and this will be
And
oops,
h5.
and this will be in trouble.
No, h5, I want to go.
You're very optimistic.
No, I have to control some space.
I
no?
think it's going
But
to be
F5,
over-optimistic.
No, F5.
It's
No,
over
this is
optimistic.
not good. Okay, I agree.
I think simply you have too many knights here, because
Yes, I know.
it's not so good to block your power of your bishop, right?
Yes. Mhm.
She played h3. Okay, so let's see the other games. What about board 2? Let's see of this.
But I
and
believe
then-
you are right. Bishop d2 is the most promising, probably for white.
I don't
To
know, it's a
anticipate the
question.
sacrifices.
But I think time is a very important part here, because
Yes.
after h3, it's a big question what you said, to play knight b6 and whether black can be able to sacrifice and take the initiative.
And the
completely.
tempo can change a lot. The lost tempo.
Absolutely. One tempo can change the evaluation of
Yes,
the game.
yes.
So let's see.
Vaishali Campos.
Let's see Vaishali. She won a very attacking Sicilian yesterday.
No, this is an attacking Reti, but she has a defending
She's
Reti.
playing with the black pieces. She has a pawn up. And
Yeah, but look how daring her opponent played. I mean, that kind of Reti just sacrificed the pawn and.
isn't it promising for white, or it
I-
just looks nice at first?
I mean, I'm playing c4 all the time, and if I knew that I get this position once out of 2 or 3 games, I would
Only play this.
I would never consider playing anything
Anything
else.
else.
D4 or E4 or whatever.
So why do you think it's so good for white?
No, optically it looks. I mean, okay, it's white is well developed. There is the pressure on f6. The extra pawn doesn't count so much.
But now you have to
Rook
pick
B-
a place for your rook, which
Rook
is not
B4,
so.
no? Rook
Yeah,
B4.
but then c5.
C5. I think.
c5,
But
then
bishop
you want to
F6.
take bishop f6.
I spoiled the structure and I retrieved the pawn, no? And
Are you taking it, right?
No.
Takes rook e4, but are you sure that it's so, obvious?
So
because-
obvious. Well,
Because I have my passed pawns soon. I
It's
just
also
go,
true.
well, I don't know, maybe bishop d7, and then I go rook b8.
the knight
I
on
go
the edge.
b5.
The knight on the edge doesn't stand so badly. No?
I mean, my knight on the edge is not
It's
worse
block-
than
it's-
your knight on
no,
the
because
edge.
it's blocking the pawn on a4. So that
I mean, white is.
that
white
I
can be in
cannot go
danger.
a5. Yes. No, this is okay. So maybe optical things are not.
So let's go back, because actually the rook is not well placed, I think. This can be a problem now, because rook c3, you don't want to go, you don't want to block
No.
the bishop, right?
No, but the pawn on d2 is also.
Yeah, I mean,
Almost
rook e3 is
maybe.
also kind of a
Knight c4.
question.
Knight c4.
But then knight c4, right? So maybe it's a concrete. I mean, the rook on
Yeah,
b3
maybe.
stands kind of funny.
Maybe. So how did they get here?
Well, it
Just
was
one, two moves earlier.
yeah, it was something like this. The rook. I don't know why the rook is standing on b3 because she was playing this rook a3, b3 takes.
No, it was knight a3, rook a3, bishop
Yeah.
a3. Rook.
Castle, bishop b2. But somehow this rook, I don't like that rook.
Yeah, no,
Queen
something.
a1. Somehow this rook should be on
Yes.
c5, or c1.
Yes.
That's where I would like to
Yes.
have that rook. And one piece is
And queen a1
placed
maybe.
somewhere else, and already it gives a different evaluation.
Well,
right?
maybe bishop
And she
c3.
went knight h4,
Maybe queen a1 was not so good. Maybe, but okay.
knight a5.
Okay, but don't despair. We find something.
Well, maybe rook c3, after all. I mean, I understand that I don't want rook e3, rook b4, rook a3, so there is not much left.
Yes, and g5 is probably no g5, rook c5.
Oh, g5.
Rook c5. But yes, rook c5.
No, you
Yeah.
can't afford
no,
something like this
I
on
know.
the long.
But it was
No,
just
it was
in
tempting.
just in analyze.
Just in analysis. So after rook c3, if I have the time one day to play rook c5,
Actually, rook c5 followed by
Well,
rook
for
g5
now-
is a threat, no?
well, for now not yet because knight b3, right?
Uh-huh.
The knight is jumping there. But I have time because your knight on a5 is absolutely, or her knight on a5.
So if bishop e6,
So India is playing with Argentina. Bishop e6. Yeah, bishop e6, still thinking about knight b3 kind of plans, right?
something, yes, with the coordination is. I mean, the queen on a1 looks impressive, of course, but
You also think about playing knight c4, probably.
well, controlling b3 and c4. I mean,
Yeah, but for white, it's not so easy to control both squares.
yes, because if queen a3, yes, the knight c4.
The question is, can I sacrifice an exchange by playing rook c1, takes,
Takes.
and knight f5? Is it
Aha.
exaggeration? It looks so beautiful. The only problem is I have
yes.
material down.
No, when we have less pieces, you can coordinate them better. I mean,
This was not my point, that I can focus on less pieces better.
No,
Well,
so-
let's say I
something
wouldn't play
was-
this against an engine.
yes.
I would think that, well, maybe material down, I will have to pay my price for that.
Yeah, but something is wrong. I mean, optically it looks fantastic for white, but optically, the
It's
rook.
not enough, no?
Yes, no. Here, here it's a different story. But I talk about the position in general with the rook on b3. So we have Tanya again on the third board.
We move on from this?
Okay. We can check whether they moved.
No, I just don't know what. So our move is rook c3. That this is the best, probably. This is what white should
Yes,
be doing.
yes,
And
but
after
still-
bishop e6, think about it what to do, because knight c4, knight b3 is a threat. But white should figure out something. Maybe d3 actually.
D3 was yes. D3 was one of my ideas.
d3 maybe. Because
At least-
white has compensation, right? I mean, this
Yes.
b2 bishop is a dream bishop. So at any point it can be activated, or even the queen can come to c1 and possibly
Yes.
control this diagonal. It can be extremely dangerous for black
D3
too.
is the move, yes, because now the other bishop also becomes active. So no
Because
easy.
after takes I go rook d3, then you have to go here. You can be trapped also. Well,
Oh.
it's not trapped yet, but
But it is
it can
rook
be
c1,
tricky.
rook c1, for instance.
well, then knight b3
knight
maybe.
B3.
But queen
C1.
c1.
Yeah, I know.
It's a typical position. You play it against Magnus and you don't
Yeah.
feel comfortable.
Yeah.
Okay, but here no Magnus. We'll get back to Magnus soon. Board number 2. No, this was board number 2.
yes,
So let's go for the next teams. Okay.
okay, next
Let's
team.
see what the Ukrainian ladies are doing.
So just a moment.
What is the lineup for? Actually, maybe we can look at the lineups first. How is we can pull it out for the screen also. So we will see the first 5 matches, who is playing against who, just to get to the picture that what are the big matches of today. India plays against Argentina. We've seen the Conarud game, Vaishali as well. And we have Tanya Sachev after this very exhausting game yesterday. She wants to win again.
No, or she cannot stop playing, because after you play 100-something moves with that tension, you cannot stop, you cannot switch off. So she has to play all the games.
Well, the 5th player is Harika from India, who actually happens to be in her 9th month of pregnancy, but she couldn't resist taking part in the Olympiad.
So they play with an extra player, yes?
And actually it's 5+1, but I'm sure we are going to see her playing also. But very strong Indian team. So let's see the next matchup between Turkey and Ukraine. And, here we have, in rating also, we have quite a serious significant on every board.
Yes, but the first board is Ekaterina Atalık, coming from Russia, married to the Turkish Grandmaster Suat Atalık. She's quite strong. She's capable of outstanding results. I saw her scoring 9.5 out of 10 in the Romanian team championship on the first board. So she's a player not to underestimate.
And I see that from yesterday, Anna won a very convincing game, and now she's changed to her sister Maria on board 1, so she also stepped in already for second round. Let's see board number 3 between Georgia and Lithuania. We have, I'm expecting also there a pretty convincing victory, because simply more stronger player. Janidze is playing on board 1. She's very strong. She has some great result also. She's a grandmaster.
Today, Batiashvili is not playing, I see.
Yeah, let's go for Croatia, Poland, who is playing there. Kashlinskaya is playing. She is the wife
of Wojtaszek.
Yes, so there are very interesting pairs, couples, family members who are playing in different teams. So this is also one of the chess couples. And Poland is always trying to get a medal, and I think they got also several medals in their career. They have great fighting spirit, the ladies also, and they are extremely dedicated with their preparation. And also, while they are playing in the Olympiad, we have France, Egypt. In the next matchup, we see Seba playing on board 1. And, here still also it looks very convincing by the rating, of course, but we always can get surprises. But we'll see what's going on there. So let's go back to the games. And we've seen India's match, but let's say Ukraine board number 1.
It's Atalık against Muzichuk.
Yeah, let's see what's going on there. It's also already the 15th move. So we are already kind of entering to the middle game of the games with more than 1.5 hours that they started round 2 of the 44th Chess Olympiad here in Chennai, India. And this is the picture, what you see exactly the same in every Olympiad, because this is the setup that you see. Lots of boards, endless chess boards, the tables with the names you see just next to the boards, so everybody see where they have to be seated. And you don't see the end of the hall because there are so many participants, and this is only the smaller hall. In the other hall, the B hall, it's like about double the size. So let's see what we have on the board. A5.
Very unusual structure, no?
It's funny that there is no G2 pawn.
And
right?
no D-pawn. May we see, may we check how they got this structure?
It was something like this, where there was an exchange on e4, and after that also long castle. So people have this temptation to play long castle.
People discovered the queen side, yes?
Yes, because in d4 you don't necessarily have many times that you have a long castle, right? It's not so often, right? So e takes f3, g takes f3. Interesting, open up the position of the g file. Yesterday for Shirov, he had to give up the pawn for that, and we see Maria walking around.
And the captain
of the Ukrainian women's team. So e5. And after bishop d3 development, knight f6 was the move. What happens if bishop f5? What is the idea that she can give up the pawn?
So is it takes and knight d5? Is something supposed to happen?
I don't know. I'm thinking, what happens if just queen e4?
And nothing, no? Well, if queen, yeah. If queen d3,
Maybe e4, I think. After queen f5, what
e4.
about playing e4? And after knight e4 to play knight
Knight
d5.
d5
It
and-
looks at first that it's too much to give up, but I don't know, because if queen g5, then black can exchange the queens and then go knight e3, and then maybe next move bishop f4,
No, this should be at least a reasonable compensation, no?
or knight
Rook,
g2,
or rook e8 first, no? And then bishop f4.
rook e8.
Not to
but-
allow,
yeah,
not to
rook
allow
e8.
knight e6, no? No, this looks like normal compensation for black, no?
Yes, but it's just understandable that I asked the question, right? What is this pawn?
Of course.
Why is it given as a present?
Of course.
But is it really e4 and then black is doing fine? So what happens if f takes e4?
Knight d5. No, somehow it's surprising.
I understand. I love to sacrifice pawns, but also I like to understand at least why am I doing
But you understand
it, right?
that now you sacrifice pawns just
Two
to
already.
just to help me build up killing pawn
Attack.
center.
Then knight b4, now knight d3 and knight f2.
But that's just a
It's-
detail. Maybe e5.
Okay, so let's go back and try to understand why bishop f5 is not possible. Knight d5 immediately? No, because then check and takes on d5.
Yes.
Queen f5.
Maybe just e takes d4. How would be that?
Yeah, e takes d and bishop a3 maybe?
Yeah, I mean just developing. Yeah, I
Or
mean,
just knight d5 and control the knight
yeah,
f4?
I mean just some normal chess, simple. Knight d5, then queen e4. I don't like.
And knight goes here.
But maybe rook e8 first or bishop a3, as you said. Maybe just this kind of
Just taking initiative.
simple. Yeah,
Simple
I mean,
chess.
development.
Queen d3, bishop d4, bishop f4 maybe.
F4 or ace. Yeah. I mean, there is some optical
Alpha Zero
compensation.
style. Alpha Zero likes to give up pawns, and you don't understand exactly why you.
Maybe
give up.
knight h5, no?
Yeah, that there is something to look for.
And the
but,
king is not so safe on
but white
c1.
also has a quite promising knight
I
on
know.
e4, right?
I know, yes.
So knight f4, I go back queen c2.
Yeah, it's not so obvious that.
It's not so obvious. So white did not take on f5. And after knight f6, rook de1. Rook d1 and black played a5. Still, the pawn is giving on f5. But of course now
Now it makes more sense to take.
probably
No?
just a4. Though I'm still curious about this pawn sacrifice, I have to say.
Yeah, it's some sort of very.
I mean, okay,
very
let's say I
abstract.
just take. Black takes with rook, right?
Yes.
And I can just go push c5.
c5. I was thinking consolidate knight c4.
Knight
No?
c4. I mean, d4 is also something I would consider at some point.
To prevent knight d5.
But of course, knight c4 looks the most promising. I don't know, I'm sorry, but I still don't understand the pawn sacrifice.
Yes, because there is no attack and no, especially after a5. One move earlier I understood that, but okay, now the rook is on e1, d takes e4 doesn't work. It's
Let's see, what is the secret of the pawn sacrifice?
not. We will never know.
Well, I think eventually she might have to take it because, I mean, you can't wait forever. Unless you want to go c5, right? Let's say c5.
But it's not the same
Bishop
thing
goes
now.
away.
Knight c4 because then maybe e4. Yes.
Yeah, e4 I don't want to allow.
Yeah, because now I have the pawn on f5. Earlier I didn't have it, so now it's...
And knight on d5 also will come.
yeah, it's not one-sided, but at least
Well,
black
his
is...
b2 bishop is not going to be famous for its
Well,
power.
bishop a3 and knight d6. No, I mean, I'm not sure that white is worse, but black has her play.
Yes.
I mean,
so what about c5, bishop c7?
And now take...
And I'm going to ask the same question. And now I'm going to be, you know me.
you want to eat the pawn, yes.
Yeah, I still have this question again and again. What happens? Though I don't know how much I like this pawn on c5.
No, c5, of course, you should keep for a later moment, because now...
Yeah, but I'm not sure that it's so fantastic for black anyway. Probably, I mean, you cannot go a4 because of d takes e5. So there is another pawn hanging there.
Queen takes e5 check, no?
I'm not sure if it's, I will be complaining much there if you take. and
Queen
go
c2.
Well, queen c2, yeah.
Queen c2 to
yeah.
just
Eliminate the queen.
Yeah.
Exactly. Eventually she has to take it, so Maria can
and it's
give us an answer.
it's not home analysis, because Maria has 43 minutes
So
left.
what was the last move instead of, I mean, rook d1, there was a move, g takes f3, she went e5, bishop d3, knight f6. Knight f6.
No, I can understand rook d1, because okay, what is black going to do? If black plays g6, okay, she could have played g6 one move earlier, but she didn't really want to, because it wakens a bit the king.
Well, okay, but do you want to say that it's already, she cannot do anything, and then she
After rook
offers?
d1. No, knight f6, rook d1.
No, but in this position already, after bishop d3. Is it a problem for black? So she wants to go active, giving up the pawn because others are even worse?
No, I think that it's a matter of taste. Of course, she could defend the pawn with queen f7. No,
Queen f7 would be
c5.
not exactly the...
You understand that? Okay,
tricky
this
stuff.
is just a blunder, okay? But queen f6 somehow doesn't look right. Now the knight is somehow...
Well, also probably c5 and knight c4.
maybe, yes, maybe.
It
Maybe
looks-
even h4, h5, because, okay, what is black doing? The knight is on d7 path. No, I agree with
Yeah.
c5, but...
So
even
my
if I-
question is, whether is it a panic reaction after bishop d3 to go knight f6?
I would not say that at this level it's a panic, but it's, let's say...
Choosing from different alternatives which you don't like either of them.
Yes, trying to, yes. And g6 you
No,
don't...
G6,
you don't
that's a
want to-
suicide,
no,
right?
No, h4, whatever,
I
yes.
mean, this, we close our eyes and we play h4, h5.
Yes,
It's
so
going to be very hard for black.
I think that knight f6 was a practical, but rook d1 may be very good, because what can black do to defend f5?
Okay,
She
so
wants to
bishop
take on f5.
d3, knight f6.
So we're not
rook
so
e1.
convinced about bishop takes f5, but maybe black gets something.
Okay, so she's
But
played
now-
bishop, rook d1 because g6 still we don't like for black.
Yes.
Why?
No, I mean, okay, h4 for instance, or
Or rook g1 first,
or rook
threatening
G1.
bishop
Rook
f5
yes.
after all. So
Yes.
just keeping the threat of taking
in
the
principle, you don't want the diagonal to open.
pawn. Yeah, I mean, this looks quite promising for
Yes,
white.
yes.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just not thinking.
Oh, I'm telling you, we have queen bishop f5
Okay.
on the board.
Yes, and
Takes
it's much better with rook d1 and a5 on board.
That's true.
I mean, it's
That's true.
earlier there might have been some compensation, but now I don't know. I'm
And
not
we
so
also
sure.
see the board, and Maria is hesitating. What should be?
Now even e3 is defended. Opening the e file is not so. No, of course there is always some compensation. I mean, the kind of after e takes d4 that structure. I mean, white is a pawn.
Well, okay, now it's going to be worse.
But now, of course, with the rook on e1.
Now with the rook
yes,
on e1, with the tempo.
Yes.
Of course, pawn on f3, it's not idle, but when it's an extra pawn,
Yes, because
We can still
94
handle
is
it.
coming. Yes.
yes, knight e4 can be.
It's not winning because of the pawn on f3, but at least it's a
Though black has to make a decision, because after queen f5, d takes
e5 is a threat.
d takes e5 is a threat, so black has to do something, right?
Rook e8.
Well, after rook e8,
but which rook?
Well, it doesn't matter. E takes d4 happened, of course, because after rook e8...
But it's not clear which rook, because, you play the a5 to go a4. And if you play rook f8,
But it doesn't matter which one you go, because anyway I would be simply exchanging everything, and I'm saying that I want to count the pawns and I have one extra pawn.
And the structure is not bad because it's a
Pawn on
central
e3,
pawn.
f3.
Yes.
Of course, it's not so easy to move because after e4 the f4 square is weak, but it's a pawn up.
But
it's not easy to...
It's a compact mass of pawns. Yeah,
But it's not so easy. Actually,
Maybe.
black has some
E4, knight
difficulty.
h4. Yeah, but
okay.
it's a pawn and it will stay like this. That's...
After e takes d4, is bishop d4 something to be considered, you think?
But I don't think it's consistent. That is consistent with rook e1. No.
Yeah.
It's.
Okay, so after e takes d4, e takes d4 is the logical continuation.
And if anything, we can exchange queens.
Well, unless black goes queen c7 and she wants to go bishop f4, try and look for some counterplay. But I think knight e4.
Knight e4 at once, because the queen has a reserve check on e6.
And, yeah.
Check, king c2.
Check. You want king c2? I was thinking
king b1.
No, I don't know. Somehow b1 looked more logical.
I said king c2 by instinct, but okay.
No, of course, if we can
doesn't
exchange the queens, it absolutely
Yeah,
stands
yeah.
much better on c2. Well, I'm sorry to say, but I see a pawn up for white,
Yes.
and probably not enough compensation for black. So something went wrong for Maria in this game in the opening, I believe. Let's see board 2 for a moment.
It's Ushenina against Aydin. Ushenina. Aydin.
Yes, so now we see the board. Okay. Well, it's a Maroczy bind position. Pretty balanced, I must
Nice
say.
view over the playing hall.
Yeah,
the
we see
ladies
the playing
section.
hall, and now we have
Many elegant,
ladies
yes.
who are all focused to the game. So we see here Anna Yushenina, ex-world champion.
Actually, yes. Are women always focused on the game, or they're also noticing at some other women dresses or shoes or purse during a game?
Well, I think some players, before the game, I guess the ladies, the way I was playing, I was in those times when I was a teenager, I was not preparing too much on that respect, having makeup or something. It was not my part of preparation. But of course, we always want to be pretty, good dressed. But when we go for the game, it has to be everything on action on the board. And I think many of the lady players do take it extremely seriously and focusing, especially the ones who are competing on the very top, because you understand that Olympiad is something special. So, and I do hope that there will be more ladies who are going to be considering that the way and the path to excel the maximum potential of their chess knowledge. It also means that they are going to be challenging themselves in the open section more. But of course, Olympiad is another story, because you want to win a gold medal for your country, you want to represent your country, which means that, that of course, in the women's section, they have great opportunities. Some of the country's top ladies, they do like to win gold medals and medals for their countries. But still, let's go back to the game. It's, well, in this Maroczy bind position, it is very classical one, I must say. So white is not, well, white has a little space advantage in this position. And it's a very classical position. Black is just completely fine. many times.
Yes, it's a Maruti without
captures.
the light square bishops, meaning that she has more space. I mean, less space problems. But is it completely equal?
Well, I guess it's more pleasant to play it with white. That's what it's considered, right? You can go queen f2. Of course, there is sometimes weakness on b6. You move away with the queen, let's say, and then you can go knight a4, also somehow place your knight to b6. Generally, it does not give big advantage for white, usually.
Yeah, but some players who would be happy with that.
Actually, now I like it. I pretty much like it for white. I'm not sure this rook belongs to d8 here. Of course, if black sometimes tries to go e6 and d5, trying for that, or even sometimes black tries to have some counter chances on b5. But it was always difficult for me to play it from the black side, this structure, because I'm not active. It's very difficult to break out.
You're not getting to equalize somehow. No, I know there was a setup with b6 and queen b7. And
yeah, but for that you have to go back, and now it's not so easy to go back.
Because you have a6.
Yeah, and also because after queen f2, that's the reason I like queen f2, because suddenly the b6 square can be pinpointing out with the bishop, so it's not so easy. Or for example, if black goes back, then immediately knight d5, and the rook on c1 can be extremely powerful.
Yeah, you don't have
painful.
moves. You don't have moves.
Yeah, this is actually
queen d7 knight. Yeah. And queen d7 knight b6, otherwise you lose the pawn on e7 and then exchange.
I'm not sure a last move of black was a very accurate move, because it was a6 immediately giving away.
Rook d8 is also...
Yeah, it's putting into the
No, okay, the rooks on b8
problems.
and c8 would make more sense, and the queen can go to d8.
But you know, in these kind of positions, it's also tricky where the best place is for the black rook. Because for white is 99%, I think, it's c1 and d1.
It cannot be wrong.
It is very rarely that e1 rook can be good.
Yeah, only if you know that you are going to open the e file with knight
Yeah,
d5.
but that happens very rarely.
Yes.
Generally, it's in this opening you have your both rooks preparing for potential options that the game will be opened up.
The white dream is very clear here, yes?
Yes, this setup is like, it is very clear. If you would have a bishop, you would have bishop on e2, or you would have the bishop on f1
maybe,
to making it a safe square, right? White square bishop.
Sometimes bishop d1, bishop c2, if there is a knight on c5.
Yes.
Let's say to sustain a3, b4.
Yes. So, well, let's see. I would say queen f2 is going to be the next
queen f2
move.
looks very, very unpleasant. But then maybe she takes and knight d7, no?
Yeah, probably black has to start
don't
simplifying, but
knight d5.
knight d5, and you see, I told you this rook on d8, it should be on e8.
So rook e8 probably, no?
Yeah, maybe there is nothing really wrong with black's position.
Well, maybe instead of knight d5, maybe b4. How is that?
Wow.
B4. So that
There's some concrete, but then I can take and queen takes.
Rook takes. I want.
And anyway, probably queen e5 is possible. Queen on e6 is not so bad.
I see. I've seen worse.
And now on c4, it can be some counter chances at some point.
I know. So maybe black is still... No, well, actually, g5 is not possible with the rook on d4, but... No, okay, but...
if I would have time to come back, I mean, black is probably...
and g5,
pretty fine, yeah.
Yeah, maybe she's still holding.
No, I mean, it's... I guess she's very
holding,
much...
holding, I mean...
but yeah, probably black should be taking...
Equality.
And knight d7,
Knight d7,
so
I don't
the
think...
b6 is covered.
And if knight d5 at once, why?
Yeah, we said rook e8.
And it's not the end of the world, no?
Well, it can be pretty okay for black.
Maybe it takes queen b2 check, and now to start b4, queen d8, I guess.
Yeah, a little bit pushing back.
And maybe
I don't know if
c5 and c5. Yes, I mean, okay,
yeah.
It's the only move making sense.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Okay.
Black is a bit passive.
We've seen.
By the way, we had a successful mating attack.
Wow.
In Nurgali Barbier. Nurgali, if you...
Yeah. Wow,
The
what
game,
a checkmate.
The game ended, so yes. It's not
What a
automated, but
checkmate. What
yes,
a
I think
story.
we should look at that.
Yeah, we have some nice. Well, you see?
Rook c3,
Rook
like
C3.
my a4
Rook
and rook a3.
Yeah, because I think the rooks are underestimated horizontally.
Yes,
you know? We used to it that we have the rooks
Yes.
on the open files, right?
Yes.
But when
what about open ranks, no?
open ranks, it's completely underestimated.
Yes.
And rook c3, you could think that rook wants to be doubled on the c5,
Yes.
but actually, no.
No,
There
no.
is something completely different
And it came.
on the table.
It clears the
Well,
the
this
rank.
is what happens when you're not paying attention on your king side. There was nothing which is defending, right?
Yes.
So, okay, then it's over. King h7.
If takes, then it's just maybe because the knight on e5 defense controls.
Yeah, game over, so black has no
F6,
f6
yeah.
because it's checkmate.
Yes.
After,
King h8.
after that it was clear cut, right? Checkmate.
Oh, okay, not complicated, but okay, worth seeing, no?
Yeah, it's a very instructive way of how not to blunder, because in such a position you have to go g6. But,
Or f5 maybe.
but
if,
in any case, rook c3 probably a very good move,
is
because
useful
after that
for other things, yeah.
you go rook
Yes.
ac1 and knight is not able to develop here.
Yeah, so it's actually double idea.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. So it's positional, but it was very tactical at the same time.
Yes.
Okay.
No, this is what the image I have about a perfect game. I mean, you make strong positional moves, preparing rook ac1, but which moves which hide also
Some tactical
such
ideas.
yes.
Yeah. Okay, so let's see Georgia, Lithuania. Do we have that again?
So, just a moment. It's
Georgia, the next
in
lady
the
board.
ladies. Yes, the ladies.
Ladies.
It's Zagnidze Martinkova.
Yeah, let's see on board one what's going on this match. Some interesting things happening. Also very interesting middle game. And again we have a knight on the edge. Let's see what we have here. Rook c7 was played after.
For a second, I thought this was
a3 was the last.
our Volga Benko gambit. Remember?
Yes, yes, with the Conero game.
I said, "Oh,
yes.
she sacrificed."
No? Well, a3 seems to be quite an unpleasant move from white side, because this a5 knight can get in trouble.
Yeah, there is. This was probably the Yugoslav variation, no, in the King's Indian with 96 knight a5. Of
Yeah,
course,
this was the g3 system, and this is what I played also myself with the black pieces.
But it's a very demanding system.
But you
with,
have to be careful that your knight is not standing there forever, or it can be activated.
Actually, this is why I'm playing the fianchetto system, because many players play knight c6. So, because it offers white a clear plan somehow to do something about that knight, to ignore it, to keep it out of play. I mean, it's not so flexible. Of course,
Now I think black is in kind of difficulty, don't you think so? Because white has a clear threat, taking on f6 and
94.
taking
and also on b4.
b4, because there is a
Okay.
pin right there. So a3 is also a provocation that black has to decide somewhere. So probably she has to take on b2, and after takes...
94 is coming now.
Well, the problem is that a takes b4 is a threat immediately, and knight e4 at the same time.
Yes, yes.
So probably what can black do? Maybe rook b7?
But maybe not take on b2. Maybe
But how can you avoid?
because the bishop is hanging.
If you
yes.
don't take
yes,
on
yes, yes,
b2,
yes, I agree. So a3 was very well timed. No, because if you go move back without a3, you look at the position statically. Okay, the knight on a5, you say, well, it's well placed because it controls c4. There will be no blockade on c4.
and you want to play c4.
And maybe we want to play c4 ourselves. It's a good Benoni. And then you see a3, and you understand that things are kind of... by the way, if a3, c4 now...
I think bishop takes f6, takes,
Queen
and a
f6,
takes b4.
Oh, and the rook
and
is
simply
hanging.
the rook
is
becomes
hanging.
unprotected. And this gives the big problem for
Oh,
black.
the rook is hanging, yes.
That's why I believe that after a3, bishop b2 maybe is a must. But even though,
And now c4.
and now c4, yes, because now
A,
after
B,
a,
C3.
b, c3 would be extremely strong, right?
But is it? It is
No,
simply wins. It simply
it
wins.
wins
Yes.
because after that
Yes,
black
yes, yes.
goes away.
Yes, yes.
So after c4, it's a question. So what if white
Take and queen takes b4, no?
takes and queen b4?
It's a pawn.
So it's a pawn.
And it's quite a pawn. I mean, no, maybe not easy to convert. I mean, it will be a long game, but
Okay,
well,
but it's a pawn up.
in the end game, e4, f4, you know, the majority is
It's a pawn up, and instead of queen b4, also possible to take knight takes
Take
and
and
a
AB.
takes b. So the rook has an open file as well.
a6, he can.
Okay,
she
but it's a
can-
pawn up.
No, it's a pawn up.
Rook b, rook c1.
I don't. Yeah,
It's
queen
only
stands.
matter of technique.
the queen stands
generally
well on the long diagonal.
Yeah.
If the black
so
queen goes away, then queen f6 comes. It's very annoying.
I think we can say that a3 is
Yes.
just bringing up a very strong position for white. Let's go back to the World Champions game. We haven't been there for some time.
Missing.
So let's see what is happening. There are not many moves had happened, but still, we left it just few moves ago with King f8, and Magnus played Bishop d2, which is a much more logical way of bringing the bishop to this diagonal than playing b3, because if it would be with b3,
it's
then
very,
we would,
it's very committal. B3.
if we would cut away our
Yes,
bishop
yes.
from coming back, right? Apart from that after bishop d2, it's a developing move, so you're connecting your pieces, the rooks. So now the problem is for black that he cannot go g6 and king g7, because if he could make two moves, obviously this would be the move.
No, but it's not. Even that I'm not sure, because with the king on g7, the bishop would go to e5.
That's also possible, but for the moment I think bishop h6
it's simply bad. Of
would
course.
be
Yes,
the problem,
Yes.
and then this rook would be there for,
Yes.
I'm not sure for rest of the game, but for a long time possibly.
H3 to make it for the rest of the
Yeah,
game.
yeah, there are some good ways of doing it.
Or
So
bishop d1, yes.
bishop d2, h5. This is a very typical way of
Yes.
reacting when you have a rook and the king is placed this way. So, but I still believe that g6 will be the plan for black.
I saw that he.
Because what else? What else you can do? You can go
H4
h4
and rook h5. Rook h5, and then
Yeah,
you don't
that's
need
true.
to.
Yeah. And also even maybe h3. So
If
white has
allowed,
to
if
make a
allowed, yes.
decision. Rook c1. So white just continues to develop and try to get as good setup on the queen side as possible, while the black king is the big question in this game for white, for black.
The problem is that when you have an Isolani, and if you cannot advance it, break with d5, which is not the case here.
Well, not exactly. It's like everything is against it.
Yeah, no, but I mean, then an advance in development is not always so important, because, okay, what are you going to do?
Well, one of the idea I'm going to do is, in principle, I see he didn't make it. Sometimes I might exchange the bishop if the king is really not possible to go away properly.
No, but, okay, rook h5 is coming.
Okay,
And the king
Magnus
stands-
played h3.
Okay.
This was his reaction, and queen d6. It's a good question. Who is better?
I mean, I don't like White's position now.
That's a very good question. And you're right that maybe g6 is not necessarily the next move. Maybe
Yes,
black is
rook
going to
h5.
go here and king g8, right?
The rook has a
King
square.
g8, I don't like it on the black square so much.
Yeah, okay. King g8 when the moment comes. So I can go rook f5.
What do you think Karpov would say in this position? He played so many games in the Karo-Kan with this kind of
I'm
position.
sure he would not
He would
not be
feel
unhappy.
very comfortable,
No,
right?
he should not be unhappy, let's say. No, something.
No, because in this position, black can get better very easily if he's not better yet.
Yeah, because the tendency, I mean, okay, you have to play for an attack with white. If, of course, there are Isolanis when you can play for, I don't know, pressure or advancing development, breaking with d5. But he's not a typical Isolani. There are these two bishops.
Okay, but my question is, after h3, why didn't queen d5 was played by Georg? Because right now...
Is f3 the only move?
Well, this is my question, that what does white want? I mean, f3, this is not the move that you're so happy with.
Well, I mean, if we had a knight with white, then f3 would be useful to play knight e4 later, to put some pressure.
Well, okay, but we don't have.
Yeah, no, I mean...
But I don't see any other move to be played after queen d5.
Yeah, but f3, of course... No, it's not the end of the world, of course, but...
But it's not something that you would do by yourself.
No. What
if you have to, then... Well, this is not the type of position you're having.
What if Carson answers queen d6 with f3?
No, but he's not going to go f3,
I know.
But I just don't... I really don't understand. Is this something that black does not want to force? f3
Maybe
move?
he thinks that sometimes he has
It
some
doesn't
tactical things. Sometimes there is an intermediate move. Maybe he wants to keep that in reserve, no? It can be...
Interesting. Very interesting.
No, of course, it's difficult to abstain yourself from queen d5. I mean, then the knight has...
The black squares are extremely important to cover, so he started to control some very important squares after queen d6. I have to tell you that I would be very happy to play this with black suddenly.
Mm-hmm. Because I don't see white's dreams. I really don't see white's dream. And black's dream, okay. If I can mention it,
No,
okay.
because without knights to play the isolated pawn, it can be very dangerous. Unfortunately, I had some very bad experiences in a rapid game against Karpov, so I know exactly what I'm talking about. So, what is the time? Well, Meyer is thinking quite a lot. He has only 32 minutes. And while Magnus was not thinking that much, he still has 51 minutes. But we shouldn't forget that the time control, the players starting out from 90 minutes each for the first 40 moves, and after that they only get 30 minutes for the rest of the game, but they get a little help, getting 30 seconds per move, starting from move 1. Which means that it can go pretty long, even though it seems like it's not such a long game. It's like 4 hours that they receive immediately, but all those 30 seconds, it adds up quite a bit, as we've seen yesterday with the Tanya Sachev game, where they were playing, I think, 6 hours nearly or something like that. So it can go into endgame very heavily. So going back to this position is, it seems to be extremely challenging for the world champion right now, I believe.
Yes, I mean, if I was white, I might think of trying to maintain the equality or find a good moment, but I wouldn't offer a draw in such a
Actually,
position.
after queen d6, it's not only that black wants to cover some very important squares of this, but probably he wants to go rook d8,
yes, okay.
and put pressure immediately over the d4.
You know, there is this old game between Larsen and Spassky. Spassky played some position with Isolani, and Larsen couldn't win. And he was so irritated after the game, and he said, they teach you wrong that you have to block the pawn. No, you have to win that pawn.
This is a big debate,
Yes,
I think,
yes.
because what I just wanted to say before you told this story, that I think to attack this pawn is much better than to take this pawn.
Yes, just to keep...
Because now I just want to
keep-
put pressure and say, hello, I can take you sometime, but I'm not going to take you. You have to force me to take it. That will be a pleasure for you already.
Yes, great relief, no?
Yeah, because after rook d8, it can be queen d5, it can be rook h5. How many moves black can
No,
improve his
of
position?
course, rook d8 could be a strong threat because there would be a double attack against the bishops.
Yes.
I mean, it's more than...
Yes.
So there are such nuances. But yeah, the pawn itself, I'm not sure I want to take it.
So what about a3? Let's say I just want to play a very
Maybe
primitive
A5,
threat.
maybe
okay?
A5, no?
a5,
And b4 or what?
after all, there is a little weakness there. So I would think that once I can exchange the bishop, then the b6 maybe can be vulnerable.
But on the other hand, there is the blockading plan. I mean, if we exchange those bishops, then
Yeah,
a4.
okay, you go knight d5, that will be quite unpleasant,
Yeah, somehow.
I have to admit. Magnus doesn't seem to be extremely happy with his position. He's not happy what he sees there. He went bishop d1. Well, it blocks, it doesn't allow rook h5, and also maybe at one point bishop f3, but this doesn't look so promising, because once you exchange the white square bishop, then what a knight against the black square
No,
bishop.
that would be no. You know, the end game is probably drawn with a good knight against a bad bishop. But
it's very painful. It would be very painful to look at it, and it's going to be a torture. But I don't think that
if white doesn't have other weaknesses such as a3 and b4, then yes. But okay, now I come back to your question. Why not queen d5?
to force f3.
And if you wish, then go back to d6.
No, but I think for now black has already big dilemmas how to improve his position, which is extremely beautiful.
Yes, but with
But
opponent f3,
queen d5 was a big question.
Yeah,
That's
because then rook h5 would be short, no? That's if now queen d5, then bishop f3, queen d7, and the bishop goes away. So nothing achieved.
No, but I think he wouldn't like to play queen d5 now if he didn't play it then.
Well, it forces a repetition, more or less.
Well, after queen d5, I guess white would be giving a check.
Aha, check first.
Well, I don't know whether it's a big difference or no. After that takes
Queen
here.
d7. And you have to run back, no?
Yeah. Probably move back.
And I play queen d5.
But I'm not sure you go queen d5. Even bishop e4
Yes,
sometimes
I
can
know.
be quite unpleasant, right? And to play maybe queen b7.
Yeah, of course, it's... and again, f3 may be forced, no?
Yeah, but after f3 you can go back, right? You can even go to f5 and then knight
Play
d5.
knight d5.
Though after this, white would be controlling, I think, after bishop c4. So
But
white
then-
is just get away a little bit, and it's not a big help from b7 to regroup it to f5.
Yes.
Probably it's a worse location for that. But okay, rook h5 is not possible, so this is something good for white, right? That
Yes.
the h8 rook is at least stuck there in the corner for the moment. That's clear. I don't know if e5 can be something to consider for black, because now this pin can be annoying.
Well, the threat is e4, I assume, no? The
Yeah, but
position
that
of
also
that.
question whether is it so good to have the pawn on e4, right?
With the king on... I mean, with the rooks...
I'm
not
not
connected.
necessarily want to play e4, but maybe the d4 still is attacked, right? So I can also continue rook d8. Or the other, what happens if instead of e5, after all, we just continue
d8,
with rook
rook d8.
d8 as what we were talking about.
Yeah, the problem is that white doesn't have a dream here.
Well, the dream, I'm afraid, maybe it will be to make a draw. But definitely, I'm sure that Magnus is quite frustrated about his position.
No, of course, Magnus is a very resourceful player. He may find ideas, but objectively, I think his position is not...
How should white get back to look for some activity? Is there any idea?
Well, if you don't have a good structure, you don't have anything. That's...
So I don't know, bishop e3, not something that I would be very happy with. But I think queen d4 is kind of a threat.
Yeah, after all, it's a pawn, no? And without
So
queens-
white should be reacting some way, but maybe already after bishop e3 I'm really going to be pushing e5.
Let's say bishop b3.
He went rook d8.
Okay.
Rook d8 is on the board. Of course, black should be taking care of his time as well, because it is only move 19 and 18, sorry. It's move 18, and he has only 27 minutes.
But Carson also
And
thought for a long time.
Carson went down heavily to 30 minutes, and usually it's not a
Yes,
good
it
sign
means-
for him.
It means that he couldn't grasp the position, no? I mean, usually
Without a knight.
yes,
You
something
know-
was missing. He could not...
You know, I believe that Magnus is much stronger with knight. Once I played with him in Norway in a little place, and it was one of the first tournament I think I started to play after my second child was born. I played with him and I was preparing with him, and before the games I said, oh, well, of course it's very difficult to prepare against him. He's playing all kind of moves and you know it's going to be a long game. And then I decided that I am going to have one strategy. I want to eliminate both of his knights. I did that, and I was winning. I ruined it at the end. It was a draw, but it worked so well. Well, I'm not saying that it works in every game, but this is, again, something that, of course, bishop pair can be extremely powerful and so on. But the knight, the character of a knight, we shouldn't underestimate with its possibility to surprises. It has a very different dynamic of the game.
For me, the knight is a piece which, it's like your hand. You can do whatever you want. I mean, the other pieces are not the same, but the knight is somehow like, you understand, it's like an extension of your arm. It's the...
Yeah, it's somehow...
Yeah, no, it gives me this intuitive feeling. It's,
No, of course, the pair of bishops, they can be extremely powerful,
but
like a
that
blaze.
is something like in the war, statical. The batteries,
Yes,
the
yeah.
artillery. But the knight is something you can...
It's different.
Like a conductor of an orchestra. No, it's some sort, you understand. No, but I think that, okay, you are probably right about Carson's style. But I believe that in principle, the position here without
He
a
was
knight...
giving away too early his knights in this game. Yeah, but it was interesting. Like, this is kind of a very nice example of why you give up bishop d4. If we go back to the opening,
Yes.
then at first it seems to be that it's a very dangerous move, and even b6 you open up, and but definitely if black can manage to put the bishop on b7, and it shows in this game that black can even afford on the cost of not castling, but if he can reach b6 and then bishop b7.
But I didn't like these moves, queen d3 and bishop a4 somehow.
It was slow.
No, it doesn't look natural. Maybe after my a4, black can do the same. a4, bishop e7, rook a3 and king f8. But okay.
By the way,
at
after
least-
a4, even bishop a6 is possible and castle faster.
Okay,
That's
rook,
also
bishop
possible.
a6, rook e1.
But I think without a knight, these positions are extremely difficult, and you have to play so accurately with white,
Well,
because in a
you-
second you can get worse position.
But if you don't get a rook on g3, you're for sure worse.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm playing a4 out of,
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, you have to create, maybe even there he can go, but okay, it's not the same.
Well, one thing is sure, I think, that this position is not so funny to play it for Magnus right now. It's very difficult because you have to look for a plan, and when you have just sit and wait and see what your opponent is up to, it's extremely difficult.
And for the future, okay, you look in the center, you see an isolated pawn. You look on the king side, you see a small disaster. You look on the queen side, oh God, thanks God, at least here
Nothing
we are normal,
happens.
but we should not move anything. We should not
Yeah.
touch the pawns there. So it's not simple. And the bishops, yes, okay. No, they may offer chances to, okay. To
So,
avoid.
okay, can we suggest anything for Magnus in this position to play? Maybe bishop g5 should be, you know?
Bishop g5.
Bishop g5.
Maybe.
I mean, somehow I would like to eliminate some of the pieces. If I could exchange the bishop and the knight, then somehow I look for counter chances, I think. Because for
But
now,
queen d5,
queen
what about
d5,
queen d5?
bishop f3 I want to go.
And if, okay. But you
And
can
I
take
think
on
this
d5.
is not such a big deal for black.
Yeah, it's...
Because I have a white square
But
bishop.
but you know, actually, Now the king is a bit uncomfortable, but in principle, this
Well,
knight.
it will not be because you can go quickly here.
No, this is the worst bishop when you have an Isolani. It's worse than having the bad bishop, because this bishop cannot do anything.
I'm waiting you to play knight d5 and then.
No.
But yeah,
Yeah,
that's
but-
also not fun.
No, but actually that's the worst it can happen to have
Yeah.
the major pieces. So this bishop is the worst piece, minor piece to have against a knight. No, of course it's about the development also. I'm not sure what if you can get something with rook c7 or anything, but from strategic point of view, the exchange is favors black, I think.
Maybe at some point should white play d5?
Just like this, out of
Just like
despair.
that. What do you think of d5?
If you want to know my feelings, I mean, this would be the move I fear most with black. I mean, it would force me now to think concretely somehow.
Well, but
But-
it's also kind of a desperation, I must
Yeah.
say. My idea is after queen
but
d5
I
to
have
give
queen
it check
Uh-huh.
and to play bishop f3. No, now finally I'm alive. That's
Queen
how I
d7,
feel.
huh?
Of course, queen d7 because queen d2, rook d1, right?
Okay.
That can be a problem.
No,
so
I wasn't joking because black is now in such a pleasant mode. I mean, he's he's controlling d5. He's everything is nice, and then you get
Magnus.
d5 and have to calculate.
Let's
That's
see what Magnus played. Magnus played rook e1. No, not giving up pawns like that. But
Well,
let's
there
see
is-
what happens if he takes on d4. I'm sorry, I always want to see first what happens if the pawn is taken, which is offered.
But did you notice how beautifully white species?
The symmetrical stuff?
Yeah, they offer some probably this
Upside
should
down
not-
T.
This should not be underestimated. Of course, white doesn't threaten anything. So the only question is whether after rook e1.
Queen d4, do you give it check or?
Check. Let's go there. Bishop c3. You want?
Queen f4 and then rook a7, queen a7, but this is hanging.
Yeah, the rook is hanging. Yeah.
Bishop f6.
But
I
even
think
gf,
GF.
no, because there is no
Yeah.
rook lift to g3.
Yeah, because after queen e7, king g7 simply. Or no, because rook c7 now.
Uh-huh.
After queen e7, takes.
Takes, no? Yeah.
Takes, king g7.
Now there is a pin there.
Pawn up.
Queen d7, let's say.
Well, but okay,
Bishop
it's a pawn
d5,
up, right?
bishop
Queen c6 or...
Queen c6 better. Okay. No, queen c6.
I'm not sure I want to exchange queens because queen g5 will be very powerful.
Yes,
then.
yes. Also queen d2 is
d2.
molesting. Yeah.
So b2
Queen
is
b2,
hanging.
Yes.
It's but black played simply king g8. He's just safe.
Yes.
Yes, because it's understandable. We are discussing this, right? That just to push the pressure, and white is asking for it to be taken.
Yeah,
that
because
pawn.
white doesn't have. Okay, and white is now, let's say, he has achieved this very aesthetically pleasing position, this symmetrically grouping. But now he has to spoil it because he doesn't have. He will not play king h1. So somehow, white is some sort of Zugzwang now. Even if probably taking the pawn was.
Yeah, it's like when Karpov didn't take against me the pawn because he thought it's just his position is so beautiful that he's not going to waste his
Yes,
energy.
yes.
And he doesn't want to see me to get counter chances.
Yes.
Because this is something that you don't want to allow white to have counter chances and activity.
By the way, we had some nice tactics in Wojtaszek's game.
Let's see that. Let's
It's
jump
something
there.
typical for the Catalan. Romaneshin had something like that in his older games. But it's good. So go back a few moves.
So what was it,
Yeah.
the Catalan?
Yes,
this was the opening?
Yes, some sort of
Yeah. And then we had takes.
some sort of Romaneshin dry Catalan with tactical possibilities.
Okay,
It's a small
knight
paradox.
c3, bishop a6, rook fc1. Wojtaszek is famous for his opening preparation. We have to say a4.
Okay,
takes, queen a4, knight h5.
Yes, and this
which
is now,
was the mistake,
yes,
right?
yes. I think it was in a similar position. It was Romaneshin Ribli for the first time, and bishop c7 is now very strong.
Wow. So let's see what's the idea behind it. Queen c7, knight d5, queen d8, takes on e7, and rook c7. So the queen on
Yes.
a4
It
does
really
the
works.
support and in teamwork with the rook. But of course, after knight h6, they are not enough together. So knight
Knight
e5 not only puts pressure on d7, but also opens up the bishop diagonal. So what happens if rook d8 defending? Then what is it? Bishop c6?
Bishop c6 could be, or but isn't the rook hanging after rook d6? Queen d6.
Queen d6, knight. Oh yeah. Well, maybe rook d7. Knight d7, and after rook e8,
Knight
to go
c5, knight
c5.
c5, if anything, yes.
Wow, it's great. Nice,
Yes, yes.
nice tactics here.
But it's known. I mean,
This is exact in this position.
no.
The pattern.
Yeah, I mean
The pattern.
the queen side situation was a bit different. All the pawns were there. I mean, 2 against 2 in Romaneshin Ribli. But knight h5, bishop c7. This is the mechanism.
So rook ac8 was played, and white goes rook a7 right now.
The bishop is a bit.
And now still puts the pressure, and the d7 is hanging, a6 is hanging.
Okay, the bishop can take on e2, but then I assume he will eventually lose the pawn on a5.
A5.
No?
So probably now takes. Oops.
Not a good move.
Not sacrificing, but taking that. Now maybe queen b4.
And
It's still not so obvious at all, I must say. So after rook a7, bishop e2.
No, it's the only move, no? Maybe rook e1. Can it make sense?
Well, rook e1, it makes sense, yes. Makes a lot of
But
sense.
queen b4 was also one of my candidates.
Well, even now queen b4 is possible.
Yes, or
that's
bishop
true.
h5.
But maybe queen d6 as well?
Queen d6. And if I take on d7,
If you take on d7, I don't know if rook c4 kind of thing is that
you want to kick back very strongly, no? But I take on f6, queen
It's
b3,
not clear. It's not clear.
maybe we'll be hanging a bit.
So maybe after all, after rook e1,
Just bishop h5 or queen b4, I don't know which of them.
if queen b4, then takes, and knight d7, takes.
The bishop has to move.
Well, it doesn't look too dangerous for
No,
black,
no,
especially
no,
that I
no.
go rook c2 and I want to take the advantage.
Yes.
So maybe it's not so clear after
Maybe in
all.
this concrete position, no. The trick was known, and probably Wojtaszek.
Maybe he
Wojtaszek.
overestimated his attack here? No, but I think after bishop e2, white do have to play knight takes e7, knight takes d7, takes, rook takes, queen b4, and maybe white just takes, rook b7, and if rook b8, then rook a7. So white is the one who is playing for advantage.
It's true.
Well, of course, bishop c4.
But maybe he could have got out of because Romaneshin, this is what he did. Maybe instead of knight takes c7, knight c7 is possible.
Which point?
A few moves earlier, instead of knight takes d5 was played, queen d8. Can he deviate from that game? Because the situation is slightly different. Knight c7 now.
But after that, bishop b7.
Yes, but I take on a8. I will have 2 pawns.
Is this so much? My knight is there, so I have to exchange that.
Yeah,
I was
probably.
not taking in account.
I don't know, but
I'm not sure if it's such a
maybe
big,
it's
big
not
thing.
so big.
Because the pawn on b2 is not clear yet whether it's weak or a strong passed pawn.
Yeah, and
it
it
would have to reach to b5, right, to say that
Well.
it's a real passed pawn with muscles.
We should probably exchange some pieces with knight e5 to, but of course it's not entirely clear. Knight e5, but maybe we also exchange the rooks and then we have some chances.
Well, if the rook is exchanged, I believe that
Yes.
there is a serious thing to
Because
talk
knight
about.
e5 may prepare the rooks exchange.
We have a move in the meantime here with
Okay.
Wojtaszek. Black played,
He played
oops,
knight b6.
knight b6. So there is no other way than to take the queen. Knight
And there is
a4.
mate on countermate, no? There-
Oh, there is a tactical blow. Wow, piece blunder.
that hurts.
Wow. So it's definitely not the moment when.
Yeah.
Wow. What a catastrophe.
But doesn't he have any exit?
We didn't see this.
No,
How come we didn't see knight b6?
because the knight was pinned.
It's not an excuse that Wojtaszek didn't see it either.
I don't know.
Oh.
I assume that Wojtaszek must have known this combination by Romanishin, but maybe he followed it too strictly. Maybe
He thought the opponent blundered. Wow. Colombia. What a shocking story. And the thing is that we haven't talked much about the spirit of a team competition. The thing is, actually we have on board 4. Can we check it what happened
board four? What is
on
this?
board 4 on this match? What
Uh-huh.
happened? Because
Okay.
we have a game finish there. So what kind of so different situation is when someone blunders? I mean, it affects very much your mindset, actually. So,
there is still a game there. I don't know. They could not have agreed to a draw because it's moved 20.
maybe it was...
Board 4, no? Bartel.
Is it Bartel?
Bartel, Valderrama, Bartel. Board 4.
Let's see, maybe they agreed. No, they couldn't.
But they couldn't. They couldn't, and there was no repetition, or was it?
So generally speaking, and what about board 3? Maybe?
You started an idea. Yes, about blunders. Yeah,
Who plays on board 3?
one moment. This was
Poland with Colombia.
Poland. Board 3 was Moranda against Sanchez. Moranda.
Let's see, that finished as a draw.
Draw, yes.
Okay,
yes.
so board 3 finished as a draw.
It looks pretty much drawish.
So what I wanted to say that it is actually very difficult sometimes for you when, let's say, you blunder. Of course, if it's an individual... but there are some more things happening here. So it's
Bishop
not an
B7.
awful blunder, it seems. Bishop b7.
Yes, but take.
Bishop b7, but your knight is trapped. The knight is trapped
So
suddenly.
something, yes.
Wow. Very beautiful game. Very beautiful ideas up here.
So maybe Bishop takes e2 would have been better after all, no?
Wow, what a trap of... no, but it's still, I think, takes on b7, takes. Well, I don't know. I would like to see whether was it a blunder or it was prepared, because these things are very much on the edge sometimes.
No, but he has 20 minutes left. It couldn't have been a preparation.
No, I mean when he was playing bishop c7. If he was calculating all the way, or he's just fortunate that he could save this. Because this seems to be pretty possibly equalish, though I'm not sure. Rook a4, rook b2. Rook a5 because the back rank is there.
No, well, I mean, when he played bishop c7, he couldn't have calculated
Probably he
knight
missed
b6.
knight
No,
b6.
but I don't think it's practical. I don't think that a practical player goes like this. He knows the pattern, and he knows the pin. And then after rook a d8, he starts thinking rook
But
a7.
how can you start thinking if you sacrifice a piece and you're not calculating? I mean, with knight
Tal
b6...
was doing that. Tal was doing that, and he admitted it. That
Well, and he has the famous saying, right? There are combinations of which is sound and mine.
No. No, but I mean...
Maybe I can say that too sometimes.
I mean, he sacrificed the knight and then he thought for 15 minutes because...
Yeah, okay, but I don't think Wojtaszek is like that. I think he considered that he calculates. I mean, knight b6, you could lose the game.
No, but I think he saw it when he played rook a7. This is what I mean. He probably didn't say...
Yeah,
No,
yes, but that's what I'm saying, that he should be, when you play bishop c7, you should calculate, so he blundered, right?
No, but okay, you understand, rook a7, even bishop e2 looks very good for black.
So the whole combination, you want to say it was not sound, and it was a wrong decision.
No, I mean, it leads to equality, and maybe knight c7 offers better chances, no? I don't know.
So bishop c7, this is where it's
Yes.
all started.
Takes knight d5,
Takes, knight d5, queen d8,
and maybe knight c7.
and here we say
Maybe.
knight c7 could be a better choice. Because after knight c7, but what can, okay, let's see, knight b6 after all.
Knight b6, yeah, we are.
This
So
is a kind of move
Queen
which
takes,
can be
no?
there.
Queen takes, attacks the other... No, queen takes. I want to attack the other knight too.
Yeah, and takes on, then
Aha,
you want to
knight-
say
knight
takes,
x8,
and
yes.
h8 is,
And yeah, no, this is too much, no?
and this is too much.
Yeah.
So knight c7,
If rook a7, then queen a5 again, no?
if rook a7,
Queen a5, and then
A5.
knight takes a6, no?
well, black can go rook c7, right?
Yeah, but then again we have this, we have two pawns,
Well, I don't know how do you take it back.
because e2 is hanging, no?
I don't know if I can grab this or not now.
Rook c2 maybe. Ah, but then you take
Well,
on
I
f3,
can
okay.
take, yeah, bishop
You take
f3,
on
and
f3.
then after that going back.
And but the b pawn moves. The b pawn doesn't move. Okay. Yeah, maybe it does. Maybe it's not so impressive.
Yeah, at first it
So,
seemed
so maybe this is
so impressive.
maybe this is a worsened version of the Romanician combination, because I remember that in that game it was good, it was sound, and
Yes.
it offered an advantage. But the queenside situation was
Yeah,
slightly
small
different.
details count, I guess.
Yes, yes.
Rook c8. Wouldn't it be possible to take rook d7 in this position?
So rook d7, knight d7, knight d7, rook
takes.
d8,
Rook d8.
knight c5, no? But bishop e2.
Yeah. This is. So rook c8, white went rook a7, and knight b6 is the surprise.
But it's not that bad.
And takes, bishop b7. Well, of course, it happens that we blunder something or we haven't seen, and we're just in time to save the game. So after bishop b7, who is better? This is the question. You know what, knight c5 is an interesting move, what do you think? No, knight c5, you take the rook.
Take
Sorry.
there first, yes.
Sorry. So bishop b7.
No, you can play knight c5 after taking knight c5, but I'm afraid that the endgame is pleasant for a Catalan player. The knight comes to d3. Yeah. Well, rook c2 is true. Rook c2, king f1.
Well, this is a problem because I cannot defend after rook a8.
Yes,
rook
you
e5.
take, yes.
So maybe
yes.
after all,
Rook
rook
d5,
d5
yes,
was
yes,
not a
yes.
very bad choice.
Okay, it was your move, so it cannot be bad. Yeah, it
But
looks-
okay, maybe rook a7 and I lose my pawn anyway.
Anyway, yeah. No, with a knight on d3, I know that
That's
it's,
powerful.
No, in the
That's
Catalans,
very
it's,
powerful.
it's
yeah.
irritating.
Yeah. Okay, so this is not possible. So takes. So how would the black survive?
Suddenly, it's not simple.
Because there is no back rank problem anymore for
Yes,
white.
yes,
This
yes.
is something very important.
Yeah, bishop b7 was beautiful, actually.
Yeah, very nice tactical battle here.
I will have to check the Romanishing game because maybe tomorrow it's interesting to just compare why it was working in that game, and here it's no, because okay, black has bishop takes e2.
Yes.
I mean, this is problematic for him, but no, I don't.
It's not so easy for black. It's not like, okay, we just simplify and it's a draw, right?
And we have an extra knight. Can you imagine you have an extra knight and you cannot do that?
Yeah. Well, knight is on the rim.
So maybe, okay, let's say you go rook c2.
You go for activity. Of course, this looks the most healthy.
Now I take there, and now I have counterplay. No, knight e4, I will have...
Though the knight on e5 is extremely
It's
powerful
irritating.
in the sevens.
But let's say knight e4, I don't see anything else active. If you have to go f3, then okay. I don't say it's the end of the world, but... f3, rook c8, and... but rook c7.
What about playing knight d7?
Knight d7, are you going to deliver mate? Rook
Rook
somewhere?
d8, yeah?
Yes. But did knight d7 improve your position?
I'm not sure. I was considering to play rook b5 or something and to try to exchange with rook b8, which I'm not sure gives me much.
Or whatever, yeah.
Yeah, but the question is, what do you do?
Well, I have my counterplay there.
Whatever.
let's say, no?
Okay, g5, fine.
Or
I'm
G6.
fine with that, but then I do my stuff.
And you could not do that immediately?
No, I want to have this check. So I'm threatening with this trick.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
So if black has to go king g7, then already, well, I'm not sure, of course, that f3 is possible, but I can go knight c5. Then you will take knight c5 because my bishop on b7
Or
is
rook
not standing
d4.
well.
Or rook d4.
Rook d4, knight e6.
Okay,
That
sorry.
was my hidden plan.
But I have luckily... Maybe g6 is still better, but okay, black is...
King f1 is not possible, is it? Takes, it shouldn't work. Right, you just...
Not so clear, no?
Knight d6. Some intermediate tricks, because rook h2 does not work,
Yes,
because
yes.
here and rook e2. Right? Scary,
Yes, but
but rook e2
not scary
entrance
enough.
for white.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so bishop b7, and now black, we see that he's having a deep thought here. Probably, possibly it was missed by black.
No, I'm sure that black missed it. Because No, I mean, okay, he's thinking a lot and he's not happy. So...
Well, it's a challenge now how to continue the game, right?
Yeah, and black is not clearly losing in either variation, but he's not clearly equalizing
Yeah.
either. Probably he has to go for that, but
So we're thinking that bishop b7 and rook c2 is still the best option for black.
what about if knight takes b2?
Yeah, the problem is...
No, at once. Without...
Okay. Instead of bishop b7.
Yes, I mean, okay.
Here, knight b2.
We are not happy with the positions.
Well,
Okay, bishop
a6.
here. And the bishop defends everything now. That's a crushing domination.
I don't know if...
A4, yes.
No, rook is hanging.
The rook is hanging, okay.
No, it's just...
And no attack.
Seems not a well good thing for black.
Okay, rook
But
a8, rook a8.
Rook a8.
Bishop b7.
Bishop b7.
And if rook a7, knight c6.
Yeah.
A bit painful.
Well, I would put on Wojtaszek at this point.
No, it's clear that white has an advantage objectively.
Yeah. Okay, so let's go back. Let's see what Fabiano. We haven't seen Fabiano for some time. And okay, it's an end game.
This was the hyper-dynamic endgame, yes?
Yes. This is the
I
end
guess
game
it's
we
black
have.
to move.
Fabiano is just standing up, checking on the other boards. This is something very typical when you have a board team competition, that you see on the other boards what's going on. And of course, how important it is that, of course, primary, everybody wants to have the victory of the team, because already for quite a few years we have this new system where the team match points count first. So if, let's say, US would win all matches, it means that, of course, they will be the Olympic champion. But sometimes when you go forward...
Unless there are so many teams in the competition that 11 rounds are not enough to...
But we never had that in this system.
No.
Yet. At least, of course, because after some time they are going to be obviously playing against each other. More an option for places for silver and bronze medal, I think.
Yes.
That can be because they drop 1 or 2 points, match points, let's say. But, so it's very important how the other players are playing. So when I was started to talk about Wojtaszek, when we thought it was a blunder by him, it is a very difficult moment for the player himself or herself, and also for the others, because if you see what's going on, it can be very frustrating that you see that board 1, for example, is making a huge mistake, or on any other board if there is a blunder happening. So it affects you a little bit. Not necessarily much, but of course how we are progressing in the event, and when it's going to be more and more tension and more critical matches, you know that it's you blunder something and then it can cost your game. And of course with the strong teams playing against each other, that can be kind of tricky already. So
you mentioned a bit the atmosphere, specific team atmosphere in the Olympiads. I have played in these 12 Olympiads, and the feeling has always been the same. It's some sort of hyper excitement, It was just like if I was already playing for the gold medal. I don't know. It was so. I believed in our team. Sometimes we got good results, but most usually not. But still, I had this feeling that. And by the way, I read a post on Facebook. I don't remember which team was that, number 20 something in the tournament. Said we are number 20 something in the tournament, so we'll fight for the medals. So I never thought of that, because Romania usually also was 15, 20, 25. Yeah. But it's a good spirit. After all, okay, you are number 30 something. Why not? Why not think?
Well, dreams can come true.
Yes,
so why not to have them?
Yes.
What do we think in this position? B takes C4.
Yeah. No, black is not worse.
Are you sure if black is not worse? This cannot be a weakness?
White may hold, but...
because rook a3 will
Rook a3 or rook a2, rook c2. If rook b4, rook a2. Well, white probably holds, but the knight is very strong. I'm not sure if he had to advance the pawn to c4, but I don't know how it happened.
I think I played only on board 1 once in my life. I think I played in 96, or maybe in 94.
In 94 we met on the first board.
Yeah, 94,
yes.
That was the first time I
Moscow.
Represented Hungary in the open section. I think maybe in Yerevan also I was in board number 1. But later on I was playing board 2, board 3, board 4. I tried every post in our team. So that was interesting, but I remember, for example, for the ladies' team, I was playing both times on board 2. Mm-hmm. And Susan, my older sister, was on board 1, so she was the one who was leading the team, kind of. And in those times, we were having only 3 boards. And we have some guests here, but...
we have, she's under 8 and under 10.
1 second, yeah. Can we have a little technical break and then we come back with a special guest?
Welcome everybody!
My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special chessable course.
Master your chess with Judit Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Well, there are a lot of interesting things happening in round 2 of the 44th Chess Olympiad. I have a very special guest. Her name is Charvi. Hi.
Hi.
And she's a great enthusiast of chess, and she's visiting only for one day. She has the opportunity to come to the Chess Olympiad to look the vibes, and I think she wants to be part of it one day. So can you tell us about your result? I heard you're champion under 8.
Yeah.
How was that, and when was that?
Actually, it was held in Andhra Pradesh, Vijayawada. Actually, it was good. Actually, I drawed one game. I played Sicilian, she played Alpine, so it was a drawish game fully. So I drawed one and I finished with the score of 10.5.
So you played only one draw and you won the rest?
Yeah.
So that's similar what I did in my first Olympiad. When did you start to play chess?
When I was 5 years.
5 years old.
Yeah.
And you're now?
8 years.
8 years old. So what do you think, what is your next dream that you want to achieve?
I need to play in men's section and I need to be a grandmaster and world champion.
And when do you think you're going to be a grandmaster?
By age of 18.
18.
Yeah.
Of course, a male grandmaster, right?
Yes.
Not
Yeah.
so are you playing with boys also?
Yeah, I'm playing.
Where do you play with boys? You're training with boys chess, or you play also in competitions?
I play in competition also. Actually, I played Karnataka State under 15 with boys section, and I won first place.
Wow. Congratulations.
Thank you. And I played national under 9 boys section, and I secured fourth place in that.
Okay. So are you planning to play in the open section in the next events, or you stick
Yeah.
to the girls?
No, I need to plan to play in boys section
And
itself.
why do you want to play with the boys? What is the challenge there? Why is it more interesting?
Because actually boys section will be strong than the girls section. I have many interest in open section to achieve over there.
So what do you think about the Olympiad? It's your first time visiting, right?
Yeah.
What is your first impression? Do you like it? Do you thought
Yeah.
it's bigger, it's smaller?
I like it, and it's bigger also.
It's bigger.
Yeah.
So who is your favorite player from India?
From favorite player, actually I like Kanero Ampi from girls section. From boys section, I like Gukesh.
Gukesh. Why do you like Gukesh? What is inspiring about his play?
Because he reached 2700. So actually I'll follow so many games from him, and even I follow the girls also.
So I can ask you some concrete questions. How many hours do you play chess every day?
I play for 3 to 4 hours just because I go to school, but and I'll go to badminton also.
Okay. So maybe someday if you want to be a professional chess player, you have to decide.
Yeah,
So which one do you like more?
professional chess player.
Chess?
Yeah.
Are you planning to be a professional chess player?
Yes, I need to play chess.
Yes? Why do you like to play chess?
Because it's interesting, and I like the calculation and tactics over there.
Oh, so are you a tactician or a positional player?
Both, yeah.
Both. You're a very rounded player.
Yeah.
So what is your favorite opening?
From e4, e5, I like to play Gyuko piano, and from e4, c5, I go to closed from white.
You go to open Sicilian?
Closed.
Closed Sicilian.
Yeah.
Okay. Who is your trainer?
Shivananda sir and Aarti ma'am.
Okay. Do you like to play also online or not that much?
Not that much. I like to play in offline.
Okay. So if other kids want to start playing chess, what do you suggest them? Why do they have to start the game?
Because it's so interesting, and the calculation improves the mental calculations and mathematics too, so I prefer to play them chess.
Do you have any sister or brother who plays
No,
as well?
no.
No?
No, I don't.
Anybody in the family?
No, I'm the only one.
Wow. How did you start playing chess?
From daycare.
Wow. So you have a daycare there where they create champions, right?
Yeah.
Well, thanks very much for being with us. I hope
Thank
you
you.
will enjoy the whole day watching Gukesh and others, how they play. So hope next time when we have the Olympiad in Budapest in 2 years, maybe you can join already?
Yeah.
Well, maybe it's a little over optimistic, but I hope to see you in one of the upcoming Olympiads.
Yeah.
And I want to see you in the open section.
Yeah,
Promise?
sure. Yes, promise.
So we have a technical break and we come back with some professional games out there. But good luck. Thanks
Thank
for
you.
being here. We are back, the 44th Chess Olympiad round 2. It's already heating up in both sections, in the open section and in the women's section. But before we start and pick another game, first of all, I want to say how cute this little girl was, wasn't she? And she made a promise to me that she goes on the open section to be the best she can. But before we move on, let's see a few pictures who are the most youngest participants of this Olympiad. We see some great girls. This girl is Randa Sedar from Palestine. It's her first Olympiad. Well, it's understandable who is only 8 years old. My first Olympiad was when I was 12. And she said that I'm her idol, so I hope she's going to be in my footsteps, I must say. Okay, so let's see what's going on. The US team players are not at the board, what I see, that they have been, do we have finished games on the US team?
Let's check.
Just to see what is the result right now. I think Fabiano maybe
Dominguez 1 and 2 draws. So only Saw plays.
Okay, so USA is leading 2-1 and one more game is running. So let's take a look just on the board, Wesley, so how he's standing before we go to the open section to check out that, just that how is the situation. Very strange pawn structure.
No, it changed a lot since last time we saw.
But we would take black, wouldn't we?
No, but I must say that White's position looks decent now. I mean, yeah, black has the better structure, no?
Somehow I would rather play it with black.
Yes, but
because there is an option that sometimes to play G5,
G5
F5
can be
more difficult.
Exactly, yes.
But let's say Rook G8 and G5, that looks extremely tempting.
Yes, but you remember when we looked at it the first time, it looked very clearly better for black. But now I'm not so sure. White also has this knight on D5 is somehow keeping the position together.
Okay, so let's go to the ladies section and see the Atalik Yekaterina game against Maria Muzichuk, because where we left out there was a pawn sacrificed by Maria, and we had this position where after e takes d4, the rook is attacking the queen, and then she went away to c7. So what do we have here? Rook g1. Of course, the rook is extremely powerful on the g file.
No, very nice play. I mean, rook e1 and rook g1, no?
I mean,
such simple moves, but of such strength.
It's very powerful. And one day when the pawn is pushed, d5 is just waiting to be pushed and to have a really big attack, right? So after rook g1, rook f7 was played, and d5 is just on the board. So let's see what happens if, let's say, black takes on d5. What is the plan for white? Is it
queen e6
simply
maybe?
Queen e6? So if knight f4 already the pin, it can be deadly. But is it? Well,
so
it is deadly
yes,
because takes
the
and
bishop
takes
is
the bishop,
hanging.
right? So this is not possible to be playing this way with black. And after queen e6, black is in trouble.
Knight f6,
because
bishop
knight
f6,
is
double pin.
only way to defend the g7, but then there is pin everywhere. And, well, actually it seems like white played extremely powerful this game so far. What can black do in this position after d5? Probably rook f8 can be the move.
So are we ready for knight e4, knight e4, knight e5? No, knight e4 may...
Knight e4, knight takes e4.
Okay. And queen e4. Yeah, maybe queen e4 is not...
Well, this is not
It's
something I
still-
would want to do. Maybe we have something, there is
More
something better
convincing,
for
no?
white.
Why don't we
Maybe
just pin?
Queen e6.
Yes, just pin.
And queen e6, rook e8. But after rook e8, rook
Rook
g7.
g7 maybe, no?
And queen e8, because this pin
Yes.
is quite unpleasant, I must say.
Just won a second pawn, no? And threatens a few little things.
So this is kind of hopeless right now. But it sees like after rook f8, queen e6, then it is extremely strong.
King h8, let's say, no?
King h8, but isn't rook g7 something to check
Anyway,
on?
no?
King g7, rook g1,
And knight e4, no?
and knight e4.
Bishop e7, d6, no.
It is not something
no,
I would like to
no,
deal
no.
with if I'm black, that's for sure. I don't know if it's really winning, but it looks...
No, it should be winning, no?
No, it looks deadly, right?
Yes, yes.
I mean, this b2 bishop, I know I'm repeating myself, but this b2 bishop is really very tough and it's a killer.
But you see, about the discussion regarding the knight. Okay, the bishop is a fantastic piece, but it just stays there. It doesn't do anything, just, controls.
Yes.
But the knight is doing the things, no?
Knight is doing the
knight
job,
is the
the action.
operative force, yes?
Yes.
The bishop is just, irritating there. I mean...
Yeah, it does. It definitely does. So d5, and even white has a pawn up. I mean, just at the
Yeah.
top of everything, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so this game is extremely dangerous for board 1 for Ukraine. And then let's see the other boards of Ukraine, how they are standing. Do we have any results? On second board we have... do we have results?
You mean this is...
In the ladies Ukraine board 2.
Ladies Ukraine, just one moment. Aydin against Tushenina. No, there is a result only on the last board. Osmak won.
So let's see board 2.
Osmak. So board 2 is... yes.
Well, this is the game we've discussed, of course. It happened, what we were expecting here, that black took after a6. No, white took on c6.
And played a4.
And after rook c6, a4, which is a typical idea also, just to make sure that black never thinks about b5
And
in this game.
she's not ready to exchange bishops at this height.
Yes,
Maybe.
knight d7. And right now it's white to move. Time-wise, black has a little time trouble. Actually, we can say that maybe bigger time trouble. Though with this time control, having 30 seconds after every move, you can't really have those kind of classical time troubles, which, let's say, Ivanchuk had 20 moves and he had to make it in 1 minute. I remember exactly in one of the Linares events. And Karpov was a huge time trouble player. Every game he was in time trouble.
And you would never know, you could not write the moves anymore. And you could blitz out until move 45 or 50, if it was mutual.
Exactly. Of course, one of the most famous time trouble player is Alexander Grishchuk, because he has many, many games that he has incredible time troubles, and that's the moment when he's the most dangerous.
No, from the older guys, Reshevsky was like this. Apparently, he never studied chess at home. He didn't have a chess set at home. And he invented everything over the board. But he was so brilliant that he invented chess. He used the 2.5 hours for 20 moves. And then he used his talent to play the rest of the game in one minute. And he did it quite okay. I mean, not a bad player if you take his results.
It was a very big change, I think, for those players who were heavy time trouble players, that this with Fischer clock, they started to receive time, because suddenly for them it was heaven. No matter how much they were thinking, right?
They could not...
could not lose on time, practically.
But Grandmaster Schuber once told me he's an intuitive player and he plays quickly.
And time trouble.
And he said...
No,
Schuber in the later, maybe earlier when you could smoke over the board. But after they forbid, he was just playing like this, walking, sometimes losing on time because he was just analyzing some other games while his clock was running. But he said, but I don't understand, why do they force my opponents to administrate their time better? Let them get into time trouble because I play quickly. So he had this...
we have a very different time management nowadays for the players, of course. So this game is still a lot to be done here. Interesting that it's white to move. And, well, white has to decide how to improve her position, right? Whether she cannot go bishop d4. Because, well, let's see.
So she went knight d5, I believe. Knight d5.
Yes, it was knight
Queen
d5.
d2, bishop d2, king
yes,
f8.
because the problem is the rook is on d8, not on
Yes,
f8, so
yes,
now king
yes.
f8 would be
So you're
something.
criticizing the rook move on d8. But
Yes, generally
it's better
it
than
is
on
the case.
yes.
After rook d2,
King f8. So no, he took with the bishop. She took with the bishop on d2.
okay. Instead of rook d2, knight d5. Maybe you can tell us a little bit about this structure, if white has any chance.
No, you know, it's very difficult to break, especially without queens, because with queens on board, black may have some problems of coordination. I mean, everything stands well, but what do you do with the queen? She's, if you keep it passive, then it will be just passive. If you want to activate it, then it will be just vulnerable. Without queens, you know, it's not so simple, and the king can go to f8. Later, black can play e6 and king e7. So it's maybe the space advantage is already less relevant. But of course, in principle, white's position is a bit better. There were, okay, from modern times, I believe, Sergei Tivyakov was is one of the main Maroczy specialists. He likes to have this grand position and then wait and exchange some pieces and eventually reach an interesting ending, let's say. But what I would say that the queen exchange slightly helped black to solve the problems of coordination. I mean, at least she can hold the 3 ranks she occupied, and white will have to advance a lot to get there.
So let's see what actually really happened after the move king f8, because of course the time element is very important. We're going to see that now actually the players are reaching out really to the heavy time trouble, because they are only at move 30 for now and black has 1 minute. So let's see quickly where they are moving ahead. So bishop g5 forcing knight f6.
But was it forced? I mean, why not f6?
I'm not sure it was forced, but let's go there,
Yes,
I
okay,
think,
okay.
because that's completely other story, right? If
Yes.
white is...
f6 and d6 and king
Yes,
e7.
yes, of course, in that position here, you're saying f6, and then keep the bishop and the knight, and still
E6,
later on
king
e6 is
E7.
Possible.
Flexible, you know, f5 later.
Yeah, I guess it's a matter of mindset. Maybe black wanted to simplify the position, thought that maybe...
But now with this structure, I don't know, it's not a draw.
It's white is the attacker. It's only for 2 results, right? Because
Yes,
white
yes,
wants to be
yes.
progressing, improving her position, rook b8, which I'm not sure exactly what's the point of this move, but probably the only reason was that she wanted to go out of the possible c5,
yes.
but for now it was not a real threat. So white was improving her position.
No, maybe she anticipates a5, because after a5 she wants to go b6, maybe.
That's possible. So
Because
it's a
a5 in principle
prophylactical.
is an irritating move in general.
I don't know if white had maybe an idea to play g4, because after king f2, black played h5. I like h5 very much when you gain a little space on the king side for black. King e3, bringing into center, now rook c8. So of course the black rook on c6 is tied to d6, right? So the black rook cannot really move. The only thing is that the black rook can move maybe later rook b6, and then the other rook can be brought up. So this is actually what happened also after c4, rook b6, rook d3, rook c6. So it seems like black thinks that, okay, show me what you want. Okay?
These were my words, yes. Show me. I mean,
Show me. It's not nice. It's not pleasant. I'm just having my defense. But show me how you can press, how you can come up with any idea to break my position.
so maybe, okay, the king goes to c3, and then maybe she plays a5. Okay, a5, which is only the start of something. But at least now I don't fear b6 so much, because the king defends b3.
Okay, but let's say what happens if black is just doing
Okay,
nothing.
rook 3, d4. I want to go b4.
Okay, so your plan is b4.
b4, king
And
b3.
King b3 and b5 possibly, which is
And-
still,
No,
let's
I-
see
I-
what happens
I
if
know.
nothing is done by black.
But actually, this is the most probable, because if black tries to do something, then maybe...
Okay, so let's say what is the optimal thing that white can do, because I'm pretty sure
No,
that
I'm
white
very
can
curious.
do something.
I'm very curious,
But
yes.
we shouldn't forget that once we play b4, our rook on d4 is tied to
Yes.
the c4 pawn.
But it's good that there are no minor pieces, so our rooks are stable on...
Yeah, but if let's say you would like to free, or I would like to have it on the third
No, you
rank,
cannot shuffle.
yeah,
no.
we cannot do that. Okay, nobody sees. We put
But
the
by the
rook to
way,
the
what if g4 now? I mean, to give the fight a global character.
Yeah, you to play on both sides, right? It's
I mean,
close position, but you want to break.
I'm not going to win on the king side, but if your rook goes away to the h file, then I go b5 with a crushing effect, I think.
Well, there maybe it's also not over, because let's say I take on g4, takes, rook h8, I want some counterattack, you go
So let's say
b5,
b5
takes,
first,
takes,
CB,
and I
yes.
go rook c5. I don't know whether, is it completely dead for black? It seems like it, right?
It's dangerous,
Because
no?
the
Yes.
king is completely cut away from
And
there.
there is king c4, king c5 for white.
Well, and these pawns
Yes, yes,
are
it's-
not
it looks-
joking, right? So let's see where they're standing now in the game. Still rook b6, rook c6, so the rook is
Yeah, doesn't reach-
kept
aha,
there
yes.
for the moment.
So now everything is ready for a5, I believe.
Now the question is whether Yushenina would like to start pressing and making committal moves with the pawns, with a4 and a5 and b4, or she wants to make some maneuvering, because she also does not have too much time. She has 2 minutes, while her
just
opponent
to-
has little more than a minute.
She can play rook d2, rook d3, rook d4, then rook d1, rook d4, and go for the plan. No,
The question is why to not do any action, right?
yes, no, just but
Yeah, this is the question,
if
that
you
how
if you
she
don't
will
do-
be deciding.
If you don't do anything, then do it quickly. Then don't do it quickly. Yes.
Well,
I mean,
she can think all her time and decide whether she wants to go a5. Is it a good decision or not? Because after a5, black will have to make a decision whether is it b6.
Yes, but-
Does she want to have to be fast, or
but
even
the-
b5,
but-
forcing white to
but we
exchange,
take
right?
anyway, and the king. Okay, we play with an extra king almost. I mean,
Well, are we? Takes, and then very quickly black wants to look for counter chances on b8.
so there is also this aspect. Yes. Okay, so rook a1.
But Yunashina played rook h1 because she desperately wants to go g4. It seems.
Personally, I don't think that plan can be so promising. But okay,
I would also try to make pressure on the
there is this
queen
Soviet.
side.
There was this Soviet technique. You adjourn the game. You know you are not winning,
Adjourned the game some decades ago.
and you invent a plan which is not threatening. The opponent can defend. Okay, you play this first plan. He defends. Then you go back. Then you try the second plan, which is not winning. The opponent defends, and then you go back, and then you try the third plan, which offers some chances. And the opponent is already so confused that actually Botvinnik described this, and his opponent went wrong on the second plan already.
Yeah.
But it was really, I mean.
Well, unfortunately, this is also something I experienced with Anatoly Karpov once in a
He
game
was a
where,
good pupil,
where he was
yes.
just a little better with rook knight, 3 pawns against rook knight and 2 pawns I had. It was equal, it was draw, but he was like going from the left, going from the right, going here, going there. And then, of course, my time was getting shorter and shorter.
Yes.
And I collapsed when it was time trouble, and then he made an action. So king d4. Oh, but look at that. One rook is going to be exchanged, but this is not favors white.
No, rook c6.
No, but why don't I just simply take it?
And king d5, you think that's good for us? I mean,
Well, for black, I think. Well, I
if
don't know.
before
Rook
then
c8.
a5, if before then a5, no?
Absolutely.
No, there is nothing.
I mean, c5.
c5 maybe. Yes.
c5, now it's interesting, but maybe rook c6 for a funny move.
Yeah, somehow I don't know what.
No, rook c6 is a nice move. And she took on d5, but I don't like it. I think white made a mistake to allow exchange. And of course, if you take with the
No,
pawn,
maybe but ed5. ed5.
but why is it, well, ed5?
Well, there is a majority, I don't know. You have to go a5 maybe, if not I go a5.
I'm not sure if it's going to be so. Well, if the pawn can be exchanged on d6, then it's nothing, right? We can change it there.
Yeah.
I had something very similar against Korchnoi.
It's not much, no? Because, okay, the black majority is also quite...
She took with e takes d5.
No, it keeps some... no, so we want
So
to
a5,
go a5.
c5.
Should be played.
c5, rook c8, right?
No, but I was thinking not c5, but rook b1.
Yeah, I just want to check if c5 is possible, because after c5, I guess rook c8 has to be played, no? Because after takes, this would be
No,
probably
you
decisive.
you cannot allow this, yes.
So that's why I want to check if after c5,
Rook c8,
rook c1, and king d7.
So I was wondering if
c6,
if I can make it work somehow, but probably not.
why not? c6 takes. Let's say I just want to see what is the problem.
And before first, before.
No, now. What's the
before,
problem?
yes. No, yes, before, no. No, I was thinking only king c4, but then d5.
Yes,
but
yes.
Before, no, I didn't see before.
Before
Yes.
takes, and this should be
No,
a win,
this-
right?
Well,
White is 2 pawns down right now, but still.
No, now the question is, okay, is the outside
If,
pass pawn, does it matter that black has...
No, now actually... No, white should be winning, because after f5, f4.
f4, no, and... no, optically it should be winning, no? I don't know if...
No, it has to be a win with
in the moment of grabbing a pawn...
further past pawn we have, right? It's a classic.
Yes, but there is the weakness on g3, let's say g4. No, the only thing worrying me is that black is a pawn up on that wing.
Takes.
And the grabbing race, let's say d4. No,
No, now actually it's tricky.
like
Okay,
this.
so let's just go with the
Okay, the king is very
classic
far.
calculation,
King
right?
a6.
Here, no, but it should be win.
It should be
how
winning,
can
yes.
it not win?
It should be winning, yes.
Here,
You
no.
go. Yes, it's too
Yeah,
slow.
I mean, king f3, f5, king g3,
It's
f6.
way too slow.
White goes. So let's go back to the game, because they have seconds left only, at least black. So a5 is played, which I like very much,
Now-
because she played rook
Yes,
c8.
Yes. Now before c5, I mean, this is not funny.
Yeah, actually, they should be win.
You know, and yeah, this is not fair. I'm not sure yet how it wins for white, but you know, g4 we can.
But I'm not sure we have to push there on the
Maybe
king
not.
side. When on the queen side, we just improve the position b4 c5. After that,
The rook comes to c3 or c4, no? And then we
Yeah,
can
it's not
even-
so
we
obvious
can even-
yet, you want to say.
No, but maybe it's obvious. We bring the rook. Okay, c5. We bring the rook to c4, let's say, and then we take on d6.
Takes.
How is this king d4? No. It's a good thing we have the pawn on a5, because after f5, somehow king c4, king e5, we have the square on. But okay, f4, of course, yes.
We just play this, and then king
But we don't
is-
need g3 actually.
Yeah,
yet.
yeah,
We could go king c4.
exactly.
No, this is an easy way, no?
Well, I think this it was a better try for black to play a5 for sure.
Yes.
I guess it would be a loss anyway, but It's interesting, I think, to point out that time, how important it is. If black would have time to play b6 and a5 at
Yes,
both,
yes.
then
You miss one tempo.
probably there is a great chance to hold the position, though anyway white can go rook b1 and b4.
Yeah, it's not the
But
end.
it's a completely
it's
different
not the end, but yes. That
Level
is-
of problems.
Yes, yes, yes.
Exactly. So a5 is played.
No, but if I was to play with white, I mean, if I was white and black was to move, I would only pray that black allows me to play a5, because then I would be sure
Yes.
it's winning somehow.
Okay, so I guess it's move 40, what I see on the screen. And we see that it's move 41, and this is the position we have. After a5, rook b8 was played,
Aha, she tries.
b4, b6,
Okay,
takes,
this prolongs a bit,
and king c3. It prolongs, but okay, it's in this game we are not going to see surprises anymore. White
Yeah,
is going to be
probably
bringing
not. Yes, yes.
her rook to a1, and after that breakthrough with c5, and a6 pawn will also have some big challenges to survive. So
There is
let's
some
see Magnus, how is he doing?
Okay,
Okay.
okay.
Wow. It's a
Is this
different
Magnus?
position from what we had before.
What is the blockade?
Well,
Where is the blockade?
that's gone. But I'm very curious how he flipped everything upside down what we had. He went bishop e3, knight d5, queen d2, knight takes e3. Okay, but I don't like this. Wow, it was such a big relief for white. Though, of course, rook h6 looks
Yeah.
quite promising as well, to have rook
No,
on
but of
g6
course-
and the bishop, but it's a relief.
Yeah, but of course it
No
shows
isolated anymore.
certain lack of imagination. I mean, if you take on h3, I mean, this is the only thing you can come up with. I mean,
Yeah, but this is, I think, a typical situation when you have too much of a choice of good moves,
yeah.
and it's hard to decide, because this is what it happened, I think. Rook f1, already an open file for the rook, rook g6, bishop g4. Okay, but this is not worse at all for white.
No, white has a decent position now, no?
Yeah, I would go bishop e4 with black here, just to have a nice spot here. He did not play bishop e4. He went f5.
No, black is also doing well.
Well, still, black is just completely fine, right? Takes, rook g3 here, but there should have been some blunder happening. And, now, with e5. e5, it's a blunder, because after takes, rook f8 check.
Upsick.
King h7, but still,
What is a blunder? Why is it a
Takes.
blunder?
because of queen f5. And why g6? Why not rook g6? Because of rook c6. This is why it's a blunder, because black cannot go to the 8 because of rook c8. So he went g6, queen f4, and rook on c7 appears in a second. Takes. So he started to lose his pawn. And it's interesting that how did he lose his next pawn? Or was it already a second? Queen d6, king h1, queen d2. Well, Magnus will not let this go, I think, though the b2 is hanging, and if white plays b4, then...
It will be harder to
no, probably
check on
b4.
c1. Check on c1, no?
Check on c1.
If queen g1, then I take on
Here.
h3. Then queen f4, yes.
Okay, king g1.
You can still escape, as you say, yeah?
Well, it's not so easy to escape,
Yes,
right?
yes.
Not so easy to escape.
Maybe to a6 or somewhere. But this may cost the 2 pawns. And then things would be...
Well,
less
yeah, it's a good question whether can white just go here? King e5. I mean, this should be winning in any case.
Yes.
Even if I give up this pawn on g2, I go queen e3, then I go king d6.
Yes, yes, the king
I mean,
goes there.
I'm not saying I did the best way which was possible, But, okay, b4, queen c1 is on the board.
And I saw long queen retreat by Carson.
Interesting
So
that he gives up the pawn on a3.
Mm-hmm.
And then probably he goes back to d4, the centralization of the queen.
Mm-hmm.
I would try to keep that. I think, but it's, well, queen on d4 is incredibly powerful.
Mm-hmm.
That's clear, right?
No, this looks, because the black king is vulnerable now. Maybe this was the most technical decision. Now king h2, h4.
Well, it's black to move now, so
I know,
here,
but I'm talking about my
king
dream.
h2,
And queen c7.
let's say check, king g1, let's say check again.
But not forever. King f2.
Well, yeah, king f2, queen c2, let's say, king f3.
King f3, and it's temporarily over. Well, queen c6 still, but king g3.
Yeah, but queen c6, queen e4.
Or king g3, okay.
So you have these squares. Yeah, king g3 also the other way, of course.
And maybe h4, we have to expose the enemy king.
I don't know if you remember this, which game was it already? The World Championship match between Magnus and Nepo. And they had a queen end game. And it already towards then, maybe it was game 9 or 10, something like that, he had already plus score. Mm-hmm. And he made such a technique, always just nothing. Everything is centralization, domination with the queen.
He's good at that.
It just doesn't give any contingencies. Just maybe it's not the most precise and the win which the computer gives, but it just doesn't give any chance even to think for you that you have a chance to save the game.
Humanly speaking,
Yeah,
that's
from
that's
practical
the way
point of view, it's just incredible
yes.
decisions.
No, his practical strengths also, I mean, I believe that this game also shows his overall practical strengths. I mean, obviously things went wrong.
Well, I can't say that it was good.
I mean, okay, he prepared something, missed something, I don't know, some aspect.
Something
he
went
got
wrong.
into some sort of long-time trouble. Yeah, but okay, he started defending. Yeah, this rookie one, this cross placement of the position, inviting black to take on d4, and and not looking like somebody who is really worried about the position. I mean, look, I'm regrouping. Of course, his position was not funny, but this can influence the.
He was playing.
I mean, could you expect that?
No.
His only merit was that he was there. He was there. Not only his moves, but his presence. Because okay, it's like a fight, no?
Yeah.
It's not only the technique. It's also the...
And it's incredible with Magnus that he has the patience.
Yes,
I mean, you
yes.
look, he's sitting there, he knows that he should be winning, but he's engaged. That what is the best technique? How can I squeeze the way that I really don't give any chance? So he's just enjoying the details.
But is the right policy? Because, okay, the hardest to play is when you are winning or when you have a clear advantage. Because you know that you cannot spoil it.
Spoil it.
You are not allowed to.
Yes.
I mean, if the position is so okay, you make a move by intuition. But when you have an advantage, you know you are not allowed to spoil it. So the responsibility should be higher in such a position.
So let's see what is the result between with the Norway team. How are they doing? And on the other boards, I think Tari
won. Okay, it's 2-0 already.
This is the game. Wow, big crush.
Hammer and Carson are still playing.
Let's see what Hammer is doing.
Hammer is doing reasonably well, I think.
It's also move 41 after the time trouble. Hammer had 25, but the opponent seems to have probably had quite a time trouble. Evaluating the position, it's not clear. I mean,
no, but the knight is very good.
But black is doing okay.
Do you think that black is doing okay?
No. Well, knight on c3 is good, and it supports the passed pawn.
No, I mean, I'm not sure how white is going to win, but white should be better at least slightly, no? Don't you think so?
Yeah, probably.
But I'm not sure how to prove that. I mean,
Rook
maybe
f3 was the last move in this position.
he has to come up with a plan. Maybe he wants king g3 to threaten queen takes e5.
But I'm not sure because it's not so easy. For example, let's say if I just go king, queen, though I'm not sure I take. You know what I do? I go rook h8. I go rook h8.
If king g3, then
Anyway,
king
I want
g8,
to take.
king
No,
g8.
actually, I want to take. I want to go king g7 and to
And now
attack your
my
pawn.
pieces are a bit stupid. You mean yes?
I mean, on c3, I understand that it's blocking the pawn, but you have your weaknesses here, right?
And the bishop is
G2 you
suddenly
have
not
to
that.
go, which means that you should have gone to g2, right?
Okay.
Instantly. So after rook h8, king g2.
No, but after king
But I
g2,
cannot go.
I don't threaten queen e5. So this is why I went to g3.
But queen e5 was not a threat anyway because the rook is hanging.
The rook is also hanging.
So, okay, king g2, but anyway, I think black will be taking on g5. This was my plan, playing king g7. Still, I want to go there. Of course, rook will be able to go to g3.
Rook a8, then double on the
Yeah,
h-file,
I mean,
if
the
anything.
h-file, it's double-edged story, right?
So I.
And also the b2.
But about
At
b2, I
some
don't
point.
think there will be.
You're not worried that much.
No, I think not. But yes, the king side is a problem, and the bishop. Yes, the bishop controls two wings.
Yeah, it's
I
like I have
underestimated
some ideas there. So maybe it's not easy. I would. This g5 pawn is really weak, I believe.
I looked at the things too statically,
Yes.
as if it was already.
If you all your dreams are accomplished.
I mean, exchanging all the pieces.
And eventually you have a passed pawn on
keeping
it.
the knight against the bishop. For
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Without rooks, of
Yes,
course,
yes,
that's
yes,
a
yes,
whole
yes,
different
yes,
kind of
yes.
story.
Yes.
And on board 4.
So we have on board 4, Christiansen won.
It's over already.
Yes, they won on board 2 and 4.
Okay, so Norway won. How is the US? How is
Wojtaszek won. Wojtaszek won.
Okay, let's see how they finished there.
The match is over, 3-1.
Okay, let's see Wojtaszek's game because that was great fun after bishop b7. What has happened? Black played knight d5. He did not want to enter to the verse position and went on to play this.
But
It was not only verse but a pawn
this
down.
lost, this worse and lost. Yeah.
Well, yeah, this is important to go out from the pin and then rook b7. Well, and okay, Wojtaszek had good technique, I guess.
Or now how Leonid Stein, what he used to say, in such positions I'm very strong.
Very strong, yes.
No, I don't want to say that Wojtaszek doesn't have technique, but the position is simply...
Yeah. Especially you have the bishop, right? D5 pawn, so it's you have to bring your king. But it's a great example how club players should understand that you have a better position, you have a pawn up, you still have to win the game, right?
Yes.
So this is a nice way of showing how you play. So you regroup the bishop to b3, put pressure on d5.
Keep the knight passive.
And and just win the game, right?
To win the pawn on d5.
I mean, okay, black was also not fighting for too long to suffer long.
Yeah, he was
So
probably
this-
was demoralized by...
This pawn is also getting off the board. Okay, so I can't say exactly that it's a nice game, though I have to be checking it afterwards if everything was sound. But we felt that there was something not planned in this game, where the action and tactics were happening, right?
Yes.
So what kind of games we have which is still running from the top boards? How is it going with the Indians?
Do you have any hints?
Let's see what we have. Koneru is playing still. Wow, this is a tough position. So she had an interesting opening, and now she's actually, well, she should be much better because the e6 pawn is a great pass pawn.
I'm curious, how did she get here? Is this a blocked position as well when we were thinking of knight takes d5, no?
Well, this was in the beginning where we thought she played h3 here. This is very
Yes, I know, but how did it go?
And rook b8, bishop d2.
Rook
So,
b8.
so black didn't even have the idea to play knight b6 and rook d8. So I think black was just having not the right plan.
No, black didn't have a plan.
Well, she had a plan to double the rook on e8, which is not enough in this position, I believe.
Yeah, yeah.
So, I mean,
No,
the bishop
this
is stuck, the queen
No,
is
this
not
is
doing
this is White's
anything.
dream. This is White's dream. Yes,
yeah,
yes.
exactly.
Yes.
At one point, you can go f5, no weaknesses,
No, of course, this is the worst scenario if black doesn't
bishop
play
g5. So this is a typical way when a lower player, lower rated player just says, okay, do whatever you want. And this is what happens in this game, right? That practically Conero herself should be improving continuously her position, which is not so simple. It's only a great pleasure.
But for a player of her level, this phase is easy.
Yes. So eventually she had to make actions.
Yes. Yeah, but a much lower rated player might never dream that she can sacrifice a piece on d5 against Conero.
Yes. Yeah, you have to be a very tactical, aggressive player.
I mean, there are such players, okay, but obviously it was not the case no, because you know that if you don't do that, then you are just crushed.
Yeah, in these
Little
kind
by
of
little.
positions, you end up very easily just having a worse position, and basically it's a cat and mouse game, right?
It doesn't matter if knight x d5 is good or wrong. You have to play
Sometimes you
it.
just have to do
If it doesn't
right?
work, as Corcionari used to say, bad luck. But you have to do it.
So queen g3 takes, and now she made a regrouping of her pieces, because it was not so easy to break, actually.
No, but I'm not sure that Conero played so well, because this looks like a decent position for black.
Yeah, but now white could play knight e6, which was a great achievement.
Maybe
Right?
she should have kept the king somewhere else, no?
Maybe, yeah. Maybe that was the
No, now of course
option to go king f8 or king 8. Yeah, well, not so many good places for the king.
No, I mean, with the exception of the fact that there is that threat, and okay, if king f8, for instance, works, then I'm not sure that white has played so well. No, it's still better for white, but at least black's
I
pieces...
think white maybe has to sacrifice the pawn, maybe.
Anyway, anyway.
Yeah, maybe the queen has to be regrouped. But I also think that white misplayed it.
I mean,
it was not the best way to do it.
Because look at black's regrouping, it's human.
Yeah.
I mean...
And now g5, bishop e5, and it's still not over at all.
Yeah, I mean,
say.
okay, you have a nice pawn there, but how are you going to break?
The players are already entering just within a few minutes to the 5th hour of play. So far they are playing for 4 hours already.
But so are our commentators.
Yes, we are also here. We are the first to come and probably last to go. But we have some very exciting games already today. Even yesterday we had some excitement, but the more how we are proceeding from round to round, there will be more and more exciting games in the playing hall and what we are able to commentate. What about bishop takes e5?
Yes,
because,
takes e5,
of course, d takes e5 is also
no.
something to consider. Because, of course, this is
E4.
untakeable, but white goes bishop d5, and what happens if
E4.
just e4?
It can easily go the other way around, no?
I don't know, but also bishop can go
Bishop
to
d4,
d4.
and-
So let's say queen d6, bishop shows up on d4.
And queen f6.
Though white can take, but I think it would be extremely dangerous for her to grab those pawns. Don't you think so? On a5, of course, this looks. One day it will be
G4
queen.
maybe, no? Isn't
You
black
know, you
close
can
to-
have
close to winning
a
here?
faster heartbeat with,
Yeah.
with the white pieces because you're not sure whether
But
are you
okay,
really.
Also bishop takes e5 looks
So
decent.
this is why it's move 42. They both players they received their extra 30 seconds, and now of course it has a completely different story. This part of the game because what white can be playing for, and in many games we've seen this before. That okay, there are some moves. Let's make some moves. Your opponent is thinking, and then a time trouble, and then you can make some very practical decisions, and maybe you trick your opponent if you have to, unless you really have your winning position, and then you just win the game. Bishop e5, queen f2. There is no other way to go.
Maybe g4.
And maybe g4.
G4, no? No, d takes
it's
c5
how
also,
difficult to
also
crack
makes
this
sense,
position.
but no, but it's not even clear who is cracking who. No, I mean, I understand. I agree with you that it's not easy to crack, but
So bishop d5, already g takes h3. It's not easy at all.
well, we can also prepare it, no? Queen h6 maybe, or queen h7. Or queen g5. No, I mean, it's very much a game. Maybe we don't have to take, no? White to
Okay,
open.
but bishop e5, queen f2, it's forced.
Yes, g4, bishop,
G4.
bishop d5 and something, queen g5 first. I'm not so happy about
g5 and come king g7 possibly.
Yeah,
Or
rook,
king
rook
f8 and rook
yes,
there,
also-
right?
Ah, and yes. I mean, why to open the G file somehow?
So what about rook f1?
Okay, rook f1. I'm not in time for king G7. Yes. No, rook f1.
Well, f4 is possible.
Yes. And you cannot take on G4. That's good.
Well, white can try to go queen e2, but actually it seems like maybe the e5 bishop is much stronger than the d5.
Let's say it's not weaker. It has a view to the king, no?
Well, it has like
yes,
somehow
yeah.
more dangers to look after.
No, the bishop on d5, I mean, okay, the only question is whether black will be in time to
Yes,
evacuate the king from
this is what
g8.
I want to say also, that if black can reach out with his king to e7,
e7,
then the d5 bishop is nothing.
Then black is winning.
Yeah.
So the bishop on d5 ensures some, let's call it initiative, no, or temporary activity.
So bishop e5, g4.
No, but d takes c5 is also interesting. I don't know. Bishop e5 is simpler to...
Bishop d5, queen g5. Okay, so let's see the board 2 of this match. Yeah, I have Vishali on the board, a2. Okay, it's not over yet, but it's going to be just within seconds. So she's going to collect her second victory. Well, I guess rook h1.
First collect the rook and then the second victory. Knight c2 is still... okay, I mean, she will not resign at once.
No, but okay, this game will be over. Okay. Then board 3, Tanya. Oops, Tanya is actually winning. And she won already her game. Still board 4. We see what's going on.
Black has a nice position.
h3. So actually it seems like only Humpy has problems.
So...
in this match.
They will probably have 3-0
and then
which is a big score for the second round.
Well, yeah. It's India against Argentina.
You checked and you discovered that in the first round there were 70 results of 4-0 in the ladies competition. Yeah. And 76
4-0
in the men's competition.
In the open section, yes.
Okay, for the first round is not something unheard of, especially that we have more teams now.
Yes.
So the difference is bigger but for round 2, okay, 3.5 is already something very remarkable.
Okay, let's see what happens in the Atali game. Wow. It's not going to last long. Because,
some sort of threat.
Yeah, black is... no, actually it's over. The game is over of that game. So let's see how is it. So it's 1-0 to Turkey. Let's see the end game, rook a1. So this rook end game, of course, it will be equalizing 1-1, board 3.
Oh, this is very complicated. What is this?
Well, here black has a huge advantage.
Black has... no.
Just winning.
Well, black is a pawn up and everything is hanging in white's position, yes.
Well,
okay. No,
this is
I looked
gonna
at it
be
optically, I
over.
didn't understand anything, so, but of course, black is completely winning.
And then on board 4, we have white 1.
Osmak won already. Oh, she's a rook up, yes?
So 2-1 lead, right?
Okay.
Not 2-1 lead, but it will be. I'm sorry.
It's 1-1, but...
yeah, it's no, it's 1-0 for Turkey, because actually
no, but Osmak won.
Maria.
Osmak won already. The last game you showed. I saw it...
Yes, yes. So
Osmak-
it's 1-1,
Osmak,
and
yes,
2
yes.
games are running. Here,
with pretty
it's a
good chances of
problem.
a 2-0,
Okay,
yes.
so kind of 3-1, right? Let's see, Georgia, she won Judit Zenana. This was the A3 move, right? And then black played
Uh-huh.
bishop B2, knight B7, and then... well, it was not
Okay.
necessarily so simple, but okay.
Yeah, the knight stands well on c5, but white has the center.
Okay, but it's a pawn up. So she
It's a pawn and it's a
pawn
mobile.
up,
It's
and
a
after
mobile.
that-
It's a mobile pawn.
yeah.
That's the problem.
And then we have a draw on second board, third board, also victory for Georgia, and then board 4 is still playing.
Kind of winning, no? But Georgia is playing with black, so
Yeah, that's not so simple, but okay, they are leading 2.5, so the match is
Okay.
already in their hands. And let's see what the others are doing there. Okay, so let's go back a little bit to what Carson is up to, and well, actually, let's see the U.S. team
yes,
and
we
the
didn't.
Indian team, how they are playing.
So
So he's still playing? Wow.
only so,
what a game.
only Wesley is playing,
Yeah.
and the game. Are we sure maybe this is the third game they are playing today? No, because each time we look, it's a different structure. No,
It looks like a different game.
they are cheating. Arbiters, they are cheating. They played 3 different games, and suddenly.
Well, Wesley
Black-
is going to be winning this game, I believe. Though
Yes,
this
you-
knight, if ends up on c6, it's not the...
Well, I was just saying that for the first time in the game, I'm not so sure, but it's a lot of pawns.
Well, there are lots of pawns.
It's a lot of extra.
It's like
pawns.
2 extra pawns. So the
Yeah.
only thing black has to be careful not to allow this knight to c6, and for now it's very clear that it's not possible because
Yes.
of bishop f6. And he's going to be playing probably bishop f6 at some point.
Maybe
He can also
e5.
go
Maybe
bishop.
e5. I wouldn't be so sure about this position. I mean, at least from practical point of view. I want to go e6. Maybe I grab the pawn on g6.
Or you want to go d6 maybe.
Oh, d6 is the dynamic solution. Yes. No, e6 actually doesn't work because of rook takes e6. But no, it works.
No, I think for now d6
But
is the threat.
d6 looks and something knight d4 or.
But for now, maybe black goes bishop c5, king h2, and then, well, I would like to go somehow rook a3 and threaten to take on f3.
Uh-huh.
Is it possible? Though here you can go queen g6,
Queen
right?
g6, I take a
And
pawn,
after
no?
this, queen f5 check, and only after
And
that
I
to
defend
capture.
this.
Yeah, because you can move back with the queen after queen h3, queen h4. So e5.
No, it would be still unclear because the pawns would be very dangerous, but okay, it's a fight already, no?
Yeah, it seems like e5 is a must, right?
You have to, I mean, this is the thing you have, the stable knight on f3 and the pawns, no?
Yeah, it's still some interesting fun on the board.
No, so in principle, Wesley's opponent shows himself as a resourceful player, no? I mean,
Yeah.
he might have been worse all the way, but, well, yes, he played e5.
E5 is on the board.
I mean, if for a player like So, adapting himself to the new.
So I want to remind everybody that if you have any question to me or Mihail or about the Olympiad, we're happy to answer you. But also don't forget to send us what do you think which is the best game of the day. Hashtag Best Chess Olympiad 2022. We are waiting very much that you're sharing your view. What is the best game? What is the most interesting game? Or from any other country apart from the top seeds players and the top players and teams, you can send us from any country where you feel that there was the move of the day or any very nice and neat combination done in the open section or in the women's section. We are very much looking forward to your thoughts on that and your judgment. So let's see E5, what is going to be the judgment of Wesley on this position, and how is he going to be playing and reacting here? Because the 2 pawns, it's true that there is 2 pawns up for black. At the same time, those 2 pawns in the center, D5 and D5, is extremely powerful, and they have some plans over there. So it's not so obvious how to do it, though maybe Queen F8 is the move what Wesley wants to do.
Yeah, that's the problem, that Black has such a big material advantage that. Yeah, okay, but Queen H7, and what next? D6.
Queen H7. So anyway, White wants to break the connection between the rook and the G6 pawn, and anyway to move away somehow the C7 pawn. After Queen F8 already even E6 is possible because there is no pin on the D file, so Black cannot grab the pawn on E6. So it's not obvious whether I improve the position for Black with Queen C8 or not. So it's not so obvious how to make it clear the win. Maybe also Bishop F8 is something to be considering, you know? Go away from this possible tempi of
So
D6.
Queen F7, no?
And if Queen F7, then already I can go, let's say, Queen G7. And after Queen there...
No, but I take on F4.
Ah, you want to take my pawn? That was...
No, I mean, okay, then
this
you
was
have
not
only
the
one
deal.
extra
This was
pawn.
not
I
the
mean,
deal.
I know you are
Yeah.
proud of your extra pawns, but now it's
Well, I
extra
have
pawn.
less and less extra pawns.
No, the problem is that
this
Black is a bit disorganized, no? The king
Yeah.
somewhere between the pieces. No real threat for White, but...
What about playing Queen D7? So to control the 7th rank a little
What
bit
about
also.
E6?
E6, Bishop C5 was my plan.
Oi, that's a good plan. Okay.
This was the only trick I had.
Okay, so I have to go Queen G8 then.
Queen G8, King B7,
And E6 now.
and you go E6, Bishop here, King
Let's say-
H2, and I want to go, let's say, Queen D6. I don't want the knight on E5 and C6
But I take
or
on
D7.
G6.
Oh, that I was happy to give you. That was a present of
No,
today.
I'm so glad that... I'm so
Okay,
glad
I don't know,
could.
B4 maybe.
You think it's... yeah.
I'm not sure it's good
But
enough.
I'm not sure about the king on H2. I would have chosen
To H1?
Yeah, because if I want to move the knight... but maybe I'm slow anyway, no?
I don't know whether I'm fast enough with black, to tell you the truth.
Queen G6?
I'm not sure. No, sorry, I wanted to go
To D6, you said.
to D6
Which
because
makes sense,
I don't want knight E5 to be there. But the
Okay,
problem
so
is
let's say
after
I take on
receiving Queen
H5.
E4 and come back, or you just want to
Take
grab
and
my
Queen
pawn.
H8 I want. C2, Queen H8 if... But maybe it's too slow, no?
Well, C3, Queen H8.
C2 then, no?
Ooh, you're playing with fire.
No, that's... I'm
You're
not
playing
play-
with fire, I
got
think.
burned with fire. No, it's already not playing.
I don't know, Rook C2, Rook A2 or
No,
something.
no. But then, okay, then I don't have the time to take there. But okay, to return with the queen to E4, as you want it.
Instead of Queen H5 to come Queen E4. But on the other hand, if you come Queen E4, then you don't have a pass pawn, right, on the H. So C3.
Yeah, and I cannot
Knight
create...
E5?
knight e5 anyway.
Yeah, because knight c4 is annoying for black.
It's a direct threat, yes, and d6.
Yeah.
Knight c6 is just like this. No, but knight c6 is also a strong threat.
But I think knight c4 is much stronger because I want to push.
No, I understand,
In
but
principle.
but as a static.
Yes.
To play e7.
Yeah.
No, right now knight c4 is close to
Though
winning.
now the h4 is under attack, or not yet, but it can be any moment.
True. And then you will complain that king h2 would have been better. And that I informed you.
Okay, so let's go back where the game is. Let's see where we are standing. Okay, so check was done and king h2 is on the board. So, well, it's not clear, but I would expect somehow to Wesley to convert his advantage.
So he gave a check and that's the position, no?
What about queen f8, queen h7, right?
Yes. No, these ruins in White's position, they have something coherent nevertheless. I mean, the knight is blocking a whole wing somehow. It also sustains the central pawns, and if anything, it can get to c4, which would be quite annoying.
But I think it's a typical position where if you play against an engine, it probably says like -3 or something.
Yeah, but
maybe you can. You don't have there an engine, yeah?
I can.
You have, I think.
Yes, but
It's
now.
down, it says.
Yes, but now I have another. I was hinted at that there was
interesting game?
Haria in the men's
Let's
competition.
see.
Haria. No, I looked at it briefly. There was some interesting evolution. Black seemed to be winning, but now I'm not sure if is this a girl which is playing. Yes, she's a woman grandmaster playing for the men's team.
Ah, okay.
So, now it seems to be over. But earlier she got a very strong attack. She was probably better.
But it's still going on, I think.
No, it's still going on, but now it's bad for black.
For white.
No, it's bad for black.
Why? Because this is
The-
hanging on c3.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and,
so which moment?
But let's go back. Let's say
Which
10 moves. 10 moves. Let's say go back or when she started the attack. I cannot.
Okay, so which part of the game? It's knight b4.
Yes, something here. Yes, it was this blocked. Something here. It started and black. It's a very complex position. It's
Very
about this
complicated game. But
King
it seems
D7,
like
which-
black has a huge advantage,
No,
right?
black has the control everywhere.
Well, and the pawn
Yes,
up.
yes.
I'm sorry, I always come back to pawn up. I mean, it
Yes.
looks very nice, and the
Yes,
pawn up.
and the pawn. No, you know what? Why black structure is better? Also because there are more pawns on board. So mathematically, they.
Knight d3, knight h4. And where did black go wrong here?
No, this is what I was curious about. F3, everything looks fine here.
Wow.
Knight G2, no, it looks like a complete invasion.
You know, there is a study where they show that men play longer lost positions when they
The
play
woman?
against a lady. Yeah.
Okay.
Which is, in some ways, it's quite strange, I must say.
Okay, but let's say now there is no.
No, it
reason
came to
for-
my mind because it has a very bad position.
But it's not
right?
reasonable yet. I mean,
No, but it's very bad, right? In this
Yes,
position,
yes.
I mean, it's really bad.
yes.
It's hard to imagine that. Well, okay, it was a saving, of course. Knight f3, knight e3, king e2, knight g4. So there's some tactical problem happened, I guess.
Knight G4 was still okay now.
And where rook h4.
No, bishop
maybe
E7
this?
apparently was.
Instead of bishop e3,
Bishop,
right?
yeah, bishop E7.
So this.
Yeah, bishop
This was the
E3 is. Yeah, no, she wants to get the pawn on D4, of course. But
Yeah, but it was more important to defend, to control this
and,
diagonal, it seems.
defend also the 7th rank. She's still a pawn up, actually.
Yeah,
So,
and a very strong knight on g4 and very strong attack on the g file.
But okay, bishop e3 was probably not...
Okay. Can't black go f5 after rook h4?
f5 or no, f5, then e takes f6.
And after knight f6, queen e5, or?
Queen e5, this looks already exposed, no?
Well, the rook on h5 is hanging.
But check on e6, no?
King b8.
So whose king is... Okay, we have to take on h5, I guess, no?
Well, okay, white has exchange
Or on
down,
e3.
rook e8 is possible, and then the jump.
So then maybe it's better to play, but queen takes e3 we don't want to play, no? Instead of...
Well, here probably maybe bishop d4 was also possible instead of rook e8, right? But maybe not because rook d5.
No, probably you don't have to take on e6 so quickly. Because it's
After
exposed.
knight h5, so you want to take rook takes h5.
Yes, so now
my
the bishop is
trapped.
Yes, and then we have the time for queen e6 and knight e5. And okay.
This, yeah, that's a problem. So bishop e3 is really...
It's hanging. Apparently it's not really such a bad move.
and knight f6?
But now knight f6 you should have played.
Okay.
And then white should sacrifice the queen.
Wow. In what way?
Queen takes g8.
Oh.
Knight g8, king takes
King
e3. And okay,
white has compensation.
yeah, okay, and black, white is alive. White is alive. Rook h8.
But knight e7, it should be completely winning.
If rook h8.
Knight f4, knight f5. Ah, no, there is a bishop.
Yes.
Okay, there is a bishop gone. So actually,
Yes,
if
yes,
I
yes.
take, then I'm down in material.
Yes,
so it's
yes,
not
yes,
that
yes.
easy. It's not that
Yes.
easy. Okay, so this is possible.
Yes. So okay, but okay, black would have been in the game in principle.
Yeah. So knight f6 was the move, and instead of that,
She took on d4.
she took on d4, and things got messed up because
d4.
rook takes and queen g7.
Yeah, and
And
now
now
queen
this is
g7
hanging.
was a beautiful intermediate move actually.
Well, it was hanging, so he had to go somewhere, right?
Yeah. Probably she was relying on this bishop takes e3. And queen g7 is the only move which doesn't lose, and apparently it wins.
Yeah. So probably just maybe check and b takes e3.
But okay, we have to admire white. I mean, if
No, it was a great saving also, right?
if
This
we
is what
admire
we
Carson
see.
for getting such an ending
I know,
out
but
of...
why is the gentleman?
Sorry?
Why is Haria
Yes?
seems to be unhappy here? After queen d7. I mean, the game is still not over.
Well, rook h8 and rook f8. Looks
Yes, this
very-
is what I thought that you want to
looks
go
Very
there.
annoying.
Oops.
Maybe better on b7, no?
King,
Yes.
b7.
Yeah, this is what we wanted, yes.
What is the rating of the two players?
Well, 25.05 Haria and the woman grandmaster 22.75. Also quite a big difference. Not as dramatic as yesterday, but okay, so rook f8.
Yeah, rook c7 and only
Rook
after
c7,
that.
sorry. It's an extra piece and the compensation. Okay. Yeah, somehow the structure of white's position survived. The knights and the pawn on e5. That was somehow
Yeah.
the structure, no? The
Yeah.
skeleton of the position, and it survived. And
But I feel that White is not sure of himself. Exactly. That. I mean, when it was such a messy game, and we shouldn't forget that this is already move 44.
And starting with move 35, he was in deep trouble.
White
or
is
maybe earlier.
thinking, spending time, and he had a big trouble. And then there is a mess, of course, when if you would switch on the engine, then it says, okay, plus something, right?
Yeah, but okay, he felt, okay, he knew that he was not doing well.
Yeah, it was clear.
yes.
I mean, it was obvious that he was not doing well, but you can see that he's still in the mode that, am I really better? Is it better? How is it better? Am I winning?
Because you remember Tanya's body language yesterday after
Yes.
getting the better side of an equal position.
Yes.
No? You could feel that she was confident that she can try.
Yeah. But you can see with the
And our girl here, she's relaxed. She just
yeah, she thinks that there is a
Yeah.
lot to be done. And if you think about it, I mean, if let's say White takes and he does not give a check and rook f8 first,
Yes.
maybe there is some option for Black.
Well, the simple
know if-
capture on c3 is not that bad, no?
Yeah, okay, but it's not so obvious that it's so
Because it threatens maybe
clear.
rook c2.
Yeah, and if already now this rook c7, then it's already not obvious at all.
Let's say rook c2 first. Rook c2, let me see where you go with the king.
Well, I don't see the huge difference, but okay,
But
you
what-
go here.
Ah, okay, but now the king,
So my king is on e2 or d1. I don't know where is it standing better.
yeah, okay, I can agree with that. But yes, this is 3 pawns for, okay, it's blocked pawns.
And you can go maybe knight b4 so queen doesn't go to c6. I think that's important to
Maybe
stop.
d4, because d4 is,
Okay.
well, queen g2 sometimes, no?
Queen g2 can be very unpleasant. Yeah, you don't want to be opening
yeah,
up this. So knight b4.
Okay, just waiting.
It's also easy to wait here
King
also.
a7. king
No,
a7.
but no, I think
Queen e7,
maybe queen
yes.
e7. But the
And queen
problem
c5,
is,
and queen c5,
yeah,
no?
but the problem is that queen h8, and on the 8th there can be some serious problems.
But, okay,
No,
you want
I'm
to go?
afraid There is no saving for Black.
What about if rook c1 now?
King
by the
e2.
way? And another check.
Knight is on b4.
Ugh, sorry.
So this is, yeah, it's kind of game over, it seems.
So she relied on.
So it's not easy to survive. So probably
He gave
White
a
is
check.
going, and he is going
gave
queen
a check.
f8. He goes queen f8. He goes queen f8, which is also sensible, but maybe not the simplest win. But let's see, is there any way for Black to survive this one?
So I guess rook c8 is the only move.
Yeah, okay,
no?
but rook c8 takes,
And
b
then
takes c3,
the end game
and
is
well, maybe
Yes.
it takes time and technique, but not much.
Please take on c8 first, okay?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Not much.
It's 2 pawns for, and the pawns are not so good.
Well, the knights are more,
90
somehow more
yeah.
valuable. In the meantime, we have some questions. We are very thankful for that. And actually, I got a question. Who was my toughest opponent of all time? Well, this is not easy to answer because I had many tough opponents, very big challenges. But maybe I can say if I have to pick only one, I had the biggest difficulty against Kramnik because he was the only person who I couldn't win, only in a blitz game, out of the world champions. And I think it was also difficult for me to play against him because of his style, especially in the late 90s and the early 2000s, because that's when he still had this positional kind of very tough style. He played quite a few times against me, some positional end games in some d4 systems, and that was somehow very not comfortable for me. But then later on I started to make some draws there and I was hanging on, but because of his style it was the most difficult. And well, yeah, this is also very important. Another question, whether I'm using or we are using computer analysis. No, actually, I'm not having an engine next to me. it is what it comes from, my knowledge and my experience. I don't like to use computers because I think it does not give that pleasure for the audience, because you want to see me explaining my way of thinking and the process how I think, and it's the same with Mihail here. That we are not using engine. If we are going to be using engine in some specific occasions, we're going to let you know that now let's check the computer, what is the evaluation, because this way probably we make a lot of mistakes, but at the same time, this is how, for amateurs, I think, it makes sense. This is how you can improve, that we try to understand the position, debating on the position, giving the pros and cons. Why do we believe that one move is good or better than the other one, and what the position is actually gives for either side. And also it's very tricky when sometimes you switch on. Of course, our audience can switch on in a second, and you can say that, okay, these grandmasters cannot play chess because it's +7. It is the case, but when you are at the board playing, in the playing hall also, the players don't have that, and it wouldn't be fair if I would just be calling out that, okay, Magnus, how could you do such a mistake, right? No, I can't do that. It's if I feel the same, that I see the game and I see something, then I can say that, well, okay, I see it also here. So, no, it's much more pleasure also for me to do it without the engine, because for that I wouldn't be sitting here, or I would not be needed here in the studio. So we want to share our thoughts, our way of thinking process, and I hope that we have an audience who can appreciate that. So what do we have here?
So,
because more and more games are being finished, as I see, with the whole, in the open and in the open section and in the women's section. Actually, we have a draw. Probably there was a draw for Baikonuru playing bishop d5 right here. And we have to tell you that the players are not allowed to offer a draw up to move 30. At the same time, you will find quite a few games where a stronger player will make a very good time draw offer and escape from those difficult positions. Well, of course, the main example is Levon Aronyan, but when he had a very bad position, we can say even it was a lost position.
So psychologically, his move, I mean, his decision of offering a draw must have been very strong, because probably it was on move 31. It was not a repetition, I believe, or was it? No. So it was on move 31, just like if, I didn't offer you a draw earlier because I couldn't, but now it's an obvious draw. So, okay, who is the opponent to argue with Aronian, no, that the position is drawn? I mean, he was 500 points lower rated or more, no? So, but of course, the opponent played quite okay. That's
yes.
So,
yeah, and we had some games where there was very good resistance. Also against Tanya, her opponent was playing. Yes, and her rating for sure is going to be much higher. So the players are playing already for 4.5 hours there, and we see on the playing hall, you see on the screen that some games are off, but also if it would show the big hall, you would see that more and more games are finished. Still some going on.
Entire matches, as we see.
Yes. Yeah, you see now the playing hall, a lot of free chairs, and it's not because the players are away while playing, but actually because... And
the moment when we have more arbiters than players in the hall.
And of course what we see right now, there are not too many people, but there are quite some people watching Magnus's game. So... Of course, that was a very interesting game of today, what we've seen between Magnus and Meyer, the German player who is actually representing Uruguay on this Olympiad. He was several times representing Germany. And of course, it's a big challenge also for the players sometimes to play on board one.
But
something went wrong.
Didn't the computers prove that even without the b5 pawn, this is a draw?
Exactly. So
And-
maybe this will be a time when we want to check on the database, online database,
Yes.
whether how is it a draw
And
without the pawn.
Actually, there was a game of Erwin Lamy, which, without the b5 pawn, which ended in a draw. So apparently, if you know the technique, it's not that difficult to hold it.
I've seen other games also between ladies, someone made a draw. Maybe it was Muzichuk, but I don't know exactly. But one thing is sure that I've seen people also making a draw. So where did Magnus go wrong? What kind of roller coaster game we have? Queen d4, h4, queen f4, king h3. But one second, did he go with queen d4 at that point? Because this was the moment.
I think
When
he had the queen on
b4
d4, yes.
Yeah, this is where we were expecting not queen e1 at all. This is a very strange decision by Magnus.
But maybe it doesn't change that. I mean, he can go
But that's
later.
a principal matter that
No,
you
no.
centralize your queen to d4.
Of course, I remember what Seravan was saying about Tal's reaction to some move by Kasparov. Some g4 like yesterday. He just came from the airport, coming from somewhere far, and he just entered the audience hall where was a big screen, yes. And he saw the move g4, and his reaction was something like that. So, Tal had these things. He also had these texts.
No, but in principle, you want to centralize your
yes,
queen.
queen
You want to control,
yes.
I mean, really.
No, it can be such a bad move, but okay, why not queen d4?
I thought that was the reason he gave up on a3.
Yes.
Queen d3, queen h4, king g7, queen e7, king h2. So, black centralizes his queen, which stands excellent.
Yeah, that square should have been ours.
Yes, yes, it would be full domination.
Yeah.
I'm not saying the game is not winning here too, but still, I was just surprised. Queen c5, queen d3, king h2. So he's going back and forth. Queen on e4, I think, stands excellently for black, because it controls not only attacks both of the pawns on h4 and b4, but also controls this pretty important square on e7.
And it prevents the white queen to take one of those squares, which
Exactly.
is even more frustrating.
Exactly.
I think, okay, black cannot do anything active.
h5.
Now he took on b4, no?
And he took on b4, but I don't... Well, okay, but maybe there was a blunder by Magnus. Because here, after queen e4, he's in trouble. From a point of view that he cannot hold both of the pawns, it seems. Right? So he has to give up one. And then queen takes here.
No, but this happens when you give up the center, no?
You see, you like my queen d4.
No, I thought it was on the board.
Yes.
I couldn't imagine that Carson would play something different, no?
But in this game against Napo, actually it was also possible to play somewhere in the center, which I was referring to before, also 2 pawns up. And he also played it from queen on g1. So actually he's making very similar what he did there.
Well,
and it worked there.
Sometimes, the notion of centralizing is very relative sometimes.
Yes.
Because some pieces may be required on some specific squares. But this was a typical queen ending where centralization was
typical.
important.
Then if he plays a bullet game or a blitz game, he plays queen d4 instantly.
Yes.
It's not even a hesitation, I think. So let's see after g4. Maybe you can check in the meantime that how much that draw it is. The 6. I think the 6 pieces of database.
Yes.
And in the meantime.
Well, we have to take the b5
Okay, so
pawn.
until I'm going to see this.
No, but if we take the b5 pawn off the board, then queen f5 wins.
Well, it's black to move.
So it's black to move, okay.
It is black to move, so I don't know what Magnus has in... Well, first of all, the big question will be whether is there a way out of the perpetual checks? Because check, king g5, queen d2, and for now I'm not even sure that black is not having a perpetual check, because it is challenging. Of course, sometimes the b5 pawn actually can be in the way because we have on the board. I'm sorry, I switched to the wrong board. So queen e3, this is what we have.
Just a moment, okay, queen e3, and I don't input the pawn on b5 because then...
No, queen e3 check is played, so we are checking it without the pawn on b5.
Okay.
So the white queen is on f6 and the black king on h7.
Okay.
But now I'm not sure it's not a perpetual check without the pawn on b5.
Okay, all the moves lead to a draw with the exception of queen f3, which loses in 7.
Okay, so let's see if king h4. What is the
King h4,
King
then
h4.
several moves.
What the best move? We go.
Queen e1 is the most natural, yes.
I want to see what happens. Can white go out of the perpetual check?
King g5.
Queen e3.
Queen e3 or d2?
Let's say queen e3. Of course, queen d2 is kind of also, actually it's a human move. It's not a computer move.
Yes.
Because it's logical that you want to go a little bit further and you want to have the d8 and d5 square. Of course, d5 square we have to forget, right? But
you want to go
queen f4.
You want to go, then I have to correct it. No, but queen. He's in the.
Queen f4, probably queen d8.
Yes, but you.
Okay, so queen d8, queen f5, queen f8 possibly.
No, the problem is that here I cannot go back one move. So you played queen d2 instead of queen e3, and I had queen e3 on the board.
No, it's just I want to see what is the main move, so it's not that we have to...
so I have to input it again if...
Okay.
Okay, so...
So after queen f8 here, well, we have the position right now, already queen e2, so king g2. And of course, Magnus knows it, that objectively, probably, he's not winning anymore. The only thing I can imagine, it's already king on g3, queen on f6.
But which is the idea? Is it the perpetual or some stalemate at some point?
At some point, there is a stalemate.
With the king on h8, you have to
There is a stalemate, yes. Yeah, there are, but I don't know, I'm not sure if now there is a perpetual. If queen e1, maybe he wants to go queen f2, queen e5. The thing is that I think white is not able to progress, really. So queen e1 check on the board.
Yeah, the king is exposed somehow. No, everything draws with the exception of king f3, I suppose. That's my evaluation, which loses.
Well, let's see how Magnus wants to... Well, there is not much of thinking about, I think. He has to go queen f2. The only thing is that with the pawn on b5, for example, after king f4, let's say, queen f2,
yes,
king e5, white cannot go here, because black cannot go here from the point of view that queen b6 is not
Yes,
possible.
but what if exchanging the queens, no?
This, I think, maybe, I don't know if it's going to be losing or not. Let's see, because actually it's very important that the pawn will queen on b6 and queen g6 will be not a checkmate, I believe. So h6, b2, h7. So exactly, this is why it is so important, because b1, if it would be queening any other spot apart from g1, it would be a mate, right? After this, and there are many studies like this.
And I believe the same situation is if the king goes not to g8 but to h6.
Yes, I think it's the same.
Because if queen h8, that is queen h7. Also.
No, but actually, no, but that queen g5 and queen g7 mate.
Okay.
But h7.
Okay.
Yeah, it was g6. If here black goes here, then it's losing.
Then it's losing, okay.
Then it's losing because it's a checkmate.
Okay, understood.
Okay. So
or vice versa, queen g5 and queen g6.
It's the same, yeah.
Yes.
So queen e1 check. This is what we have on the board. Magnus is trying to fix it. Of course, the big question is also how Meyer will be able to handle the time aspect of the game, because he has less than 6 minutes.
Yeah, and it's not the typical draw like the Philidor position, or first of all, it was discovered only recently with the table basis.
This
10 years ago, no?
only? I thought it was more already.
Maybe. I would say that not more than 10 years. Okay. Anyway, it's not part of the history. It's not something that chess players have in their blood.
Yeah, I remember how big thing was it.
Yes.
When we started to have it, and they said, okay, the king and 2 pawns in a queen endgame is a theoretical draw.
Yes.
I remember that I was completely amazed that it was partly human when you start to see and analyzing.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like out of the world. Like, for example, John Nunn was writing great books about rook. Yeah, 5 pieces, rook endgame with having only 1 piece, 1 pawn on the 2nd rank or the 3rd rank. I remember
all the process to advance the pawn.
Yeah, and it
yes.
took 1 positions. Crazy. It was 91 when we were playing together in Vienna, and he was telling us, he was giving some envelope with one of an example like this, and he was like, check it. So that was kind of funny and interesting. Well, Magnus's king is hiding. It's on h4.
There was this
so
Sharon,
no chess.
Sharon rule, no?
No check.
In these endings, there was the Sharon rule, no? And the Soviet... When you have the pawn, let's say, on b3, and the enemy rook attacks it from b8.
Yes.
So there was some Sharon rule counting how many...
how many lines there is between the king and the rook.
And the Soviets try to show that actually Sharon's rule is too general, it has too many exceptions, but actually it was useful. No, there are exceptions, but it's good to have it as... it was 5 or something, the number. 5 to
No, it depends where you have the pawn. If it's on the 3rd rank, you have to have on only 3.
Yeah, that there was some Sharon gave this rule, which applies in many occasions, but there are exceptions because sometimes you can threaten mate.
Yes.
You can things like that. So yes, but none brought complete clarity because he had the table basis.
Well,
yes.
He's a great expert. Black plays b4. So maybe it does make a difference in this position that black has a pawn on the b, because it's going to be, well, this way, of course, there is no stalemate, but, there is
some
a pawn.
counterplay.
There is a pawn which is being pushed. So after queen f7, king h8.
You know what my feeling is now that I saw the pawn on b4 already, and so that pawn is a pawn. I had the same feeling as when the little girl came into our studio before you interviewed her. It was like, oh, there is a pawn here.
Yes.
How did this happen?
Well, it's still going on, this exciting game, move 68, some tension, but I would like to share with you some small videos from the Olympiad which we made during or after the round more.
Hello, for my second interview, I have 2 players from Palau, Angelica, Magno, and Rosemary Vagian. Congratulations for your draw. How do you feel playing Wales today? How was your match?
It was really good. I feel very challenged, especially my first 2 games were both WFM, and I'm lucky to play with them. It's a very good experience for me.
Oh, you drew your match today. How was it? Who were you playing?
Oh, it's very, very good. Yeah, for my first time to join this Olympiad, and then I'm very happy that I withdrew my game.
First Olympiad.
First Olympiad, and then just the draw.
That's lovely. That's brilliant. Congratulations. How are you finding the arrangements so far? How are you liking India? I hear this is your first time in India. How are you enjoying it?
I really love the place here. It's really wide, and I know they only prepared for a short time, but it was really good.
Yeah. What about you? It's nice, the place. Love it.
People also.
You too, yeah. Mm-mm.
Lovely. That's brilliant. I love your official dress. I would love for you to turn around and show me the colors. Thank you so much. Good luck for the future rounds. Thank you.
So my next interview this afternoon is with top Indian Grandmaster Kartikeyan Murali. How are you doing, Kartikeyan?
I'm fine. I'm good. How are you?
Thank you. So you are playing for the India 3 team. This is a very special team because it's made up of top Grandmasters, but playing lower than the other 2 teams. Could you explain to the audience how this came about, please?
Yeah, like today's game was like, I won't say it's easy, but it was little bit convenient for me. Like I didn't calculate much. I just played natural moves, and eventually he ran out of ideas, and then I got all the spawns, and yeah, the game was pretty smooth. Yeah.
So you went straight to the game then. So I was noticing that it was a normal Shishnikov position, Pelikan. I noticed that maybe he allowed knight takes f6, breaking up his king side. Would you say that was the definite mistake?
No, I won't say that. I think bishop e6 was a little bit dubious, because the idea was, black should play g6 and bishop g7. So when he played bishop e6, the point is after g6, I can always take knight f6 and queen d6. So due to this idea, he couldn't play g6, and his queen was kind of stuck on d8. He couldn't move the queen, he couldn't move his bishop on f6. So it was kind of stuck, and after b4, I already felt I am quite better there after b4. But even if not b4, I couldn't find a move for black. So I would say bishop e6 was the first mistake, and the second mistake is when he played knight e7. Yeah, like you pointed out, allowing knight to f6 and damaging the structure was not advisable for him. I think he should have played bishop d8 instead of knight e7, just to preserve the bishop, and then eventually, like, he is a pawn down, but still he could play on dark square. So I think instead of knight e7, bishop d8 would have been tenacious.
Okay, so Kartikeyan, you're 25 years old, recently married, as far as I understand. You're a national champion from the India also, so a really strong player. What do you rate your chances with your India 3 team in this tournament? How do you rate your chances? Do you think you can go for the medal?
Yeah, I mean, we are not expecting like medal or something. We just want to play good games all through the event, and just play best moves, and eventually whatever comes up, that's the best we can get. Yeah.
Okay, thanks a lot, and let's go to the media center for the rest of the press.
Thank you. Thank you.
I have with me the youngest player of the tournament from Palestine, Randa, and she has played her first match today and she won. How do you feel, Randa?
I feel really great.
Yeah, I'm happy.
I'm happy. She doesn't know how to speak English.
She can speak in
Can she speak Arabic?
احكي عربي.
تحكي لك كيف شعورك، تحكي لها شعور حلو.
شعور حلو.
احكي لها انبسطت، فزنا الجيم، فخورة.
Okay. She's a little bit nervous.
No worries. You played. Which team were you playing against?
We played against Comoros. Yeah.
Can you talk about your match a little bit?
It was a great match, but I hope I will play with the strongest player. Yeah, because when your option is more stronger, you will be like more exciting. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it was a great match. Yeah.
Lovely. What about your match?
Yes, my match was good too. We finished maybe 1 hour or 2 hours ago.
Yeah.
It was really good.
Now we won 3 rounds. Left just one player.
Yes.
Yeah.
I hope she win, and now we will go again.
Yeah.
Congratulations. I hope she wins too and you'll have a perfect score. Is this your first time in India?
Yes.
Yeah, it's our first time.
Also.
Wow, post Olympics, it must be really exciting. How does it feel to be here?
We're really happy and we're proud because the youngest chess player in our team, so that means a lot to us.
Yeah, India is really a great country. I really love it. Yeah.
Lovely. Thank you so much. Good luck for the tournament. Thank you so much for talking to us. Thank you. Nice to meet you too.
We're back to the round 2 of the 44th Chess Olympiad in Chennai, India, and we are already heavily in the, 5th hour is going to be finishing. So Magnus Carson is still playing, fighting, trying to win his game against Mayer. They are fighting already for quite a long time. In the beginning, it was a very tough game for Magnus, I believe. Later on, Mayer a little bit misplayed it and blundered some pawns in the time trouble. And then later on, he started to get chances again, because in this position, he definitely has great chances to make a draw. In the previous interviews, it was great to see some of the participants, and also the youngest participant, the 8-year-old little girl, Randa Sadar. And I think maybe Mihail can also tell a little bit about her game, because it was first game of her today. What kind of game was it?
Well, first of all, I checked why the girls from Palau were so happy they drew with Wales.
Yeah.
So that was quite some result. And now, okay, I have the game of Randa. So she played e4, d5.
And what was your impression about the whole game? If you look through, whether was her preparation kind of interesting? And,
it was some Scandinavian which she developed normally, and of course Black did some bad things, like for instance staying with the king in the center.
Well, that's a problem.
Going with the king back between the rooks without a possibility. But okay, she. No, I think Randa played quite coherently.
She had some piece up as far as I can see, and she converted into a victory. So congratulations
but very good development. Castling long pieces were she did everything fine.
We'll see how is she going to be going for the next rounds, but it's great to see very young participants representing their country. So what we have with Magnus is actually it's already move 71. They are fighting hard, and we shouldn't forget that Black has the b3 pass pawn, which is quite dangerous already for White.
Will Black soon be winning?
Well, there is not much chance for that, but I think there are great counter chances with the b pass pawn, which will probably make Magnus forced to make a perpetuate check soon.
Yeah, that's the point. The more the pawn advances, the lesser chances for White to build up something.
Well, the thing is that, as we discussed it before, that even with the pawn, without the pawn on b3, there are most of the positions where Black can hold the game, even though that he has 2 pawns down. Because a decade or 1.5 ago, it was published when the table base was out, and you can reach out to the Nalimov database of 6 pieces, and I think there is also 7 pieces, right? And which showed us, the professionals also, we always thought that this is losing because 2 pawns is 2 pawns, right? It's just losing in a queen's ending, but it was shown and proved that the H and G pawn is a draw when the king is standing just on H8 or G8, so front of them. But now it seems to me that I don't know how White can be progressing. For example, if, let's say, G5, I think Black would be just going B2, not even pay attention too much. Of course, White can go with check, King H7, Queen F7, King H8. So what do you think about G6?
But now we start checking, no?
Well, okay, I just want to show the checkmate if b1 because it's kind of fun. It's not every day that we see a 4-queen position. And here, queen g5, checkmate. But of course, this is not going to be standing on the board. And so let's say after, hold on, after queen f8, let's say g6. So black cannot queen, but
She can start checking now.
he can start checks. And actually there will be no way out for white because he cannot push the queen because then white will be even losing the game. So there will be like a perpetual check.
And also the pawn on h6 is hanging. I mean...
But now probably the easiest is to
just
simply check,
yes,
right?
yes, true.
There is no point to do anything else. So Magnus played king h5. So let's see what is his hidden plan. I'm sure he has one. What about b2?
No,
Let's
it looks simplest now.
Well, maybe he wants to give it check now, and after king h7, queen e4, so it blocks, stops the pawn, and after
advance-
this to go g5.
Or king g6.
But I think after this move, maybe the simplest to go b1 queen, and after queen takes b1 to make the perpetual check with playing queen
Yes, which
h3
is simple.
and queen e6, and black will make a draw without any problem. So let's see if b2 will be played, or is there anything I'm missing? What about playing b2, queen e8 check, king h7, queen... No, sorry, that was not my point. No, I wanted to try out after b2, queen f8, king h7, queen f5, so I don't allow black to go queen h3, so what about this? Anyway, b1, right?
The same, no?
Yeah, and the main point is, as we discussed it before, that the queen is defending back. And if white goes queen f7 and then queen e8, this is also not going to be a win because white wins the queen, but nothing more than that. The g7 square is defended, so white cannot go. What a game this is, right? So after b2, we have queen e4 on the board.
Actually, I have analyzed some end games, you know, and it is, especially if you go closer to the pawn ending or regarding the pawn ending, you know, you have to use your tempi. And sometimes it is of essential importance where you allow your pawns to be captured, on which squares, and on which square you capture the pawns. It can make a lot of difference. So what may seem like wait and see game is actually, it doesn't have anything to do with the structures. You just have to force the enemy king on a specific square, and you have to try to capture a pawn on a specific square, and then you can win. Yes, it can make no, this is what you said, that b1 is a good square to promote.
Yes.
So there are these nuances. Okay, it's not a pawn ending, but it's also with pawn races.
Yes.
So it has some connection with
absolutely
my very abstract discourse.
We see some people, of course, around Magnus's game, but well, of course, there would be much more people if they would be allowed to go near there. But I think also the players who finish their game, they are most of the time asked to leave the playing hall. And
Kindly invited.
Yes, to leave. Oops, king g6, look at this. Look at this move. King g6. Maybe something...
Something went wrong.
Now queen e8 is threatening with the checkmate.
Of a threat, no?
b1.
So what's the big... Yeah, but now they start...
No, I'm sure he has something in mind. Well, this was not the point for black to...
I mean,
and he's upset now. Yeah, I had the feeling that something Magnus has in mind. I just did it wrongly, these
and
moves.
his opponent didn't understand it, yeah?
Well,
now he
has under a minute. Don't forget that now is the time when easily things can go wrong for black. But for example, I see a draw. Look at this. Check, check, queen d5, and look at this draw?
It's
Look at
Queen
this.
F7.
How do you like that
Mate,
one?
yes, mate.
Mate stalemate,
mate
exactly. But I'm not
Yes.
sure it's all forced. Let's see, of course. What do you mean? No, it's Queen C6. It's not Queen C5, but the technology cannot trick us so easily. I see Queen C5 on my screen, but actually it's Queen C6, of course.
So let me check.
Let's see Queen C6.
Let
If
me
this
check the
position.
table basis.
Wow.
No, but it's black to move, of course.
Actually, probably it should be a draw, because even after King H5, I'm not sure if Queen D5 is the best, but let's say if Queen F5, also black can go Queen F7, for example.
Yes, there are these tricks.
Though I'm not completely
doesn't.
sure that it works, because now after King G5, so what is the evaluation?
No, I have the position after Queen C6.
And
So-
what is the evaluation
No,
there?
draw.
Draw.
But how did you reach this position after Queen C6?
King H5.
King H5, yes. Queen D5 is one of the moves.
Okay,
or
so Queen
E8,
D5.
Or Queen E8.
I wanted Queen D5,
Queen
and what
D5,
about
okay.
Queen F5?
Queen F5. The only draw is Queen F7.
Yes!
Yes, it's the only draw.
Queen F7 only
So
draw.
you wanted Queen G6 here, or
No, Queen G6 I don't want, because then it's check anyway, but let's say King G5 now.
King G5.
King G5.
Only move Queen C7.
Yeah, but if Queen C7 is the only move, it means that Mayer is losing this game.
No, it makes sense because it prevents the check on.
But it's when you have 30 seconds on your clock.
And you have to go. I mean, your king is in trouble, and then you go with the queen. You send the queen to another city. No, it's.
It's a very difficult move, extremely difficult move.
And 2 minutes ago, he had a pawn on B2, and.
So let's see what we have. Queen C6 check.
No,
of course, Magnus is thinking 13 minutes. Why not to think when the opponent is under a minute? So I would be extremely surprised.
Let his blood boil. No, let the opponent's blood boil. No, of course, we have to admire Carson because he's very consistent, especially in endgame.
Yes.
Including worse endings and equal endings. But okay, this was, humanly speaking, this is...
King G5 we have instead of...
Oh, King G5. We said, but you mentioned, this was your move, no?
No, we have it on there, what we have on the screen, King G5.
This was our variation, I believe, no?
We were looking King H5,
King H5, okay.
and then it was Queen D5, Queen F5. But he went Queen G5, and of course it's incredible painful for Mayer to make. He knows it that it's a draw. This is the most painful part of it. He knows it. He knows it that he blundered his pawn on B2. And still, he has to stay calm and he has to play the best moves, which is not going to be so easy against Magnus Carlsen, who is having 12 minutes on the clock, and obviously if he's going to be reaching a winning position, there is a great chance that he's not getting to slip away again.
Yes, because, okay...
Not again, but this time. Queen C5 is on the board.
And Queen F5.
And Queen F5. So let's see what is our database telling us.
Okay, so I have to set up the position again, because...
okay, so Queen E3.
Let me...
Queen F4. So it is a big problem now for black, because if Queen E7, Queen F6, and game over. And these are the positions...
So the Queen was on E3, yes?
Which is extremely difficult.
But Queen F4 is winning. No, Queen F4 is already winning. Queen F4 is winning.
Exactly. Queen C5 and King G6, I think, and it's game over.
Queen C5, King G6.
And this is on the board.
Yeah, losing now wins in 11.
What a painful loss for Mayer. And he resigned with 1 minute on the clock. Well, he lost it twice this game.
No, but I mean, what you can not really do is to get into problems after having a one-sided advantage. That's in the end game, of course, it's a roller coaster.
Yeah, okay, but what was it, this game, right? It was the first game of Magnus entering in round 2. He had an opening where after move 15, roughly, he was must have been feeling uncomfortable. It was definitely, Black was strengthening his position continuously. Then he got away, it was roughly an equalish position. Then in time trouble, I think, until move 40, Magnus somehow swindled Meyer, and he got 2 pawns.
Meyer swindled himself. I mean,
So 2 pawns down, and after that Magnus misplayed it completely. And practically, I believe that Meyer thought the draw is in his hands, and then when you have seconds on his clock, I mean, you can go wrong, you can blunder things. And this is, I mean, look at Magnus. It's, for him, it's something, okay, I didn't play a good game. It was a sportive achievement. I made my first victory. I'm not proud of it,
no, I mean,
but okay, I took my chances.
He does what he can. I mean, okay, he's to admire because, not everybody may like his style, but he's playing. He's playing, and this is the most important thing. I mean, he's playing his chess. He's playing all the positions. He never. He takes it very seriously.
Absolutely.
And maybe this Olympiad, which is a team competition where Norway has some chances, maybe he takes it especially serious, you know.
Well, I think maybe we can say that definitely he's not taking less seriously than if it's an individual event, because this is a big challenge for him. When I was talking, he was kind of telling it proudly that they are seeded number 3 in the ranking, and you can see him rooting for Hammer. We can also show the game of Hammer. That well, actually he has 2 pawns up, but at the same time it is kind of tricky because this knight on c8 does not feel so comfortable, I think.
But it's quite funny. He just announced that he's not interested in the World Championship match anymore, which is quite profitable financially. But he's so passionate about the Olympic. It's something national and team and.
But I think it both in this direction that he's explaining that he does not want to live this pressure what he would have now for the next half year or 1 year. Again, he did it 4 times that he defended his title, right?
Yes.
And he loves the game, he loves the chess.
Yes, but the nice thing is that you can see he's there with the team.
Yes.
He's there with the team, and not only with his rating, but also with his persistence.
And okay, many of the top players for many years, they were not playing in chess Olympiads because they were afraid losing their rating.
Yes. No, actually Kasparov, I think
he played, but that was another story. But there were many players who were not a big fan of playing. Even Vichy was not playing for many years for India. I remember those days, and there were other players.
You can get surprises. You're some 3,400 guy who may even beat you. I mean,
of course, and also the big guys, they are used to the fact that they play in round-robin tournaments, so they can prepare in advance. And in this tournament, in the Olympiad, you get the pairing only in the morning. You know already in the evening which country you're playing with, but only in the morning until 10 o'clock the captains have to give the exact order. Not order because we have 4 or 5 players, but who is not going to be playing in the team. So you have practically from 10:30, 2-3 hours to figure out what your opponent is playing. And of course, if you play against Aronian or Wesley So or one of the top players, it's not a problem because you played many times. But in the first few rounds, it's true that you might end up with some talent from a country where you don't know their opening, you don't prepare so much. So it's a very new type of mindset and rhythm. I know Leko, for example, he was not playing that much in the team because he didn't feel so comfortable, but he was not the only one who was worried about his rating. But Magnus is just simply not that kind of guy who cares so much because he has the self-confidence.
He cares about the rating, but in a positive way.
Yeah, he doesn't avoid challenges.
Let's increase our rating by playing.
And of course,
not keep the rating, but by not playing.
Yes.
That's
no, he wants to improve. And okay, we see the final game of the match between Norway and Uruguay, and Hammer won. This is a nice scene where we see Magnus rooting and waiting
really
the last
happy.
game.
He's really happy and proud, no, Magnus?
Yeah, it's a young team. And I think this gives a lot of energy to the team members, that Magnus is with them and he's very friendly. And the other way around also, because Magnus likes to be around the youngsters. I mean, you can see on his face, probably they are talking about his game. So he's complaining that he was not happy about it, but he has, of course, smile on his face. And interesting that Mayer is still there. Probably he wants to analyze or discuss some of the moves where he went wrong, or on certain point what Magnus has in mind. This is a typical scene that where Magnus is showing up, or where he is, there are a crowd. But that's pretty normal, and most likely it will be not easy for him to go to his hotel without having many fans around and asking autographs.
But you can see that Hammer didn't disconnect yet. He doesn't smile yet. And Carson was doing the smiling and the happiness face for Hammer's win. Hammer is still there in the game. He
didn't have an easy game. We have seen some point where it was not that obvious that he's going to be winning this game. So Norway won 3.5, or how much?
Let's call it 4-0. I would call it 4-0. The fourth thing happened. All the guys won.
4-0, 4-0, 4-0. That's quite a convincing one, which was...
The States won only 2.5.
States won only 2.5, which means that Wesley Slow did not win, or what was it?
Yes, it was a draw.
Wow, so
but
they
the funny
draw.
thing, if we talk about upsets...
that was a perpetual...
Shankland drew with a player rated 21.75.
Okay, so I'm just showing here Wesley's game. So it seems that what we were discussing, they made a perpetual... Well, not perpetual queen chasing.
Heresy.
Yeah, so it's queen e7, so it was going back and forth, where we were expecting actually that something further development will be.
Yeah, but it's not so easy to adapt yourself again and again.
No, and also why to risk and why to push it too hard,
if the match is won, yes.
Yeah, I mean, they won 3-1, no?
No, 2.5. They won 2.5, the Americans.
Because they have 3 draws, because Fabiano also drew.
Yeah, that's a quiet game, and Shankland drew with a player rated 21.75, meaning a difference of...
wow, this was unexpected.
550 points, yeah. No, I mean, without saying anything against Shankland, but these surprises, I mean, these players who are coming to Olympiad, complete outsiders, but it's the tournament of their life.
But I don't understand exactly why it was a draw. Why do you think they agreed to draw in the final position? Yes, absolutely, it's true. I mean,
so Shankland is playing with black, yes?
The Norway team is cheering and very happy. You can see
I remember one of Shuba's ways of answering. He hated when he was offered a draw, and he had several ways of reacting. And one of them was, yes, of course, it's a typical drawn position. So I would say the same about here. Who is better and why? I don't know, the position is quite complicated, no?
Well, it seems like black offered a draw because they agreed at this point. So I was wondering whether was it obvious? Well, probably rook h4.
Rook h4, rook c2, h3. No.
No, the only thing I'm wondering, because of course if Shankland offered a draw with such a much lower player, then it means that maybe he did not feel comfortable.
Something is rotten, no?
Yeah, that maybe he just thought that he does not have so much of a winning chances, and then he'd rather just not waste
but isn't
the time and energy.
He just worse?
Well,
I mean, isn't he close to?
Well, this is the big question.
Rook a2 maybe he has to go, no? But it's risky business. Then if rook a2, then rook d takes h6.
Well, yeah, this is a big question.
And you lose
the go there. And then, well, I don't know if this can be dangerous, but yeah, it is something
G3,
that is
G3,
only
let's say.
well,
no?
and the
F4.
question. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, but white
Probably
already
it's
has...
more that white can be playing for a win, right?
Okay, white has a perpetual, but yeah. But maybe he can have more.
Okay, so we're going to see. I think this is Vishal Leah, who is playing still her game. Wow! But she was completely winning. Vaishali, and it's an H and F, which is a theoretical draw.
That's okay.
You remember that she was completely winning here.
Is this one?
This is the game. This is the game. This is where we stopped. It was here, and I thought it's going to be finished within like 2 moves.
No, because
which I think should have.
there is knight c2, rook h1, knight c2. So.
Well, still.
No, but of course it's completely winning.
I mean, this is again that of course you have to have the technique to win the winning position.
Yes,
but definitely she misplayed it. That she went into this position. Is it winning easily, or she just misplayed it?
The king is trapped on g7, no?
Yes, this is a problem that the king is trapped on g7. So she went rook g2. She went, but the problem is
no. But this was wrong. No. Just one.
No, but here she had to go rook f4 to start with.
But earlier.
No, but I think rook f4 should be still win because the king is cut.
The cut is horizontal.
Yeah.
Yes, that's the simplest.
So this was the simplest
it's
to do.
Elementary technique, yes.
Yeah. So this was already a concrete missing the story. Rook f2. Maybe she underestimated this, but actually even this should be completely winning because the king is out. But I think here isn't king h6? Though rook h2. This is tricky already.
No, this is.
I think this is tricky already because the h and f, even if you have a double pawn.
Even with double pawns.
No,
yes.
maybe double pawn
maybe
is.
Maybe not.
Maybe double pawn is winning. So rook g4, king f3, king g5. And this is.
And she took there.
Well, I'm pretty sure that she knows that objectively this is a draw.
But there was a game, Kramnik-Aronian. This endgame was thoroughly analyzed by Botvinnik, and what he said applies. And Kramnik, I think Kramnik was playing was the active side. Anyway, he did there all the active plans mentioned by Botvinnik, and Aronian, if it's not vice versa, reacted correctly. And then he somehow came up with a setup which was not analyzed by Botvinnik, which should not win. He placed the rook somehow on the g file, I don't know, somewhere far. And it's still a draw, but the opponent was not familiar because it was not in the article, it was not something. And then he went wrong.
He went wrong.
Yes, it's no, I don't know if he did it on purpose or simply because he was looking for... But basically, the game was for a long time as if taken from Botvinnik's analysis, written in 40-something. So
the question is that was White doing it well or
the only thing is not to get on the back rank. If you get cut on the back rank.
But yes. I think now that the pawns are here.
Yes, no, it's if check.
It should be like a completely draw, and now I think maybe both are draw.
After h3, maybe both, yes.
After h3, if I remember well, it goes something like this. Here, check, here.
Yes.
And you shouldn't take it now. And you have to do this or something.
Yes, to continue.
And only once the rook is on e3, then you take it, isn't it? This is a draw because there is
and now you have only one move.
Three lanes.
No, but there is only one move now.
Engage.
Rook b1.
Rook b1?
Yes.
Yeah, rook b1, but this is the classical.
Yes,
it's the classical way.
Yes.
And then it's a draw because of this, right?
But only rook b1 because...
and you go here.
With the rook on e3, it's the white rook has to be on the first rank.
Here, and then check and king g2.
And it's bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye. So she played, let's see, h3, king f2. But I think it's still a draw But king h2, I remember that it's the easier. Check, rook g6, rook a8, I think is the move.
Ui.
You mentioned the Kramnik-Aronyan game?
Yes, yes.
From Vaikanzei, right? Yeah, I remember that.
I'm not sure who was having the 2 pawns.
So we have king f6, but this is a draw, king g1. Well, it will be quite painful for black not to win this game.
Yes, but the horizontal cut, that would have been the...
Yeah,
but you have,
that
to know,
would be, yeah.
you have to know about it. You know?
Well, I have my end game course, so there I talk about that on Chessable, right?
I remember a story.
I will tell her. I will tell her, especially that also the Indian women team yesterday they also made a serious mistake with not exchanging queens and entering to opponent game.
I remember a funny story. Valentin Stoica, he was Georgiou's second at an interzonal. And Georgiou adjusted a position against Hort. He did something wrong, and now he was under this cut, horizontal cut. I said, okay, Vali, let's analyze. I said, what do you want to analyze? You are so stupid, you got under this. What does it mean, this horizontal? I didn't hear about it. It's in the book. Show me the page and I will swallow it. And he showed him, and Georgiou literally took the page and wanted to... Stoica somehow saved it, and he still showed me the book with the page, you know.
Don't worry, my course is digital.
So you cannot... No, so, I mean, even Georgiou, who was a top 10 player at his... he didn't know about... It's not something very common.
But it's very important, right?
Of course,
this. I think we were analyzing it also.
Yes.
We had some training session, and then
H&F
is very important.
But
not all the top players know.
Yes.
I remember that H&F was played between Susan and Yossiliani back in '93 when I played.
The king got on the back rank there, no?
No, the thing was that it was still adjourn time. I was having my match against Pasquet, and Susan was calling us, and we were analyzing with Sophia. I mean, I was like, 17, she was 19. And we were analyzing everything from the Averbach book, I think. We learned it, that how it should be the drawing methods. And then we were telling Susan that this is what you have to be watching. So that was the first time I really learned it very well. But after that also, many times I practiced, and I'm not 100% sure that if I have like 2 minutes on the clock, I'm going to be making a draw. But let's, well, I don't want to get there. Well, before, I mean, the real classical way, right? That, how is it, the king, where is this classical, where rook e3, rook a8, that's very, no, because normally you don't have the king on f2, by the way. You have it on h2. You have to have it to... No, because actually this pawns, you have to wait until h3 and then king h2 is the move. So let's see.
Wait.
So she made the draw.
What is this? Where is the draw?
Where is the draw? No, black won. What happened?
She took on h2 with the rook.
Takes king f3. So what happened?
She didn't block with the king.
No, but hold on. We said that king g1 and it's a draw.
Yeah, but
okay. If white goes rook e1,
I mean, okay.
That's a bad choice.
No, I mean, okay, you should know that you should block the pawns with the king, not with the rook.
And that's a general principle question, right?
Because the king is less strong than the rook.
So we should also advise the Argentinian lady team to examine those examples. Yeah, well, rook e1 is just generally... Well, this is one of the basic things I'm saying, and it's known in endgames, that if you want to make a defense, you have to have your rook behind the pawns. Never go front of the pawn, because it's 99.99% it's going to lead to something very bad. And this is what happened. Let's see the final moves. h2, rook h1, king f5, king f3, rook h3 check, king g2, king g4, and after rook h2 takes, and king f3, and actually white resigned. So it was, well, okay, Vaishali deserved it because she had a very winning position already somewhere in the move 40.
It's funny that king f3 is not the only winning move, no? f3 also wins.
Well, that's a pretty upsetting story,
F3,
right?
King H1, King H3.
Yeah.
No, just to show. Just to show that we are very clever.
You can still go wrong.
Yes.
You can still go wrong, but eventually you have to go
Yes,
front of the
yes.
board, and that's how it's going to be winning, right?
Yes.
So, what is the final score of the ladies' team? They won 3.5, right? They won 3.5. And then let's see what happened with the Ukrainian team. Board 1, Atalik won. Then on board 2, of course,
It was 3-1, yes.
Yushenina won the rook endgame. Look how powerful pawns there were.
Oh,
The pawns, it's painful.
It makes me feel sick, yes.
Yeah. So we see some more games running. I think this is
You know, this
106
means-
moves.
Oh.
So we have many endgames. Great endgame.
This is what makes me happy about, things I have learned as a teenager, like this A5, when you have a majority.
Yes.
I mean, strategy. Strategy is such a thing that if everything goes well, then from an apparently normal position, you get the position with pawns on C6 and D6.
Yes.
I mean, it's quite something. There is a dream.
Yeah.
There is a.
Well, I just want to go back. So the moment you were sharing with us now, we were discussing here A5.
Yes.
So having the strategic move, gaining space, just for the long run.
Yes, because from structural point of view, Black's position is not healthy now. She cannot, for a long term, she can.
Space.
Yeah, well, space also, but okay. If she could stabilize with A5 and B6, then.
So let's go here, which is one of the few games still running from round 2. Let's see the French lady playing Sebag against the Egyptian Wafa Shrok. So let's see, what is this? I have to recall it. What is this? Shouldn't it be just winning?
No,
completely?
it's winning, yes.
But how?
No, at some point the Black has to go to the back rank, and then, we.
So how do we
somehow
force
exchange.
Black to go to the back rank?
Well, Rook A5 was not, was not the most natural move.
They're trying to reach to get the longest game or having the most moves. So, King G5, Rook G2.
Yes, King F5.
King F5. So you just want to come back right
Yes.
to E4.
Yes.
This is the way that Black must go back to the base rank, because otherwise Rook A8 would be.
And then we advance with the King.
And then
At some
the
point
king
force.
goes forward, and I think this is what we're having also in the game.
I think that the typical position is not with the Rook on A5. It should be somewhere closer, but okay, she can bring the Rook closer later.
So we have King F5 on the board. Well, the players are already playing for a lot of hours. 5.5 hours they are already playing. And don't forget that, of course, the players have to be there few minutes before the start of the game. 0 tolerance. So you cannot miss the start. 3-0-0-0. If you're not at your board, you may be losing your game.
You know, I had an incident. I saw an incident in Benasque. The tolerance was 15 minutes. So I was playing my game, starting my game, and then I hear some clap, 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 clap. Steps in the hall. So I see, look, I raise my sight, and I see Julio Granda coming to his game, and he wanted to start the game somehow, but there were no scores. The clock was not. So he had just half a minute earlier. He had lost. He overslept.
Yeah.
But his desire to. He wanted to start the game, but you don't have.
We've seen in Olympiads also,
Yes,
right,
yes.
that there were cases, and the players are staying in 20 different kind of hotels. So from very near ones like the one I'm staying also, we are staying, which is right in this Olympic village. We are fortunate, but there are a lot of other great hotels, and but some of the players are 20 minutes away, 25, 35. The maximum is 45 minutes away, which means that they really have to leave their hotel already around 1.5 hours before the start of the game, because they come 45 minutes, or maybe not 1.5, but nearly more than 1 hour for sure, because 45 minutes, what happens if there's a traffic? Though I think they manage that, maybe they have police in front of them, I'm not sure.
It almost means that they have lunch in the bus.
No, actually, yes, but they said that they have, during the period of when the buses are going, they told us that they have a green corridor, which means that no other car can go on that road. But the players arrive, they have the security check, and of course we are talking about 2,000 people nearly, so it takes time. Everybody has to find their seat. So it's a journey here, right? So that means that if you have a game of 5.5, 6 hours, it means that you are on the road, on the way already for 7 hours. So it is very exhausting. But of course, if you win the game, it gives you no wrinkles. This is what I said, my husband. You know, if you have a 6-hour game and you win, that's the best anti-aging. Well, to win a game, especially in 6 hours, with a good fight, it gives you real great fun. It's already 113.
You know what the only thing I find frustrating, not only in this Olympiad, but also in the last one I played in Baku, you cannot bring your lucky pen, your winning pen with you. You have to use the pens because of anti-cheating things.
Yes, this anti-cheating is a very tricky thing, and it's kind of a strange thing in 2016.
No, of course, I was joking, but
it's not completely.
But I think that there are people who the watch.
No, watch also you cannot bring.
I know.
You cannot bring watch. You cannot bring pen.
Even if it's analogic watch, no. And some people are attached to some things, and they cannot bring them.
So you can have only your lucky jacket or lucky shirt.
Maybe I could bring my cat, no, like Alexian.
No animals around allowed. So, do we have more games running, or this is the last one? No, we have. Oh, I think maybe we have. Do we have more games running? I'm not sure. Still some people in the playing hall, and I think, well, Sabag game. Maybe we can see the summary. Let's see how were the matches. Let's say what happened in Moldova, India.
It was 3.5. Only Makovei made a draw with Arjun.
Okay, so 3.5 was done.
The
USA won 2.5. That's kind of surprising that they went only 2.5.
Well, I mean, okay, the first two boards were strong grandmasters. Of course, not of the same caliber, but okay, when you say...
Yes, but in board 4, it was kind of not expected.
Yeah, that was a bit... no, and that they both drew on board 1 and 2. It's also, I mean...
yeah, Fabiano's game was kind of a disappointment, but it's his birthday, so he should be having fun. There was no nerve-wracking game today for him.
So Hammer also won. It was 4-0.
Yeah, that was quite convincing. That's a nice one. 4-0 for Norway.
Shiro won again, and Spain won 3.5.
Yeah, and then Poland. That was quite amazing game.
3-1. Wojtaszek won. Yes, 3-1. They won the match.
And then Azerbaijan for sure.
3-1.
They also
won.
went
Yes.
3-1. Well, this is how it goes, right? In round 1, there are 4-0, 4-0, 4-0, many teams. Already in second round, even top teams, they only win 3-1, which is just fine because you have to have the victory for the team.
Yes.
Round 3, round 4, it's going to be less and less.
But of course, it's not so simple because every player wants to win for his rating and for his mood.
Yes.
So I mean, No, but I mean, it's not that the players sit at the table with a thought, let's win 2.5. No,
I think there are some people like that. Because I know some people who, if they win 2.5, then they don't care necessarily.
Yeah, but I mean, okay, they try usually. I mean,
chess is an individual sport.
If a match ends with 2.5, Only on rare occasions is because the player thought, okay, the team is more important. No, they could not do more, I think, in most of the case. I mean, if the States play against India, then of course 2.5, it means that they
the big matches, of course.
But if you play with opponents who are rated 300
your
points below
expectation is that...
and it ends 2.5, it means you could not
Yeah,
do
but
more.
for example, for Shackland, I don't think he is upset too much because he says, okay, I didn't play so well, this was not an important round that much.
Yeah, he can take it philosophical, of course.
Yeah.
But for the rating is a disaster, of course. It's so Netherlands also won 2.5.
So I think the Netherlands won 2.5.
Ukraine is the second 4-0 so far.
4-0.
Yes.
So they are from the top, they won 4-0. Germany, Finland.
So it's Ukraine and who won?
Germany, Finland.
Also, yes. I didn't get that far. Germany, Finland? No, Germany, Finland is 3-1.
3-1. We had England, Singapore. Singapore, England.
3-1.
3-1 also.
For England, okay.
Okay.
Another 4-0, this is India 2 against Estonia.
That's, wow.
Armenia 3-1.
Okay, and let's see the ladies, because we have finished all the games of round 2.
Okay, so let's go to the ladies.
So let's go to the ladies. Sum it up. What was the team
India
matches?
3.5.
India 3.5 against Argentina.
Ukraine
well,
3-1.
The last game, it could have been a draw.
Yes,
right?
yes.
Une won against Turkey.
3-1.
3-1. Georgian ladies.
2.5 only.
Only 2.5.
They lost on the last board. Poland 3.5.
Poland 3.5. That's convincing.
France 4-0.
4-0. This was the last game of today.
Yes.
What we've just seen now. Finland, Azerbaijan.
Another 4-0.
Another 4-0. So in round 2 we still have a few 4-0s, but tomorrow we are not going to have so easily. In the ladies section maybe we will see sometimes still 4-0s, but I think in the open section in the top 10 boards we can't see 4-0 starting from tomorrow.
No, well, even for the ladies, I don't have the whole list.
It will also be not much once in a while,
yes.
but and then USA ladies.
USA, I think it was 3-1.
3-1.
Yes, they lost on the second board.
Okay, what about the Germany? They also played
Germany
a match
won
against
3-1 without draws.
And Norway, the ladies team.
Next question.
Okay. They balanced the guys. 4-0 here.
So Norway has 50%
No, Norway
today.
has 50%. Okay, fine.
Okay, they played against Armenia. So,
anyway, we had a very interesting day today, I believe. Of course, so far, practically everything goes as usual. We have some surprises. Of course, today it was Fabiano who gave a little surprise, but he has his birthday, and the Indians won very convincingly. We can say the ladies, we had some great fights over there, but also the main matches was won quite convincingly. Well, thank you very much for watching, and I would like to definitely highlight again that if you have some questions to me or Mihail, or you want to share your thoughts about which game was the best, not only on the top boards, but any part of between Zimbabwe or Finland or whatever country you pick, if you see a beautiful move, which you can say that this is the move of the day or the game of the day, please share it with us and post it on hashtag Best Chess Olympiad 2022. Thank you very much, Mihail, for being here today.
Thank you, everybody. It was an enjoyable afternoon.
And we hope to see you tomorrow and join us again. Hope you enjoyed it. Have a good rest.
Welcome everybody.
My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special chessable course.
Master your chess with Judit Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.